Good afternoon, wherever in the world you are watching from. I've heard that in Britain, Ireland and most of Europe, it is freezing conditions. So I hope you're all wrapped up warm and ready to enjoy some stunning racing here from Saudi Arabia, where it is, I can't believe I'm telling you this, 28 degrees and funky Friday. I'm Callum Helliwell and I can't wait to bring you these 12 races. I'm fortunate enough to be joined by the man on my right, Mr. Rory Delaghi. The weather is fine, the racing is good. Where else would you rather be?
Well, I can make you a list if you like, but I'm delighted to be here. It was quite cool yesterday, but much sunnier and warmer today, and as usual on a Friday, the racing steps up a gear as well, so a good day to look forward to.
It certainly does step up a gear. We've got plenty of old friends who we've been seeing going to war back and forth throughout the season, and now we're going to see some new superstars as well. Here's three horses I can't wait to look forward to. The first horse is Freshwater Cliffs, who duly bolted up last time out. He put a run of back-to-back seconds together. That was over 2,400 metres. This was a dominant performance. He drops back to 2,000 metres today and will have to defy a penalty. Sabout is a horse who we haven't seen since he was romping up back-to-back victories in Tife. He looked smart then. Can he be smart now after a long absence? And finally, we get a chance to see Junior Audible and Jabail clash once again. Junior Audible in the yellow colours, Jabail in the blue colours, the grey horse who comes third on this day. Junior Audible running in a corker of a finale on our card. Now, great thing I have to tell you is that all three horses on the menu won yesterday. So if you're keen on getting involved in any of those, we're on a hot streak, so continue to stick with us. Rory Delaghi, you were also on a bit of a hot streak. You and I teamed up with the winner of the last yesterday.
Yeah, it's nice to finish today with a winner, and some Majestic Fighter did it nicely. I'm surprised to remember the name of it, to be perfectly honest. That's the way my memory works these days. But yeah, hopefully there's a few more to look forward to today.
Hopefully there are, and the man guiding us through each of those races will be Mr. Darren Owen.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Yes, looking forward to a wonderful 12-race card. Let's have a look at today's programme. First race is over 1,200 metres. It's a maiden for the thoroughbreds, colts and geldings. 1,400 metres is the distance of race 2. It's a handicap for 0 to 65 Arabian breds. Third race, 1,400 metres, 4-year-old fillies maiden. Race number 4, going the mile, 1,600 metres, 3-year-old fillies maiden. That's the locally bred thoroughbreds. Race 5, over 1,600 metres, 3-year-old fillies. Again, the local thoroughbreds in action. On to the 6th race, which is over 1,800 metres, 3-year-olds, local thoroughbreds. Race number 7, we're on to a handicap for our 7th race, 2,000 metres, a 0 to 80. And then on to race 8. They're going a mile, the local 3-year-olds, locally bred 3-year-olds. Race 9, 1,600 metres, Jcsa challenge for fillies, Arabian breds in action. On to the 10th race, a 1,400 metre, the Jcsa region Governorate Cup over the 1,400 metres, local thoroughbreds there. The 11th race, a mile, 1,600 metres, the fillies. And then our feature, race number 12. It's worth the wait. The 3-year-olds there for the Prince Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Faisal Cup. It really is a good race. Looking forward to that for the 3-year-olds over 1,800 metres. Now, let's start with a 1,200 metre contest. Maiden thoroughbreds in action. We do have a few non-runners as well. Number 1 is Al-Qaed and Ahmed Al-Sharar. Number 2 is Bat Hill, Mohammed Al-Habib. Number 3, Autumn Foliage and Luis Morales. Number 5 on the card is Kifan and Ahmed Al-Tayar. 7, that is Zaid and Berto Ramos. 8, Aldi 1, partnered by Ricardo Ferreira. 9, Ya Flan, Mohammed Al-Yami. 10, Looking Bear, that is Ahmed Al-Azari. On to number 12 has Roof and Fawas Wanas. 13 is Fars Al-Waga and Asil Al-Sahani. Number 14, Ibn Marcuz and Thurb Al-Miyat. 15 is Almo Mareb and Ali Al-Mimoni. 16, Mokdam, partnered by Abdul Al-Hussein. 17 is Fatin and Alexis Mourinho. 18, Batar and Mohammed Al Daham. 19, the reserve, is in the lineup. That is Al Amari, Abdullah Al Farouz, and 21 D Point is also in the lineup. Ali Al Mutib is aboard. So note 19 and 21, the reserves go. Non-runners, numbers 4, 6, 11 and 20. They are out. That's race 1.
Thank you, Darren. And yes, plenty to get through in those runners and riders, and there's plenty to talk about when they're now in the parade ring. I suppose we may start with Saeed, horse number 7, who certainly comes here with the best form.
Yeah, he's got a rating of 81, and that makes him the one to beat here. Third on debut, which was a solid enough effort, but he actually improved on that when beaten ahead by Junior Audible in a 1 mile open last time out. He does take a big drop and trip here. He certainly would have won at 7 furlongs last time out, the winner coming from the clouds. But that's just a slight question mark about the sharp drop and trip. But he's got a class edge over these, and he should get away with it.
Yeah, he's beaten by Saudi Neom on debut. Very good horse. He's gone on to finish second in a Group 1. And Junior Audible, who we're going to see later on in the card today. So clearly he's run into some good horses. So he should have every chance here.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem enormously likely that there's anything special in this race, although there are quite a few debutants, and one of them might end up being all right.
Aldewan is horse number 8, another interesting runner. Just had the 1 run. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on board as well.
Yeah, he caught the eye when finishing 5th to Hayat in a 7 furlong maiden here back in December. I thought he was reasonably tenderly handled that day, made late headway, and I thought he would improve. Again, he's dropping back from 7 furlongs to 6 furlongs, but I think he's liable to do a fair bit better for that run.
Horse number 18 is Batar, one of the debutants in Saudi Arabia, but he's got form in England.
He does, yeah. He was placed 3 times early season for Richard Han in April and May over 5 and 6 furlongs. He's clearly got a bit of ability, and we've seen a few horses in these colours getting experience in the UK before coming out here and then improving for it. So Batar must be very interesting. Connections had a double, well, the owner had a double on the card yesterday.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see whether they can continue that good form. Shamila's in the parade ring. Plenty of exciting 3-year-olds to have a look at. Shamila, who's jumped off the page?
Thank you very much, Callum. First of all, happy Friday, and thank you for joining us live on YouTube as always. First race of the day, really interesting maiden for colts and geldings, and one that stuck out to me in particular is the Jimmy Jerkins trained horse number 2, Bat Hill. Obviously a debutant. There are some horses in here with a bit more experience under their belts, but Bat Hill just stood out to me the most. He almost looks like a 4-year-old standing next to these other 3-year-old colts and geldings. He looks really well. Just a big bull of a horse, and I feel like we haven't spoken to Jimmy Jerkins in a while, so it would be good to see them back in the winner's enclosure. I will be sticking with Bat Hill as my parade ring selection for race number 1. Now, really exciting day ahead of us. I am most looking forward to race number 9, which is worth 150,000 Saudi Riyal, where we'll see Maytha Al Khaladia, the 112 rated filly, go for Al Khaladia Stables and Naif Al Nazi.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, Naif looking for some more winners, having some success yesterday as well. So very good for Naif, and he'll be looking to keep building on the start of a very good week. Rory, Shamila mentioned Batil. We've got to talk about that horse's pedigree, because just seeing it in the flesh is a real star.
Yeah, unfortunately, I could find absolutely no trace of his dam having gone through various. Clearly, she's not called Constantino. Is all I can tell
what
you.
we can say though is in the paddock is what Shamila said, our paddock expert, is a clear star in just looks alone, and certainly jumped off the screen to me when we were just seeing on our monitor. You could just see him come from the pre-parade. I was like, who is that?
We haven't seen many newcomers from the Jerkins stable, so it's interesting to see how Battle will get on, but certainly does look very well. Yeah, unfortunately, I thought it was interesting on paper, but I could find. I tried different spellings of the dam's name. I couldn't find anything at all. But clearly, it's an interesting enough pedigree. I tried going through the sales. No, there's no sales data for United States because he's locally bred as well. So yeah, nothing in the local database, nothing in the wider databases about it. But clearly, an interesting one, and no doubt we'll find out after the race what the dam's actually called, and we can actually do a little bit of research there.
Yeah, a real interesting type here. Farza Awadja, the horse we're just seeing on screen now, I thought of all the horses with plenty of experience, he tends to be striding in the right direction, horse number 13.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a rating of 72, fared better back at 6 furlongs when 7 1/4 lengths 6 to Warrior's Head last time. I'd haven't been well beaten over further on his previous start, so sprinting seems to be his thing, and he shouldn't be too far away, but you get the impression he's run into at least one inside, and Bat Hill is an interesting newcomer as well.
Any other interesting newcomers that you've seen? We've got a decent sized field here. Any of the others who've caught your eye?
Kifan's another son of Cracksman. We had a son of Cracksman winning on the card yesterday. Not too many of those around, but obviously he will need further than 6 furlongs in time, so he's one just to keep an eye on and see how he shapes on debut. There are, what other newcomers do we have? Hasroof, I thought, had a pretty modest pedigree. The dam was unplaced in all her starts. Ibn Marcuse didn't make an awful lot of appeal on pedigree either.
Mockdam's an interesting one by Acclaim, so a UK-based pedigree there.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. He's gelded already out of a maiden who didn't really live up to expectations. Pip's Eagle, again, the name's wrong there. PLP's Eagle is listed there. Pip's Eagle, who's actually a daughter of Pipalong, who was pretty close to champion sprinter about 2 decades ago for Tim Easterby. So she was a really good race mare, and she's also a decent broodmare. Has produced a couple of black type performers already. Pip's Eagle didn't really pull up any trees, but sometimes the talent skips a generation, so Mockdam's interesting.
Yeah, and the interesting sending her to Acclaim is they're purely breeding speed on speed there, so this seems like quite a commercial pedigree, probably purchased out of the UK to run over here.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Another one that's worth a mention, Alam Mari, a son of Showcasing, who's all speed as well, out of a mare called Mitra Peak. That's a Judd Monty family. The dam was a winner. Wasn't anything special. We're winning half sister to Carntop, who was a decent sort for Rafe Beckett. Would it have been Carntop?
Oh, you're challenging me there with deep old flap breedings and training performances. I mentioned we saw a Blue Point winner only yesterday, stepping up in trip, which was a surprise over 7. D Point is horse number 21, sneaks into the reserve, as we're seeing Saeed go down to post, looking in resplendent form. We're going to see Saeed in action here. This was a good race and a very good effort. We're going to see Jabail, who's just on his outside, and Junior Audible, who's right behind in the yellow sleeves, who end up winning this contest.
Yeah, Junior Audible comes from a fair way back. He gets a bit of a bump there as he gets himself to the front, and he does well to get the better of this 3-way battle for the lead. But no sooner does it look like he's got the race in the bag than Junior Audible comes from the clouds to catch him down the outside. There's nothing in this that suggests that he's in need of a drop back to 6 furlongs, but his class has got a fair chance of taking him through.
Yeah, we've talked about track speed and class speed, that sort of tactical speed where horses who might not have what we would consider the traditional profile for dropping back, but just have that ability to go from A to B quicker than lesser class horses. Exactly,
yeah, and of course he's got no problem going forward in his races, so I think he's got the early speed to take a very prominent position, and although he's not going to be maybe at his very best at this trip, he should be hard to beat, depending on exactly how good Bat Hill is.
There you go. That's Farza Awadja just giving a stalls handler a nasty little kick there. So hopefully everyone's okay there. And Farza Awadja has plenty of experience. Should be known far better than that.
Yes, absolutely, but that doesn't always count that the experience tells. Just at number 3 going through the picture there, Autumn Foliage. In colours which might look familiar to UK viewers, but not, they're just a variation.
That's it. You always pull me up for colours. That's a definite variation.
Of what?
Of the, I can try to think of the horses rather
really
than
historic. It's just a sash, but it's the same. It's the same dual coloured sash. Yeah, I think the colours of Simon Gibson, but they're colours that go back a long time. Autumn Foliage was in training with Joseph O'Brien, a son of Footsteps in the Sand, was gelded last season. I don't think he showed an awful lot at home because he never saw the racecourse with Joseph and was sold for 3,000 guineas at the horses and training sales. So he's bred to be fast enough, but clearly didn't live up to expectations for his previous shot. That's
the type of horse that could really do with a change in environment, though, isn't it? When a horse that just sort of struggles in one place, a change of environment and a move to a different yard, and you could get more of a change of environment coming from Joseph over to Saudi Arabia. That could be something to spark some level of improvement.
Yes, I mean we'll see how it gets on. I didn't find Autumn Foliage that easy to warm to on paper, but you never know.
As they're circling down at the start, it's a good mention to mention that we're live on YouTube. We're live on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays as per usual, as we have been right through the type season, all the way up to and beyond the Saudi Cup. So please keep an eye out for us and remember to like, subscribe and turn on those bell notifications. It's time to give some selections, and I'm going to start it nice and early with Saeed, horse number 7. I think the class should come through here, and I know Shamila likes Batil, the real Jibby Jerkins eye catcher in the parade ring. Rory, who do you like?
I'm going to stick with Saeed, but I'm very keen to see how Batil shapes. Whether Jimmy Jergens gets right to the bottom of the first time up is open to debate, but we'll see. I would say he looked in need of the run, though, did you?
Darren Owen is our man in the sky, our voice from above. Darren, who do you like in this one?
Right, well, I'm going to follow in with Shamila here and Batil number 2. Runners then moving up into the starting stalls, 1,200 metres, the journey, 6 furlongs if you prefer. 3-year-olds, maidens, and the loading up process then underway. Bear in mind the absentees in the field. On the international markets, number 7, Saeed, is a horse really prominent on the international markets, along with another horse supported there internationally. That is number 18, Batar. So runners then moving up into the starting stalls for this, our first race of 12 here today. And as the guys were saying, it's a positively balmy 28 degrees. Right, let's focus on the horses as they move into the gates. There's number 2, Batil, in the red jacket. Batil moving into stall number 2. Colt by United States. That's Batil in. So bear in mind we've got a few inexperienced runners in this field. As we look at the runners from the sky. Fatin, number 17, has just gone. This is number 5, Kifan. And going forward now is D Point. Colt by Blue Points. Saeed goes forward, number 7. This is D Point. And Fatin being well supported on the international markets, number 17, Fatin, who's had 3 runs so far. Aldiwan there moving into place. Kifan. Oh, Kifan's just shied away there from the gates. That's number 5, Kifan. And this is Looking Bear, number 10. So just 2 more to move into place. 1 to go. And that is Kifan, number 5. That's the only one we're waiting on. Blindfold fitted. To the newcomer by Cracksman. Just causing the team there a few anxious moments. Doesn't fancy this at the moment, Kifan. No, the stalls team just encouraging this gelded son of Cracksman to walk towards the gates, but still very much thinking about this. Number 5, Kifan. Oh dear, Kifan has reared, has backed away. So bear in mind, number 5, Kifan, is not in this field at the moment. All the others are in. Still waiting on Kifan. Some of them have been in the stalls for some time now. This will probably be the last chance that Kifan will get to load. The clock's ticking against Kifan. Number 5, Kifan, is not in the field, has been withdrawn. They're off. They've gone without number 5, Kifan, who didn't enter the starting stalls. Autumn Foliage was slow to go, as was Alma Reb, who missed the beat in the early strides. It is Aldewan is coming over the grey. Aldewan has got the lead from Fars Al Waja down the outside, ahead of Alma Reb now, who's on the premises going into that far turn. To the inside is Al Kayed, and the leaders are being hunted up by D Point in the check jacket. Further back to Mock Dam, who's in the pale blue silks, ahead of Ibn Marcuz, and then back in mid-division looking bare, followed by Al-Qaed, who's on the inside running rail, heading now towards the turn, and it is Fars Al-Waja who's trying to slip them at the top of the straight. Fars Al-Waja for Al-Mareb on the outside in second place. Al-Diwan Grey up is along the inner, and then a gap of a few lengths to D-Point, who's trying to get into it. Saeed is on the extreme outside and beginning to run on ahead of Yar Flan, but the one to get to is Fars Al-Waja. It's Fars Al-Waja from Al-Mareb in second, but look at this leading margin. It's 6 or 7 lengths, and Fars Al-Waja goes on to win. Al-Mareb is in second place. Al-Diwan is joined on the line for third by Saeed. So victory goes to number 13, Fars Al-Waja, who's very popular on the international markets. Just before the race there, number 13, Fars Al-Waja, the winner, and won really well, won with authority. Was a wide margin winner in the end. Second place going to number 15, Al-Mareb. And it's pretty close for third. Let's just get confirmation now. Winning margin there, 6 lengths. And at number 7, Saeed has run on, nearest finish, as we say in close-up terms, to take a third position, with number 8, Aldewan, in fourth. So those numbers, 13, 15, 7, and 8. 13, 15, 7, and 8. 6 lengths and 1.5 lengths the margins. 6 lengths and 1.5 lengths the margins. Fars Al-Waja, number 13, the winner in a time of 1 minute 12.50. 1 minute 12.50. So 7th career start, a winning one for number 13. Fars Al-Waja wins with authority.
Asil Al-Sahani is our winning jockey aboard the vastly experienced Fars Al-Waja, who has probably just made the most of his speed over this distance.
Yeah, he came out. I mean, he's had some fairly disappointing efforts. 12th, 10th, 12th, 18th on his card, but did bounce back to some form when 6th, the Warriors Head, in a good race last time out. Clearly better suited by the 6 furlongs than further. But he was putting up a much improved performance. Blasting off from the front and holding on. Got Saeed in trouble early on. He just had too much ground to make up. Ran on late to pick up the pieces. But when you get a breakaway group like that, it does help them keep going a little bit. Whereas if it was just the one horse in front, I could see him getting very tired in the end and stopping quicker. But having, again, a slightly surprised to see Al-Muwarrab, number 15, who finished 16th on debut in Taif. Been virtually nothing there. Has shown massively improved form to be up there throughout. I think certainly the first and second were in the first 3 throughout the contest, and it's only Saeed who's made late headway to split that group up in the end and finish third.
Yeah, Sareda, I think, would just run off his feet early on there. Ended up finishing third, running on late, but he's probably a 7 furlong, if not maybe further.
Definitely. No,
horse,
it was
yeah.
a mile he ran over last time out, and he was going on again at the finish. So there's no reason why he needs any shorter than that. It's just a case of, I think, Connections found what they thought was potentially an easy opportunity for him to win a maiden, but didn't work out in the end.
A couple of disappointing runs in behind. Batar started slowly and ended up kind of just getting into it, but was always working hard to find position. So we'll have a look at it from the start here, and you'll see Fard Al-Wajid is going to jump out really well. And there was one real slow start from Haz Roof, who missed the kick completely, and Autumn Foliage was also slowly away.
Yeah, Adiwan was up on the inside off Fars Al-Waga, but otherwise he pretty much led throughout. So you see number 8, the grey on the inside, leading briefly, but Fars Al-Waga, as we said, has pressed on pretty early. Just looking back in the field for the market leader, is sitting in 4th place at the moment, just getting a little bit outpaced as they press on in front here. Not looking like a sprinter, just about holding his position.
He's always behind the bridle, wasn't he?
He was a little bit. I mean,
he's
not done an awful lot wrong. He just doesn't have that raw speed that the sprinters do. And you've ended up with another 2, showing terrific speed here. Aldiwan did ship pretty well on debut, tenderly handled and stepped up on that. And the surprise packet in the race, really, Almoreb, who didn't show anything on debut at Taif, but has stepped up markedly here and showed really good speed throughout. And then you'll just see, looking back to 4th, now Saeed finds top gear because he is essentially a miler, and given another furlong he probably would win the race, but it was a 6 furlong contest, and the 6 furlong horses won it.
Yeah, and the 6 furlong horse here, you can just see it in a much more comfortable position on the rail in front. It's got them all behind, and everything else is fairly flat to the boards in behind him too. There's nothing coming from off the pace apart from the international favourite, and your eventual winner has just managed to slip these 2 in behind and is never going to be caught.
No, he's done that. He's done it nicely enough. Bat Hill, we don't really have an idea of how good Bat Hill was. Again, very much taken off his feet early on, and this winner's been very enthusiastically cheered home in my ear. Yeah, Bat Hill might be all right, but again, because of the speed they've gone here, and they've gone a very quick time in the end, 1:12.50.
You can see Bat Hill in the back of shot there.
Way out the back and just made laboured late headway, but he's bred, well, I say he's bred, he's almost certainly bred to need further, but we don't know what the dam is. If we can, well, obviously we won't get a chance to speak to Jimmy Jerkins at the moment, but if we manage to collar him at some stage, we'll try to clarify that and get it corrected for next time. Yeah, we certainly will, but take nothing away from your winner, who's now made it 7th time lucky winning on this day, and that's good for Fard Al-Waja and Connections. A rating of 72 coming into this contest. I won't imagine it will go much higher from that, and 0-75 handicaps are probably the future. I think he might go a bit higher. There's nothing to really hang your hat on here. I mean, you could rate it through the third, but that would be a dangerous thing to do.
That would be quite cruel, wouldn't it?
But fundamentally what you're going to do is you're going to look at the time this horse has produced, and bad horses don't run 1 minute 12.5. We'll see. I get the impression the track is probably riding faster today than it has been, which is getting harder at the moment. But that's a fast time by recent standards, and it'll be interesting to see if others are getting close to that today at the other trips. Yeah, so we'll see if there are some track records quaking in their boots as Fard Al-Waja wins our opener. We must move on to race 2 over 1,400 metres, and it's the first of our purebred Arabian contest, Darren.
It is, Callum, yes, and it's a handicap for the purebred Arabians rated 0-65. Let's have a look at the field. Number 1 is Haydar, and Mohammed Al-Shamari takes the ride. Number 2 is Razad. Number 3 is Mutahed Al-Khaladia and Mohammed Al-Ubail. 4 is El Shadam, and the jockey there is Nawaf Al-Mudani. 5 is Ta'aun and Naif Al-Anazi. 6, Satam. 7 is Jalmod. Abdullah Al-Afi takes the ride. 8 is Jcsa Al-Khaladia and Ali Al-Mutib. 9 is Al-Mujzel and Iyad Al-Turizi. 10 is Kaid Al-Ad and Ahmed Al-Shara. 11, Fort Al-Mori, Ahmed Al-Azari. 12 is Umbab and Abdullah Al-Rashid. 13 is Al-Hassas and Mohammed Al-Yami. 14, Bint Alam and Tariq Al-Mansour. 15 is Naham and Berto Ramos. 16 is Kahilan Al-Dam and Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 17, Era, Khalid Al-Mimoni. 18 is Mia Tarb and Mohammed Al-Shurimar. 19, Hamdi and Thurb Al-Timiyat. And 20 is Zayn Zaiperian and Ali Al-Mimoni. I'm hearing that Jimmy Carrion rides number 2, Razad. Number 2, Razad, just to confirm, the jockey there is Jimmy Carrion. So that's the field. It's in a purebred Arabian handicap, and they're going 1,400 metres.
Thank you, Darren. Yes, they're going over the 1,400, and we've got a full field of 20 in this one. A tricky contest, but we're beginning to get to know these purebred Arabians the longer we spend here, and this 0 to 60 grade is where I think a lot of these horses are slowly falling into and could have a decent chance.
0 to 65 today, but a few of them are coming out of 0 to 60s.
Yes, of course.
In this, but it's not a particularly deep 0 to 65, if you like, but competitive, as they always are at this sort of level, and not easy to call because runners at this level, because they often end up running in open company and maiden company. They can be in and out form-wise, and it's just a case of catching them on the right day. Yeah,
Haydar is horse number 1 and has to have a big chance.
Yeah, he won a 0 to 60 over 2,000 last time out, beating Tahel Al-Khaladia. That obviously was over a longer trip than this. His best form has really come at a mile plus. He's effective at a mile. 7 furlongs might just be on the sharp side for him, but you've got to respect him as a last time out winner.
Mo'atad Al-Khaladir, horse number 3, coming out of stall 17, is a horse I was quite intrigued in because this is a much different race to the last time we saw him, where he bumped into Afsan Al-Khaladir.
Yeah, he holds a few of these on the form of his penultimate. Just ignore the last run. That was in a mile open, which is too deep for him. But he was third in a course and distance, 0 to 65. Identical race to this, 2 starts back. With a few of these, the likes of Jalmod and Al-Hassas, etc., Naham in behind him there. So he holds those on that form, and he should be competitive again, back in the correct grade.
Do you think he looked a bit one-paced in that race on penultimate start?
They all look a bit one-paced, Callum.
Won't hold him back today. Jalmod, or horse number 7, is a horse who was a winner 4 starts ago now, but was steadily coming back into form last time.
Yeah, he won a 6 furlong contest, 0 to 65 and meeting 59. Disappointing 2 starts ago, but back to form, went 6th last time out in over course and distance in this grade. But he was behind Mutahed Al-Khaladia last time out, and he's got a bit of work to do to turn the tables.
Yes, and there's a couple of others I was quite keen on. Kalia Al-Dam, horse number 16, ran a really good race last time, just touched off. We're going to see a replay of that.
Yeah, was just beaten 3/4 of a length by Afdal Jasur in a 2,000 metre maiden last time out, making his handicap debut now after 7 runs. Dropping back in trip as well, but he's less exposed than some of these, and obviously hasn't had his chance in handicap yet, so you have to bear him in mind.
One that's even less exposed is Era, horse number 17, a very lightly raced in Saudi Arabia, only 4 starts, and seems to have found his groove in this sort of company.
Yeah, his best effort today came when 3.5 lengths third to Haydar in that 2,000 metre 0 to 60 last time out. Better off at the weights now and unexposed, and has given the impression he's effective at this trip as well. So. Era's one for your shortlist.
We're seeing Jcsa Al-Khaladir, horse number 8, in the parade ring at the moment, just looking very well. Same can be said for horse number 9. They're all shining in these beautiful sunny conditions.
Yeah, I mean, the sunshine makes a big difference to how they look in their coats. It wasn't particularly sunny yesterday, and the horses are looking very well as a rule, but not always easy to translate looking well in your coat to running well in these races.
You might actually notice the yellow stain on the neck of horse number 10, Kaid Alad. Now, Shamida was very great to inform us that means that they've had blood taken from them just for drug testing. So it's good to see that obviously the standards are being kept to a very high level here in Saudi Arabia, and that is why we've got those yellow markings on the necks, and they tend to only show up in the greys, don't they?
Exactly, yeah, and I'm guessing the yellow is iodine.
Yes, yeah. That would be a disinfectant just to protect. Naham, horse number 15, is a horse who's got decent enough form, but again, I find him very hard to support in this sort of contest.
Naham, you're talking, yeah,
yes,
he was
15.
Fourth to Haydar in 0 to 60 last time out. Was behind the Era that day as well. A little bit more exposed than Era. Needs to put his best foot forward if he's going to be competitive. But he does have bits and pieces of form to suggest that he is capable on his day.
Jimmy Carrion, we heard, was riding Riyadh, horse number 2. Interesting to see that he's got that ride, and this horse is starting his first start this season. He does have 3 wins to the name. Are they here or overseas?
He's a course and distance winner, actually, but his course and distance win came 2 years ago, and then he's off the track for quite a long time. He only ran once last year and was disappointing. But prior to that, his form the previous season, he'd been 3rd and 4th in his previous 2 starts. If he was back to form, he'd have chances.
Yes, Shamila is in the parade ring. Who caught your eye?
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, I'm actually just trying to keep up with my horse here without her running away. Horse number 17 will be my paddock selection for this race, Era, who will be partnered with Khalid Al-Mamoni. 3rd last time out at meeting 89, and 4th the time before that at meeting 83. So she has had a good few spins around Riyadh here, and she's always been in the placings. So I think that she's definitely up there and could get in the winner's enclosure today. Only jumps out of stall number 3, so I think Khalid Al-Mamoni can keep her quite handy for this contest. Also do have to give a shout out though to horse number 3, Mutahed Al Khaladia. No actual Al Khaladia trained horses in this contest. However, like I said in my intro, we have Wathabat Al Khaladia and Maith Al Khaladia to look forward to later on in the card. But horse number 3 does look well as well, and Mohammed Al Hubail is a fantastic jockey to have on board in these Arabian contests. However, I will be sticking with horse number 17, Era.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, 17, your selection there, Era. Again, we've mentioned this horse quite lightly raced. Horse number 18, jumping out of stall 18, is Mayatab, a horse who I thought, after his penultimate start, had a really good chance last time out, but was quite disappointing.
He was a bit disappointing. He finished 6th that day. He wasn't beaten that far, but he was behind both Era and Naham. He's got 2.5 lengths to make up with Era. It's possible, but you would tend to favour Era from a low draw, and with that slightly lightly raced profile that suggests he might find a bit of improvement.
The international market is looking really, really tight at the moment, with Naham just at the top. Now, for me, I struggle to support Naham in a contest like this. There's got to be other horses who I would say have a better chance on paper and in the flesh when you see them going around the parade ring than Naham.
Yeah, I thought the obvious one was Mutahed Al Khaladia. You wouldn't. You'd say this is open. Obviously, at this level, these handicaps, they're always capable of popping up, so nothing should be a dominant favourite. But Mutahed Al Khaladia, you can put a line through the last run in a higher grade race, and he's got the beating of several of these over course and distance on his previous run. I know he's not the most consistent. He'd been 12th 3 times in a row prior to that, but there's no reason to think that he slipped out of form last time. I thought he ran, as well as could be expected. So I thought he was more obvious than some. And as you said, Era makes sense because she's an improving filly who showed her best form last time out. So she'd be high on my list as well.
Khalil Aldam, I thought, would have a massive chance. What are the negatives around Khalil Aldam?
Not real. There's no. It's running in a 0 to 65 handicap. That's the negative, really. But Kahilan Aldam, yeah, you've been more positive about him. The last 2 runs have been a step in the right direction. Ran on the first day's racing here at Riyadh and finished a creditable 6th, and then stepped up on that when runner-up to Aftal Jassour last time out. That was over a longer trip. He is dropping back, but with a lot of the pure-bred Arabians, they are pretty much adaptable trip-wise. And yeah, so it's mostly positive with Kahil and Aldam as well. And he'd be, if you're making a short list of 4 or 5, he'd probably be on it.
We've just seen Haydar going down to post in colours which I got yelled at for saying were similar to the Horse Watchers colours. Just ignore the sleeves. Ignore the sleeves. The sleeves don't exist.
The sleeves are a massive part of it, though.
The main.
Also,
yes,
is it red seams? If it's orange seams, then I'm gonna let it go.
It is orange. It's definitely orange seams, 100%. It's there's no chance of getting that slipped into the red category at all, is there? We're just seeing horse number 12. This is
colour blindness is a funny thing.
Mbap, who's going out in pink and green colours.
Probably. Mbap's just been disappointing really of late, and needs to bounce back. She's drawn in stall 2. If she can break well from there, she's got a chance. But again, a low draw is as much of a curse as a blessing if you don't get away well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Mbappe can go from that low draw. You mentioned Mu'tad Al-Khalidiyah being a horse that you were clearly quite confident in. We've talked about horses dropping into this level and them getting their confidence back in lower grade races, and they can completely change the way they run, especially these purebred Arabian.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, and there's a massive gap in ability between the horses running here and the horses you see in open races, more so than you would have in with the thoroughbreds, I think. Again, you know, most of the thoroughbred handicaps are a slightly higher level than this, and the highest rated horses we have running in open races tend to be 80s or low 90s. Whereas there's a big gap here with the purebred Arabians.
Let's have a look at some form. Haydar is the first one we'll take a look at, just making his way down to post. Really nice looking individual, quite lightly framed compared to a lot of these purebred Arabians that you've seen, but looking resplendent in this weather. The chestnut, the sun beaming off the chestnut, and you can just see this horse coming from quite far off the pace and having to come between runners. This is a good performance, but it's a step up in class today.
Yes, it is. I mean, obviously, he's entitled to step up in class, given that he won this 0 to 60 last time out. But he's needed every yard of the trip to get the job done. That's the only thing I would say. He's come with a strong run as the leaders have begun to weaken late in the day, and he's you know, he's fully deserving of his victory here. Your concern is that he's now in a slightly higher class race, pretty minor concern that, but dropping back to 7 furlongs. A mile I could have let him away with. A 7 furlongs is going to be tricky, I think.
Kaila Al-Dam is a completely different type, looks-wise, to Haydar. Very much a traditional purebred Arabian type. Look at that beautiful narrow head as well. I just think they're so petite and attractive, these purebred Arabians, especially the typical-looking ones. Going down at a fairly leisurely gallop. The jockey not quite looking as smooth as, say, Nath Al-Anazi going down to pose. A little bit more of a grit in the teeth there.
Nath is always aware of where the camera is, though, isn't he?
This is a good performance here, coming in second. Looks to have the race sewn up at this point, but just gets a little leg weary late on and ends up getting beaten.
Yes, the race looks in the bag with a furlong to go here this is over 2,000 metres again last time out, so the same trip as the previous race we watched. But watching this, you would say that this is a horse who would probably benefit from a drop back in trip. Again, ideally a mile on this evidence, but a drop at 7 furlongs, given the pace he showed through this race, might be okay, and certainly one to consider.
Yeah, certainly would make any shortlist for sure as they make their way down to the post. We did have plenty of action in the YouTube comments in our previous race, but you're all going for horse number 7 like myself and Rory, so difficult luck there. So we'll hope for a little bit of better luck here. The stalls are being set up and we are seeing a few horses circling, and we should be getting off pretty soonish because we had such a delay to our first race, and we don't have delays here in Saudi Arabia.
No, they do tend to catch the time up very quickly, so we need to be on our mettle here as well.
They are loading, in fact, so let's do some selections straight away. Rory, who do you like in this one?
I'm going to go for Mu'tad Al-Khalidiyah. I think stall 17 won't be a massive bother to him, but not much confidence in it.
So, Rory likes horse number 3, Mu'tad Al-Khalidiyah. Shamila likes horse number 17, Era, and I like horse number 16, Kaila Al-Dam. Darren Owen, it's over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, what I can tell you, a horse very popular on the international markets is number 17, Era. Era is very popular on the international markets. That's number 17 on the card. And other horses that have been popular, Jalmod was popular earlier, number 7, number 16, Kaila Al-Dam was another one that was quite popular as well, along with number 15, Naham. That's another one that was well supported internationally. So, runners then moving up into the starting stalls for this Arabian bred handicap. This is number 5 going in, Tyrone. That's it. Looking good. All in. And they're off. So 1,400 metres is the journey, and away smartly was Mbappe, who's towards the inside, and they form their early order. Showing up brightly is Kaila Al-Dam. That one is also well into stride as they go on down the far side of the track. The green and black jacket of Cade Allard has got a position to the inside running rail, and currently working out to Jcsa Al-Khalidiyah, who's smartly away away as well with Fort Al Mori, who came from a wide berth. As they go away from the far side, and it's Ms. Mutad Al Khaladia in front. So it's number 3, Mutahed Al Khaladia, holding the advantage with Jalmod in second position. And they are followed by Era. The well-supported Era is just in behind the leaders, followed by Cade Allard, who's in around about 4th place as they head now towards the turn. Bint Alam is next best, and they're well strung out. Trying to get into it is Kahilan Al Dam, who's in around about 6th place as they turn the corner, followed by Ease Al Sadam. And they're down the straight, and the leader is Mutahed Al Khaladia. Mutahed Al Khaladia. Jalmod is in second place. They are the leading 2. And then staying on down the outside now is Naham. Here comes Naham with a big run, and Al Hassas is also coming home really well. It's Al Hassas down the outside. Between horses is Jalmod. Al Hassas, Jalmod. It's close between those two. Al Hassas near side, Jalmod on the far side. And we'll get third as well confirmed. Well, the race changed dramatically in the closing stages. Al Hassas, number 13, the one of the many greys in the race, cut back the advantage of those pace setters towards the end. Running a big race up along the inside was Mutahed Al Khaladia. Jalmod was between horses. Era, who was well supported, just couldn't land a serious blow. Neither could Bint Alam. Let's have a look at the numbers. 13, Al Hassas has got there. 7, Jalmod in second. 3, Mutahed Al Khaladia is third. And Era has finished in 4th place. That's number 17. So it's 13, 7, 3, 17. 13, 7, 3, and 17. 13, Al Hassas, the winner. A neck and 1 1/4 lengths. A neck and 1 1/4 lengths, the margins. And the time of the winner, 1 minute 36. That's 36.16. 1 minute 36.16. Number 13, Al Hassas, takes out our second race of the day. Well, 13 is a lucky number. 13 has won the first and second race here today.
Mohammed Al Yami is our winning jockey aboard Al Hassas, who has come from a long way back to win our second contest, just denying the front-ranked Jalmod and Mutahed Al Khaladia, who were both 1 and 2 throughout. Rory, did they go too fast?
No. I mean, a little. It's one of those things. You go fast, you get others in trouble, most of them don't come back, and something might get a run at you. But if you don't go fast, you don't break away in the first place. And of course, Jalmod has actually battled back to get past Mutahed Al Khaladia in the closing stages. He's actually rallied and he wasn't stopping at the finish. So yes, strictly speaking, but I mean by definition that's what dirt racing's all about, particularly over short trips. It's about pushing the pace early on and then trying to hang on. It works, you know, if you watch dirt racing constantly from the States, you'll see you get two types of horses who tend to do pretty well. You get those who have early speed and sustain it deep into the race, and then you get the deep closers who sit way off the pace and then come through, and that's what the race has panned out today.
One horse who missed the kick completely was Haydar, the last time out winner, horse number 1 and top weight. Got nowhere at the start, and that horse's chances were gone from there.
Yeah, not an unusual occurrence, but Haydar's blew whatever chance he had from stall 20 there.
Yes, so Haydar struggled out the start from stall 20. On the inside, we had Jalmod making the early running alongside your selection, Mutahed Al Kaladir, who was also bang up there. You can just see them both trying to force the pace here.
Yeah, and it looked to me like Mutahed Al Kaladir was going to get the better of Jalmod for a long way. The eventual runner-up on the inside just had a tiny wobble at the top of the straight as Mutahed Al Kaladir sort of drifted across to the rail, maybe got tight for room there for a second. But once he was switched out wide, you got the impression that he was going to go close to getting back to that. But all the time, your eye was drawn to the wide run of the eventual winner, Al Hassas, who has benefited from the drop back to this trip. You wouldn't say so, given from how far back he was, but he was a non-stayer over further last time out, and benefited from a drop back to sprinting here with a strong finish that's taken him to the front, close to the wire.
Yeah, Al Hassas has come home really strongly there, and it's interesting with these wonderful drone shots that you get. You can see how Al Hassas is really the only horse making up ground in those late stages. Everything else is really struggling. Look how far back Al Hassas is. You can just see the grey horse with the black blinkers right towards the rail, probably only 5 horses behind him.
Yeah, but you do tend to see this sort of pattern where they go fast and the field sort of chases along and then can't find anything else in the closing stages. If you've got the nerve to ride patiently and just allow your horse to find its stride, then you can get the result. And Al Hassas always travelled fairly well, but was well off the pace. But rather than being forced out of his comfort zone to chase the leaders, he was allowed to find his own stride, and then he's seen the race out very strongly as a result.
He really has seen the race out strongly. He's had to switch wide again, and we've mentioned it plenty of times as the fact that when horses are switched out wide, they can just get another breather, get another chance to get some air into the lungs, and then find some more for pressure.
Yeah, it's oddly enough, sort of being checked in your run like that and switching out. The check can just give you that chance to get a bit of air in your lungs, as you said, and then you've got something to aim at again. Unfortunately for Jalmod, he had one finishing faster than him on the outside, but he's run a decent race.
You've got to give Jalmod some credit, haven't you, after being sort of out-battled at the top of the straight, to not only battle back but then pass the horse. He's won his race. We've mentioned that a few times this week.
Yes, but it's often a deep closer that has the best of it, and the momentum was with Al Hassas in the end. But yes, as I said, you give Jalmod plenty of credit for running as well as he has in the circumstances.
Shamila made a very positive mention for Era, who ended up finishing in 4th, ran quite a consistent race throughout, stayed at the one pace almost for the entire race, and was in 4th, as you can see there, from start to finish. Yeah,
just couldn't go any faster, but kept plugging away, and that was a solid run from Era, and she should be able to build on that as well, so you'd be happy enough.
Yes.
If you were connected to that horse.
I imagine that she will step forward from that, and again, she's so lightly raced, she's got every chance. My selection, Kilian Al-Dam, had to come quite wide. You saw the problem was dropping back in trip, just outpaced, widest of all around this turn, got shuffled out wide, really, ended up nearly in the car park, but fortunately ran on a little bit late on after that. But you imagine a step back up in trip in this sort of company will be right up her street.
Yes, exactly. This is the 7 furlongs is not ideal for all of these, and she was always taken off her feet a little bit there.
And I think that's the most important thing. Thoroughbreds, I don't know about you, but I would say thoroughbreds are a little more, they have an ability to sort of be a little more different when it comes to trip. They can run over shorter, they can run over further. With these purebred Arabians, once they find a distance that they kind of settle at, it's very difficult to get them to change tact.
Yes, I mean, that's, yes, some are adaptable. And again, with thoroughbreds, it can be the same as well. You get horses who have their adaptability and who manage to be effective over a range of trips, and then you get those who are just specialists at a specific distance.
We do have a bit of a postscript coming out at the end of this contest. Horse number 3, Mutahad Al-Khaladir, actually collapsed post-race and is currently being attended to by the vets on course. What's happening now is the horses that were due to come out and parade for race number 3 are being turned away and sent back to the pre-parade ring. This is a process that we have seen before, which ensures that those who are dealing with the horse that's currently in a compromising position in the parade ring is able to get all the attention and the space it needs during these vital moments. So we will see a delay before our third contest here, and we will make sure we update you whenever we get information there. As we can see, our race winner, who was Al Hassas, just being taken away. He's going to get tested. That means the red banner means he will be tested afterwards. So, Rory, after that contest, what can we make of the course? Time-wise, what did you get from that race?
I'll wait. I won't judge it on a low-grade purebred Arabian race. We got to see, and I'm not entirely sure I'd judge it on the next either. But it's at 1400. It's a short enough trip. It looks a fairly uncompetitive fillies maiden, so we wouldn't expect a really fast time for the next race. But as we get on through the day, we'll get an idea whether the track is riding faster. But we do have the fillies open. Over a mile, race number 5 will probably give us a better idea how close they are to to what you might call the standard time for that trip.
Yes, we'll have a look and see what the standard time is, and we'll probably see that with the fillies open. But we must look forward to race 3, which is a fillies maiden, and Darren Owen can take us through the runners and riders.
Thanks, Callum. Yes, 1400 metres and 4-year-old fillies maiden coming your way then for the thoroughbreds. Number 1 is Habub Al-Adia and Ricardo Ferreira takes the ride. 2 is Ala End and Fawas Wanas. 3 is Gamoud Mohammed Al-Nevsi. 4, Motabadea and Fahed Al-Faradi. 5 is Benora and Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 6, Zal Zalini, Mohammed Zaid. 7, Al-Liar and Rahid Al-Farouz. 8 is Etifak and Jimmy Carrion. 9 is Etirat Al-Wadi and Thurb Al-Timiyat. 10 is Webar and Asil Al-Sahani, one of those very popular on the international markets at the moment. 11 is Amaralis and Naifa Al-Anazi. On to number 12, that is Abura and Selman Al-Rashid. 13, Noon Najd, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 14 is Sayab Al-Farah. 15, Brunette Bombshell and Berto Ramos. 16 is Samir Al-Dorea and Ali Al-Matib. 17 is Zakara and Amin Badroun. And 18, onto 18, that's Zah Lowia and Victor Gutierrez. 19, Al-Najma Alamar, and 20 is Eksha, and Camilo Ospina is the jockey. That's the full complement for this 1400 metre 4-year-old fillies maiden.
Yes, thank you very much, Darren. 2 late non-runners, 2 late withdrawals. Al Yar, horse number 7, doesn't go, and horse number 17, Sakara, does not go. So that's horse number 7 and horse number 17 that don't go. They will not be replaced by reserves because they were late scratchings. So let's start from the top and work our way down for this fillies maiden, where a few of these haven't got much form to go by. So Habub Al-Daria is horse number 1.
Yeah, showed very little a couple of weeks ago, Habub Al-Daria, on a return from a break, having hinted at ability on debut at Taif, and she needs to leave that reappearance effort miles behind to be competitive here.
Ala End is horse number 2, who's had the 3 runs. They weren't this season, though. Fawaz
No, they were last season, and she finished 12th and 13th, getting a rating of 43 in the process. And excuse me, I shall do well to win this.
Gamoud is horse number 3. I was quite interested in this one's chances. Always tends to run a good race, but it's still yet to get the head in front.
22 races without breaking her maiden means that she's obviously one to be a little bit wary of. But she was 5th in a lot of 60 handicap last time out. Obviously, this should be a tougher race, but there aren't many who are rated north of 60 in this contest, so actually that makes her competitive. Unbra was 3rd that day. Who ran really well yesterday to get his head in front. So yeah, you'd be slightly worried about her from a win perspective, given her overall record, but she should be there or thereabouts in a race that looks pretty weak.
I thought from a trip perspective, she was ridden to get home last time, so she might be ridden a little bit more positively on this occasion.
Yeah,
now they know she gets it.
That is a possibility, and it's certainly, the speed is largely holding up here. As I said, it's not the stalkers who are winning races. We saw the winner pretty much make all the running in the first to cause a minor surprise, and the two who got loose in front finished second and third in our second race, with the winner being ridden very confidently from the back of the field.
Motobadea is horse number 4.
Hinted at ability, I suppose, on debut and finishing 12th, but ran badly last time, and the rating of 35.
Number 5 is Benora. Just had the one run. That was this season, but it was a disappointing effort.
Yeah, finishing 16th, there's nothing positive to say about that. Obviously, you don't want to judge horses purely in one run, and we've seen seen one in the first race run an absolute cracker, having been virtually last on its debut at Taif. So they can improve a lot for one run, but at the same time, you can't find too many positives with Benora's run first time.
Yeah, Zalzalini is horse number 6. Has had the 3 runs, but again, this first effort this season was not one to set the world alight.
No, and the 2 runs last season weren't very good either, hence the rating of 38. So again, it's easy to move on from her.
Etefark is horse number 8, making debut. Jimmy Carrion on board.
Yeah, she was interesting enough looking at her paper, given how weak the race is, but the dam ran 6 times here, was unplaced on all 6 of them. So you don't have to be a good race mare to be a good dam, but that's the only information we have, and it's not enormously encouraging. But obviously, she wouldn't have to be too much above average to play a big part here.
Tirat Al-Wadi is horse number 9, 32 rated, must be struggling here.
Yes, lowest rated ones so far, had the 4 runs, not finished in the first 10 in any of them. There's a fair chance of finishing the first 10 here, I suppose, but...
We're getting an Athera form turnaround where you're going from a horse rated in the 20s all the way up to a horse rated 45. Weheba is a horse that I'm really keen on here. I saw it ran a good race in the last 2 starts this season.
Yeah, no, the thing about Weheba, whose form doesn't look particularly good, her form figure is 11, 7, 9, 5, 8.
Just a little bit of a postscript from what occurred in our parade ring earlier, which is causing the delay, is I've got some very sad news to report that we did in fact lose horse number 3, Mutad Al-Khaladir, at the end of that contest. Our thoughts do go out to all connections involved in that. It was an unfortunate postscript to a race that horse probably ran a very good career best effort. So thoughts do go out to all involved with that. And again, as I mentioned, that is why we are on a delay currently, and the horses are parading in the pre-parade ring. They will soon be allowed into the parade ring, but again, we're just going to take our time with this. And again, my thoughts go out to everybody involved. Further down the field, Amaralis, horse number 11 in this 3rd contest of the day. This horse is another one who comes in with a bit more form, but as well, it's just not that strong.
No, 12 runs for Amaralis, and going back to last season, she showed a little bit, but her form figures this year, 12, 14, 15, 11 in maiden races, suggest that she hasn't trained on.
And Abora is horse number 12.
Was in a tough race last time. She's not from 11 in her career. She was 15th in the primary championship of the racecourse last time out. But she hadn't been making an awful lot of impression in maidens prior. Her 4th, about 3 or 4 starts ago, came in a 0-60 handicap. Again, this is such a weak race that being able to run well in that grade suggests that you might be able to sneak into the frame here.
Yeah, she's very well worth having as a sort of place claim type for sure. Noom Najd, I was interested in with that 6th place start, 6th place run last time, which I thought was quite good.
Yeah, she's been highly tried at times, Noom Najd. When she's been kept to maidens, she's finished 6-4, 6-6. All those races stronger than this one. So I think she's got a strong chance of actually making the frame. And I thought she could probably improve a little bit on her 11th and 6th. To Alrila over 6 furlongs on her return to action.
Yeah, what was interesting for me about that performance was the fact that she broke well, showed lots and lots of early speed, and then after showing the early speed, only faded quite late. That was her first run of the season. You imagine she'll take a step forward here, going into a 1400 metre company, she'll be able to show that speed to more effect. Yeah,
she should do. And if you're being negative about her, she's had 8 runs and she's had chances in maiden company before, but half of her runs have come in opens or better races, so she'll appreciate the chance to run, and was probably the weakest maiden she's contested so far.
Yes, it certainly give her on your shortlist. So Hayab Al Farah is horse number 14.
Yes, she's by Quarto out of a mare called Mockamil, who is or Moctamil even, who is the dam of a winner called Milofer. So there's a sibling who's won a race, which is always helpful, and the mare herself won twice here. So there's some encouragement in the pedigree.
There's got to be some encouragement in the pedigree in Brunette Bombshell, who's by the mighty American Pharaoh.
Yeah, dam won twice in the US, called Soul Singer. As you said, American Pharaoh is the sire. He's maybe not the superstar that we thought he might be as a sire, but she cost 80,000 as a 2-year-old in the States, and given the race she's starting off in, you've got to be interested in her chances here.
Yeah, Samia Al Dareya is horse number 16.
She's had 3 runs. She's rated 45, which is only 10th on her return. She's not without ability, but when maidens are going to 45 rated horses, something's going wrong.
Yeah, so we go without number 17, so we go straight to number 18, Zalawiya, who is making second start. Again, another horse who had a 6th place effort on debut. Victor Gutierrez in the saddle as well, positive jockey booking.
That was over 1,800 metres. She was beaten less than 6 lengths in 6 behind Wild Rover. And I thought that was middle of December. She ought to improve for that. The drop and trip is not a massive worry, and again, she's one you'd put on a fairly lengthy shortlist.
Yeah, I was intrigued whether you thought that the fact that she hung under pressure was a sign of greenness, tiredness, or a mentality issue. Is it hard to tell?
It's very hard to tell first time out. You're always forgiving when you see it first, maybe even second time. Residual greenness. Once they start doing it on a reg, when they've got enough experience, you start thinking about their temperament. But yeah, she showed enough ability there. I think she'll probably benefit from the cutback and trip.
Al Najma Alamar is horse number 19, had the 3 starts.
37 races, had the 4 starts, 3 this season.
Yes,
one which wasn't much better last season, and she's rated accordingly.
Camilo Ospina is at the top of the Jockeys Championship, and he partners Jcsa. Any chance?
She'd be doing. I mean, Camila, the fact that she's drawn in stall 20 is not that much of a worry with Camilo Ospina on board, but the fact that she isn't any good is more of a worry.
Shamila's had a quick chance to look over these in the parade ring. Any eye catchers?
Thank you very much, Callum. One of the jockeys has just been kicked here with horse number 14 has kicked out and kicked the jockey, and hopefully he's okay, but he is currently on the floor. I'm sure that I will bring you an update as soon as possible, but that was really nasty. The horse that I have decided to pick for this race as my paddock selection is horse number 15, Brunette Bombshell, for Shala Al-Dehani, and will be partnered by the one and only Wigberto Ramos. He had a winner yesterday, so it was great to speak to him then. And she is a little bit on her toes now. A lot of the horses are, since they came into the parade ring and had to be ushered back out. And we do have a little bit of a delay as well, but hopefully we can make up that time swiftly and without too much hassle. But I will be sticking with horse number 15, Brunette Bombshell, and also a shout out as well to horse number 8, Ittifaq, for looking really nice for Jimmy Carry On. I do have a lot of horses noted down as just being very worked up, so I'm not going to put them down as a negative. That just seems to be the vibe here in the parade ring, and the jockey of horse number 14 is being attended to as we speak.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, that's 14, Sayab Al Farah, who is making debut today. So we hope that the jockey is okay aboard there, and just the only horse going around without a jockey on at the moment. So we'll check that out. Rory, out of those, well, you said a very long shortlist. I thought it was quite a short shortlist of this one because there was a lot of horses that I just couldn't give much of a chance to.
Yeah, but you end in terms of who's liable to hit the frame. I could probably give 8 or 9 of them a chance. I've not really been keeping an eye out for this because they obviously didn't come straight into the parade ring, but the one I really wanted to have a look at was Brunette Bombshell, because you wouldn't need to be much good to be...
That was Shamila's eye catcher. So
yeah, well, you wouldn't need to be very good to make a winning debut here, and I would have thought, given connections, and given that Wigberto Ramos has got a bit of his mojo back in recent days, I thought she stood out on pedigree. Her wide draw just means she'll avoid trouble early on. And given, the best of these is rated in the low 60s, I thought it was worth taking a chance on the $80,000 purchase Brunette Bombshell.
Brunette Bombshell for yourself and Shamila then. I love a nice early selection there, Rory. Great to see. I was quite keen on Noom Najd, who I think will be quite hard to peg back if she's able to get that front rank early. So she'd be probably a selection for me. I'm just checking. They are withdrawing horse number 14. So Sayab Al Farai is being withdrawn. Just seeing the jockey clearly not able to ride now after being struck by horse number 14, who will now be taken back to the pre-parade ring. So we go without another one here. Sayab Al Farai is a non-runner. That means 7, 14 and 17 don't go here, leaving a field of only 17 to go to post, which you'd think would make it easier, but Sayab Al Farai, losing that horse doesn't make this contest any easier whatsoever.
Not really, no. No, there were easier ones to rely than that, I suppose, but yeah, it wouldn't have been on your short list, no doubt.
No, Gamood we're seeing in short here, that's a horse I'm clearly a big fan of, but the 0 from 22 is such a concern, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
And Weber, for me as well, is a horse that I imagine will step forward from the last 2 runs that we've seen, and probably, if you're going to look at it from a form perspective, has the best form out of everything in this field.
Yes, I mean, again, if I had to stick to something that had racecourse form, I'd go for Weber, who's dropping in class here and has generally been keeping better company this season.
And they are going to make their way quickly down to post. We won't see much of a delay here at the start. They will get them loaded fairly quickly here, and you'll see the starting attendant, the man who never smiles and is always waving his laminated sheet. He will be keen to get everyone loaded as quickly as possible.
I don't want to smile in a job like that. I mean, people think it's not serious.
Exactly.
When it is the most serious job on the racecourse.
I'll be having a ball
just
surrounded by horses. So, do final selections here. I like horse number 13, Noom Najd, and Rory likes Brunette Bombshell, and so does Shamila. So they're teaming up with horse number 15. Darren Owen, over to you.
So we've gathered that Callum will never be a recall person waving the flag because he never stops smiling. So that's one job that Callum's not qualified to do. So runners then going in, just highlighting a few of the horses towards the top of the international markets here. Very popular. Number 10, Weebar, 3, Gamood, 13, Noom Najd, 15 is also very popular. That's his Brunette Bombshell, as is 18, Zalawiya. So runners are moving up into the starting stalls for our third race, and this is for 4-year-olds fillies maiden, going 1,400 metres. Just to remind you of the late scratchings and withdrawn. Number 14 has been withdrawn. Late scratchings here, numbers 7 and 17. They are also out of the field. Ala N's about to load. That's Ala N, yellow jacket there of Zalzilini, number 6. Number 2, Ala End in the red with the white sash, about to move into place. A few more to go in. Number 12 is about to load. That is Albura. Also out of line, number 20, Jcsa. And also to go in are 11 and 15. 15, Brunette Bombshell, and 11, that is Amoralis. Last couple moving into place. Amoralis going in. One more to go. Brunette Bombshell. At the 1,400, 4-year-old fillies. All in. Oh, a few of them are just getting a bit worked up. Now they settle. So they are ready. Longish hold. So a few of them were just getting a little bit stirred up. Remember, we're dealing with some inexperienced horses here. And that's it. And they are racing 1,400 metres. The journey, Habub Aladia, began well up along the inside with Gamood right there with the leaders. And also showing up brightly is Amoralis, is coming over. And not too far off the speed in the early strides towards the outside. Is in the blue with the white braces. That is Zalawiya. Zalawiya is coming through now to take them on with Noom Najd also there with Habub Aladia up along the inside. Amoralis is following the leaders. Weebar is in about 5th place, about 3 lengths off the speed, followed by Zamea Aldareya, and they are being chased by Abura, who's on the inside and being squeezed along, followed by Al Najma Alamar, heading now towards the turn turn in. Haboob Aladir is in front by about 2 lengths, being followed in second by Noon Najed. And up along the outside, called on for an effort now is Zalawiya. Amaralis there, and on the outside here comes Webar, who's making good late progress over on the far running rail. Abura's also running on strongly, and it is Haboob Aladir who has got the lead and is now being cut down by Abura. Abura's the one quickening up. Masters Haboob Aladir, not a great deal happening behind. Abura goes on to win. Haboob Aladir in second place, and Zalawiya is in third. So victory goes to number 12, Abura. Abura going on to win. Number 1, the long-time leader, Haboob Aladir in second place. Possibly Zalawiya, number 18, in third. But 12 is the one that's really quickened up from off the pace there to master one of those horses who was prominent throughout. That was the 1 horse. So 12 has beaten 1. 12 Abura, 1 Haboob Aladir in second place. Leading margin there, 3 1/4 lengths, coming in big intervals behind 18, as we said. Zalawiya was third. Whole host of a fourth, on the nod for fourth place, on the nod for fourth position. So 12, 1, 18, 5 Benora, I believe, is a never nearer fourth. So that's 12, 1, 18 and 5. 12, 1, 18 and 5. Abura the winner. 3 1/4 lengths and 4 lengths. 3 1/4 lengths and 4 lengths. It was a fillies maiden, some inexperienced horses in the race. Always a good sign to see those first couple of horses, 2 or 3 horses there, running clear of the others. 1 minute 28.80. 1 minute 28.80 the time. Abura, number 12, is the winner.
Salman Al Rashid is your winning jockey of race 3 aboard Albora, who made the most of a late move late in the race to take the victory, snatch victory away from Haboob Aladir, who ran very well for an awful long way before fading into second. There was a third place effort as well from Zawila, who did that from a wide draw in stall 18. But to be honest, the winner looked markedly the best of these in the end postscript.
Yes, I mean, didn't look markedly the best.
Didn't look on paper.
But
no.
in fairness, was one you had to consider on paper. I think rating of 50 something, but it was always
54 on paper.
Yeah, it was always likely to go something rated in the 50s, given that it looked pretty weak on paper. But yeah. It was a decent win, and it seems to me, again, I'll have a look at some of the times for other races. That's again a quicker time than you would expect for a horse of that ability on paper. So I think the track is riding fast today.
Yeah, I imagine the track is running quick, but the only way we can find out is really when we see these top class races. Are they challenging course records? And then we can really see whether.
Well, we don't. Well, in fairness, you don't get course records falling on the dirt course here for thoroughbred racing. What you can do is see how they stack up with the rest of the season's times and the horses who've done the best times for those for the track this season. You know, with a dirt track, it can ride very differently year to year, and we don't see any thoroughbred track records falling. They do for the purebred Arabian races because for different reasons.
We saw Alain getting a very slow start, and also Zalzalini also missed the kick quite badly. And again, when you talk about the outside draws and the inside draws, horses drawn wide have all bunched in and come across there, haven't they? As a team. They have,
yeah, and that does tend to be a feature here. If you've got enough class and enough horses out wide, you're able to make that sort of pincer movement, if you will. But yeah, Abura has always been in a pretty a good pitch. You just see him moving up on the inside into space there, into about 6th place, and he's gradually picked up the leaders. As you can see, the pace hasn't held up particularly well in the early stages, as you'd expect of horses who are rated quite lowly and typically haven't been getting home in the races. But Abura again will switch to the inside to get a little bit of space, gets after the leader here, and finds plenty for pressure to run out. Quite an impressive winner by, I think, 3 1/4 lengths was the margin in the end.
Yeah, Amaryllis is the horse that starts fading, and my selection as well, New Najd, who were bang up there for a long way and faded badly down the straight. So I imagine New Najd is a bit tripless now, because it looks like she wants further than 1,200 metres, but when given the opportunity, she looked like she wants to go straight back to 1,200, 1,400 on the sharp end. You can see her now. She's in 2nd place. Now, remember, the eventual second is the horse on the rails, so no excuses for her. She just faded out of things.
No, exactly. I mean, and Habib Alardia was always on the front end, made a bold bid off the bend, but then was run down by one who's managed to avoid almost run into traffic problems there, but had the good sense, Selman, to switch to the inside and chase the winner, who was just getting a bit leg weary at this stage. And, you know, it looked for a while that Habib Alardia might just get away from them, but the winner's strong at the finish. The form is pretty ropey, it has to be said.
Yeah, it's not the strongest of forms, not the strongest of races, but it had to be won by something, and the winner of this for their Bora currently came into this race rated 54, won't go above 60. 0-60 handicap seem right up this horse's street now.
Yes, and he doesn't, you know, he can chase a pace and come off it as she's shown today. So she should have a chance in handicaps after this, but you wouldn't want to be out of that 0-60 grade, because this was probably the least competitive maiden we've seen in our stint in Riyadh.
Yes, and we've often seen with these older horse maidens, they can be tricky contests. I remember Tom Collins shuddering whenever he saw an older horse maiden on the race card, going, "Oh no, we have got no idea how to work this out." And it is because your shortlist, although my opinion is you can go very short, it actually is quite long, because you suddenly start saying, well, not all of these are going to run up to their best, and all of a sudden some of these horses who have shown very little might get the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, usually if you start looking for weaknesses in those at the head of the market, it's very easy to find holes in them, and then by definition something else has got to win. They're not always obvious on paper, but you get an idea of how open this race is by the fact that most of those who've got high-ish ratings probably only show their form sparingly.
We've got another maiden coming up round the corner, but this time it's for 3-year-olds and it's over the mile. Darren Owen can take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, let's have a look at this race then. 3-year-old fillies maiden over the mile, and number 1 is Al Dakalia and Fahed Al Faredi. Number 2 is Rimal Al Mukhtara and Abdullah Alofi. Number 3 is out. Number 3 is a non-runner. That is scratch. Number 3 is out. Number 4 is Asil Alfoz Mohammed Al-Yami. 5 is Kariman and Abdulaziz Al-Faredi. 6 is Ragadar and Victor Gutierrez. 7 is Durat Al-Fakir. 8 is Nawira and Naif Al-Anazi. Moving on to number 9, Mostahida and Iyad Al-Turizi. 10 is Tamu Hart and Mohammed Al-Daham. 11, Rabah Al-Kia and Luis Morales. 12 is Wahij Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 13, Eshab and Ahmed Al-Shra. 14 is Atiab Alays, Mohammed Al-Surimar. 15 is Makatib and Camilo Ospina. 16 is Zakar and Ricardo Pereira. 17, Nazmat Al-Massa and Wigberto Ramos. 18 is Salia and Abdullah Ella Al-Hussein. 19, Waki and Fawas Wanas. And number 20 is also a scratching. Number 20 is also a non-runner. So just note, 3 and 20 are not in the field. They've both been scratched, and no reserves are in the lineup either. Race 4 coming up.
Thank you, Darren. Yes, plenty of action on the scratchings page today. Number 3 and 20 don't go, and I don't imagine they will spend too long in the parade ring here, Rory, because they are going to be running on a delay, so they'll try and catch up as quick as they can. Ardakelaya is horse number 1, who came 3rd back in meeting 11. We saw the horse that came 2nd back in meeting 11 run yesterday and run no race at all.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a guide, but obviously when a horse goes missing after a promising first run, you wonder if there might be an issue. Generally speaking, if you're out early season in Taif and you run promisingly, you're going to try to win your maiden in Taif, aren't you? So the form of that race has worked out pretty well. There were 3 winners behind when she was 5 1/4 lengths third to Al Dafla in that 6 furlong maiden in June. She's up markedly in trip to a mile. And it depends whether she's had a setback or if she's ready for this.
Asil Al-Floz is horse number 4. They only had 2 starts, but I thought saw out the mile well last time.
Yeah, improved from debut when 5th to Mountain Top and of course in distance maiden last time out. Beaten 10, well, almost 11 lengths there and does need a bit more, but did at least suggest that she would build on that on her second try at a mile.
Horse number 9 is Mostahida, who's had plenty of runs, making 6th start of the season and a good effort last time in meeting 76.
Yeah, back from a disappointing run at the end of the Taif season when 5 1/4 lengths 4th to Al Hodja in a 7 furlong maiden last time out. A little bit more needed, but that was a better sign. The worry with her would be that she started off quite well at Taif and then trained off a little bit later in the season, so she needs to show that she can maintain her form.
Yeah, Shatar was just ahead of her on that occasion as well, and that horse ran a big race to finish 2nd yesterday too. Yeah, so the form of that race is...
It's right. I think Shatar's improved a little bit in recent runs, and I wouldn't want to draw strong lines between that. But yeah, Mostahida, if she can maintain that form as a player.
Tamuat is horse number 10, quite a similar profile to horse number 4 at CLR Floors. Not many runs, but plenty to build on.
Yeah, and again, showed a little bit on debut and more second time out. Was, I thought, a good 5th behind Sayboot in a 6 furlong Taif maiden. We know what Sayboot has done since, and we'll see Sayboot later on today. Beaten 6 1/4 lengths that day. There were 4 subsequent winners from that race. So she's definitely interesting.
Shamila is in the parade ring. 3-year-old fillies here. Shamila, which of these young ladies has caught your eye?
Well, not as many as caught your eye, I'd say, Callum, but horse number 4, Asil Al-Foz, definitely a really nice looker here in the parade ring. 3 years old filly by Hainesfield. And as the trainer and the jockey have both already had a winner, but in the Arabian race with Al Hassas. And I do have to give a shout out to the jockey as well, Mohammed Al-Yami. He had a winner yesterday, already had a winner today. He is flying this weekend, so he's in good form and a jockey to keep on side as well. Definitely one to note down for your books as well. I like horse number 10, Tamahat for Mohammed Ad-Daham, 5th last time out, and also horse number 17, Nasmat Al-Masa for Wigberto Ramos and Abdul Rahman Al Farhan, who is a good friend of our channel. So best of luck to everybody involved in this contest, but I will be sticking with horse number 4.
Shamila, quite hurt by what you said there, but I'll move on. Wahij is horse number 12.
Yeah, Wahij matched, I thought pretty much matched her earlier form with 6.5 lengths, 6 to Al Rumazan in a 7-furlong maiden last time out. Looking a little bit exposed now, but she's pretty consistent, has a rating of 65. There aren't many higher in this field than her, so she is likely to be thereabouts again.
She looked quite one-paced in the last couple of starts we've seen her. Does the step up to a mile warrant support for a horse that just doesn't look like it's got many gears?
Not always. I want to see a horse looking to stay on strongly rather than run on at one pace. I read a theory years ago that said that the vast majority of horses who get the in-running comment one paced are actually going beyond their stamina limit. The temptation is to keep stepping up horses who are one paced in trip. But the suggestion was that actually, if they're one paced, it's because they've run out of stamina and they're just sort of running on memory. They actually do better drop back in trip as a rule, or they tend to pay to follow drop back and trip, because that's not what people expect, but it tends to be as often as not you're one paced because you can't summon up any more energy to find a turn of foot, and you're actually more likely to do it drop back. So that's an interesting theory. It doesn't always work that way, but it made me sort of think outside the box as far as that goes.
Did the same thing to me there. Horse number 17 is a Nazmat Al Mayesa, a horse that Shamila mentioned as a positive in the parade ring, a positive in the form book as well.
Yeah, Najmat Al Masa has a rating of 67, so I think it's just about top of these, unless I've missed one. She has been running in better company in her last 3 starts, finishing a 5-length third to Hadaba in an 1,800-metre open 2 starts back. Back to 6 furlongs, back to a mile today. She's just about the pick. A bit interestingly, her best time for the recent time for the trip is 1 minute 43.55. I'd expect the winner of this to be going about a second faster than that, but it's quite likely to be her on paper. As I said, the track just seems to be favouring quicker times today, and I thought she was the pick with Wigberto Ramos on her back.
Thalia is drawn next to her. She's the filly drawn in 18. She ran over this trip last time out, was right up with the vanguard for a long way, and it's interesting, after she faded into 6, connections are sticking at this trip.
Yes, that's interesting, because her best ever came over 7 furlongs 2 starts back when beaten 4 1/4 lengths by Moscow. She is unexposed. She should do better at some point. It may just be that 7 furlongs ends up being her ideal trip, but connections are sticking with this, and to be honest, I don't mind that. It doesn't annoy me. I'd rather see connections stick with one trip for a few runs and then maybe make a decision about whether it's right or wrong than constantly switch things around.
We've just seen some shots of Ramal Agmaltara, who is the Red Stable's debutant here. We've already seen one Red Stable debutant struggle massively. What do we make of this one's pedigree, the Frozen Power filly?
Which number is she again? Oh, she's number 2, isn't she? Out of a mare who won 4 races here. That's Atada by Frozen Power. So yeah, she's quite an interesting pedigree. Again, we don't tend to see Red Stable runners. We noticed this in Taif being really wound up for debut. I thought it might be different with the Jimmy Jerkins for a first-time starter, but it wasn't. And I'd have thought you'd get more of the same here with Ramil Amotara.
Yeah, probably best watched and slotted into a notebook. Camille Ospina has been quite quiet so far today, though he's only had 3 races, so he's not had a winner so far. He partners Makatib, horse number 15, who's got 1 run with an 8th place effort recently.
Yeah, in fairness, that was an open race. It wasn't in a maiden, so I thought Makatib was quite interesting here. She was only beaten 13 lengths then, 8th of 17 to Ayat Al-Mohammadiyah, who's been an absolute revelation here this season, ran really well last week as well up in group company. That was a course and distance open. She did 1:43.81. Isn't the best time in this race, but it was a pretty good time for her debut. And if she improves for that, as you would expect, from first run to second run, she's a big player as well. Stall 15, Camilo Ospina, fancied horses drawn in wide stalls again. I can very much see those come across and
They're gonna be
dominate
there,
again.
working as a team. We're just scanning through quite a few of these. We didn't mention Eshab, who's horse number 13 here. Got 5 runs to her name. She's by Patriot Act, and she's just fairly been fair to middling without really setting the world alight, hasn't she?
Yeah, well, she's been fair to middling. Is probably generous to her as well. It's only 12th last time out. That was a quick turnaround from a previous run, which is one of her better ones. But when we say one of her better ones, she's never been in the money in 5 starts, and she'll be doing well to stop that here.
Yeah, she'd need to stop that slide. Zakar is horse number 16, obviously jumping out of stall 16 too. 9th on only starts so far this season. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on board.
Yeah, that was back in meeting 19 rather at Taif, and she's beaten 22 and a quarter lengths, well behind the leading runners in that race. It wasn't a bad contest for the track, but I didn't think there was enough promise in that to be supporting her here.
Wakari is the final horse we should give a mention to, horse number 19 here, drawn widest of all now. Shafar Ali is non-runner. You mentioned earlier with Camillo being drawn towards her inside, might have an opportunity to get across and probably has more of a chance than you would initially give.
Yeah, she's widest of all in stall 19, but I would expect to see both Salia and Nasmat Al-Massa being able to get across from the stalls immediately inside her. So if she's good enough to go with him, she should have a nice enough path into the race. I would doubt if she is good enough. She did hint at ability last time out, finishing 11th, but it's a fair step up needed to win this race.
Yes, Jose Martinez has joined us in the chat, as well with Samir and SP956. Samir and SP596, we've seen you recently. You were with us yesterday, and Jose is always with us. Jose Martinez, good to see you once again, and hello right back at you. Remember, you can watch the JCSA's English-speaking YouTube broadcast on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays, and I'll tell you once, I'll tell you 1,000 times, all you've got to do is like, subscribe, and turn on your bell notifications. Jesus has asked us for any tips in this one, Rory, so it's about time I asked you for a selection.
Normally I'm asking him for tips, but it doesn't tend to work. But
do you want to know how it's spelled? You'll enjoy this. JEEZUS.
Well, there you go.
I knew you were going to try and hit with the Jesus, but it's definitely not a Jesus.
I wasn't making that one. Where are we? I thought Makatib is interesting, and yeah, I would concentrate on those drawn wide. Makatib is interesting, but I'm going to stick with Nasmat Al-Massa dropping in class here. She's been 10 runs without a win, but I'm hoping she can make it 11th time lucky.
So, Nazmat Al-Massar will be the selection of Rory Delagi, horse number 17. That's all for you, Jesus. So hopefully you can have a good chance with that one. Also remember that Shamila, our paddock and analyst, has said Asil Al-Fawz was the one that stuck out to her in the parade ring. And you notice, I know you like this, Rory, a horse that suddenly comes into a new form when the jockey gets involved, was walking around like a lamb, as soon as the jockey gets on top, tightened up and looked ready to go forward.
Yeah, I like it. I like it when a horse looks small when you're watching it go around and the jockey gets on and suddenly it looks a hand bigger.
Yes, certainly grown on sight there. So that would be Shamila's selection as well, horse number 4. So horse number 4 and horse number 17. It's a tough little race. I'll follow Rory's guide here with Makati probably in this one for me. I'm tempted to go with a horse drawn in 1 as well. Alda Kalaya is an interesting horse, only having the 1 run and finishing 3rd. But for me, like you mentioned, the pace could come from out wide. So Makati will be my choice. So to go through those one more time, it's myself with Makati, purely thanks to you, Rory. You'll definitely get a point if that thing comes in. Nazbat Al-Masai is Rory's main selection, horse number 17, and Shamila likes horse number 4. Darren Owen, who do you like in this tricky little contest?
Yeah, thanks, Callum. I can tell you, very popular internationally, Nazmat Al-Massa would probably be the favourite there on the international markets, number 17 on the card. Another horse very popular is number 2. That is Ramal Al-Mukhtara, who we can see there in the red jacket with the white epaulets. And other horses popular on the international markets would be numbers 9 and 12. 9 being Mosta Heda and 12 Hage. So runners down at the start, about to go into the stalls. 1 mile the journey, 3 fillies maiden for the locally bred thoroughbreds. We're looking at number 6 there. That is Ragada. Ragada then about to go in, along with number 12, Wahij. There's a nice shot of the facilities. So they have this long run down the back straight before they get to the turn. The mile, the 1600 meters. We'll get a close-up of the runners shortly. You can see them down there. So it looks like we're halfway through the loading up process. Number 2, Remal Al Mukhtara. They're about to go into one of the inside stalls. This is number 11, Rabab Al-Khair, goes in. There's 3 or 4 more runners to go for. This is number 17, Nazmat Al-Massa, the favourite on the international markets, the 17 horse. And also moving up into place there is number 14, Atiab Alays. Standing by for a start for race 4. And they're off. They're racing, though Atiab Alays fell asleep in the starting stalls, and one of those away smart from an outside berth was a Makatib, who's coming over, showing really good lightning pace in the early strides, Makatib. And up along the inside is Tamuat, who's up there prominent, along with Eshab, who's between horses. On the inside is Al Dakalia and Remal Al Mukhtara, red jacket, 2 off the fence, got quite a bit of speed on, with a wave of 5 horses now across the track vying for the lead. Nazmat Al Massa is about 2 or 3 lengths off that speed as they go towards the end of the back straight, but it is Al Dakalia on the inside of Remal Al Mukhtara in second place, with Tamuhat 3 off the fence in third. 4 off the fence is Makatib. They're the leading 4. They're a few lengths on from Eshab as they now head towards the turn into the straight. Karaman is trying to get on terms. They're now about to turn in and head down towards the final 800 and 400 meters. Wahij is another one running on. Spot the noseband, blue jacket in about 5th place, but the new leader is Makatib, and it's Makatib taking over from Al Qadalia in 2nd place, and then comes Tamuhat in 3rd. The staying on Wahij is in 4th position as they go towards the finish. The race looks to be in the bag, and it is Makatib who's going clear of Al Dakalia in 2nd. Makatib, Al Dakalia, they are 1 and 2, and it is pretty close there for 3rd. Goes to number 15, Makatib. Makatib Camilo Ospina is in the saddle. Second, number 1, Al Dakalia in the light blue jacket. And those 2, they kicked away from the others. Asil Alfoz, number 4, was certainly running on down the outside, and Rabab Al-Khair was also staying on, but it is 4 has got 3rd. That is Asil Alfoz, and 11, Rabab Al-Khair in 4th position. So 15, 1, 4 and 11. 15, 1, 4 and 11. Makatib, the winner, 4 3/4 lengths. Another decisive winner here this afternoon. 4 3/4 lengths and 1 3/4 lengths. 4 3/4 lengths and 1 3/4 lengths the margins. Makatib's time 1 minute 42.01. 1 minute 42.01. So Makatib, number 15, 2nd career start, a winning one for the 15 horse here.
Camilo Ospina, Camilo, well done, Camilo. Tell me about the race.
Thank you very much, Salman. Thank you to Abdullah Chibi and Chibi family, for giving me a chance to ride this filly. It's nice filly, she ran the first time in the open race and she finished close to the horses, but today she's coming with more experience and it's maiden race, and thank God she did very good today. Thank you very much.
A winner for jockey Camila Ospina in the fourth race of the day, this non-winner fillies local for 3-year-old maidens worth 50,000 Saudi riyals. And horse number 15, Makatib, made it second time lucky on her second ever career start. She was 8th last time out at meeting 84. That was under Abdullah Al-Awfi. This time we switched the jockey, kept the same distance, and it's worked out really nicely for her. Even though she jumped out of stall 15, had a little bit of work to do. She is very sweaty under the saddle, as you can see. Camilo is just untucking her now before he goes to weigh out. So she definitely was trying really hard, working really hard to get that victory. But it's great to see Camilo have winners, even if it isn't for White Stables. We love to see him in the winners' enclosure, and we love to have chats with him afterwards as well. So very well done to all involved, and the trainer as well, Abdullah Al-Shabib, for that win. So we can go over to Camilo now. Well done, Camilo.
Camilo, long time no see. Yeah.
So this filly, last time out, she came 8th under Abdullah Al-Awfi. They kept the same distance with her. How did she feel today?
Yeah, the first time she ran an open race, the difficult race for her, and the first time she ran very good. And I spoke with the trainer before the race. I told him this filly, she got a big chance in that race, because I saw the race and she finished close to the horse, Today is maiden race. She improved, and thank God she won very good.
She's still a baby, so what do you think? Do you think it's best to give them a break before her next run now that she's won? Like, do you think the race was hard on her?
Yeah, she's growing. She needs more time. She's coming improving. I think in the future he will be a good filly. And I hope, and for the Chibi family, it's very nice people, and they giving support sometimes. And thank God I won with her.
She looked like she could go a little bit further, because once she broke away from the rest of the field, she just kept going.
Yeah. I saw another horse is coming a little bit stiff in the first meter, and I put behind a little bit. But when I asked her in the 600 meters, she responded very good.
Thank you so much, Camilo.
Thank you to you, Shaman.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why Rory Delaghi is our resident form analyst. He picked this horse out and said from a wide draw with Camille on board, he could improve from her last run, and she's done exactly that. So thank you, Rory, for giving me that winner.
And that was a gift to you,
That was
wasn't
a gift. It was an absolute gift, wrapped up. And if you can keep doing that for the rest of the card, everyone in the studio and on YouTube in the comments and in the gallery will be over the moon. And we can see it from the start. The plan came right into action, breaking from stall number 15, and was able to get fairly front ranked and across early. But there was pace from the inside with the slow starting Al-Dakalaya and Ramel Al-Muhtara, both on debut, both forcing their way up the inside despite missing the kick.
Yeah, so Camilo wasn't able to get across to the rail as he would have liked, and with horses coming up underneath him, he's ended up being 5 wide on the bend. That wasn't quite plan A, but he rides he rides according to the horse he has underneath him.
He's not
a lot
pushing,
of people would think, I've got to cut this lot off, I've got to cut them off at the bend. But if you're doing it, if you're cutting your nose off to spite your face, you're actually compromising your own horse's chance of winning. There's no point in doing that. So he's just kept a hold of her and allowed her to find her stride and not got her out of rhythm. And eventually those who've been forced to go from slowish starts, particularly Al-Dakalaya on the inside, they've paid for that in the end, and he's come through to win the race. It was a tough race she was in first time out.
Open company, wasn't it?
Yeah, and she's shown, behind a nice horse as well, she's shown the requisite improvement required. And she's run exactly 1.8 seconds faster than she did on that debut. As I was saying beforehand, I think that with the track riding reasonably fast, she's done 1:43.81 last time out. I expected her to do at least a second faster than that. She's gone 1.8 seconds faster to win, and it's a very likable performance as well. And she's had a positive experience. She hasn't been knocked about. She's been able to find her own space and do her own thing, and Camilo's given her a lovely ride, so she'll come out of this looking for more.
One other horse who's run an absolute stunner is Al-Dakalaya, horse number 1, who's ended up running better than I think she did on debut.
Yeah, well, it was a good run on debut. It's gone back a long time now, but meeting 11 in time, so it's gone back to, what, June?
Yeah, exactly that.
So she's had a long layoff. That race had worked out pretty well, but we said it's not easy coming back off that kind of layoff here. And of course, she showed her rustiness with a very slow start, but then was rushed up to take the lead, and she's shown bright speed all the way through the race. But the effect of having to make that big move to get to the front from stall 1, told late on, and she's been left behind by the winner. But a really encouraging
she has
return
stayed
to action.
there, hasn't she?
Oh, she has.
Yeah, compare her to Ramal Aguatara, who's faded into about 6th or 7th. I was quite taken by that performance.
Yes, she just hasn't been able to ration her speed the way she would want to, whereas the winner has. And she's probably closer to the favourite, closer to the winner, rather, in terms of ability than the end result would suggest.
Yeah, we've seen them from the start. They've jumped away there. The one really slow starter was, I think, Zakaha was really, really slow out the gates.
Yeah, and awkward as well with it. Yeah.
So that horse's chances blown early. And then what I thought was interesting, as we mentioned about speed on the outside, it's fine if you can get to the rail, but if you can't, the middle really does solve the riddle, because the middle's got pace. You can really all make your way across as a gang. If the middle's got nothing, you sort of come across with your own little posse.
Yeah.
But if the inside are getting themselves up there, they're like, no, this is our rail and we're going to stick to it. And stalls number 1 and 2 both clung to the rail like limpets. And at the end of the day, it was stall number 1 who was the only close challenger to Makatib, who has gone here and won impressively for Kamil Ospina, giving him his first winner of the day.
Well, it's hard to keep a good man down. He did say, you heard him say to Shamila when she went across the speech to him, long time no see. It's never that long between wins for Camilo, though, and it's nice to see him in winning action.
It's good to see him smiling away. He's a jockey that's such a massive supporter of all the other riders out here. He's known as sort of the father figure to a lot of jockeys here as well, and continues to show the youngsters how it's done, showing that you don't have to come from a low draw to win every time. You can come wide and do well. Race number 5 is just on the horizon, and it's an open fillies contest. This is the one where we really need to watch the clock, Rory. Darren Owen will be taking us through the runners and riders.
All right, let's have a look at the race 5 field then. And number 2 on the card for this 3-year-old fillies race is Ana Al-Sheikha and Victor Gutierrez. Number 4 is Gafira and Fawas Wanas. Number 5 is Zawatha and Camilo Ospina, who's already had success today. Number 6 is Al-Wathka and Mohammed Al-Hubail. 7 is Atidad and Khalid Al-Azmi. 8 is Al-Hausha and Luis Morales. Number 9 is Aleth Bar, partnered by Khalid Al-Mimoni. Number 10 is Asa Leia and Alexis Moreno. And 11 is Layun Marshall and Nate Alanazi. And that's the lineup. 1 and 3 are non-runners. Interesting race coming up then for the locally bred 3-year-old fillies, going a mile, 1600.
Thank you, Darren. Yes, it is a fascinating contest here for the locally bred fillies, and we'll start off from the top and work our way down, because we lose horse number 1 and 3. We'll start with number 2, Ana Al-Sheikha. What do we make of this horse? Second on debut and changed ownership since then.
Yeah, she made a very promising start, I thought, when a length and a quarter second to Zowoa in a 7-furlong maiden on the 4th of January. It's sure to improve for that, I thought, and an interesting one. This is obviously a stronger race than the last 2 we've seen.
And she bumps into Zowoa again as well. That's the other point too. Kathira is horse number 4.
10.25 lengths 5th to Ayat Al Mohammedia in a mile open, 2 starts back. We've already seen that form, Frank, in our previous race, with the 8th from that race going on to win. Yeah, she was a little bit below that form last week, but she's got minor place claims if she can bounce back.
It is an interesting horse, Zawoa, a horse who beat Ana Al-Sheikha last time out, but seems to be a horse that doesn't have a lot of pace to burn.
No, she looked in trouble last time until she really got going late in the day.
Anthony Ellis's call was brilliant.
Yeah, it was really
one,
good.
It?
She looked beaten, and then she's come with a storming late run to beat Anna Al-Sheikha that day. The step up to a mile will definitely suit her on that evidence. But Anna Al-Sheikha looked to have the beating of her most of the way through that race until the final stages, and that one's open to improvement as well. So it's an interesting clash between the pair of them.
Al-Wathka is a two-time winner this season, but was hugely disappointing last time.
Yeah, that was a group contest, the Princess Setat Cup last time out. I'm inclined just to ignore that. She was absolutely soundly beaten. But sometimes when these horses they're beaten and they know they're beaten, they just don't go through with the effort. So the fact that she was 18th of the 18 that day wouldn't necessarily worry me, because she'd got good form early in the season, winning a course and distance maiden at meeting 59. I think she's more likely to show that form than the disappointing effort she did last time out.
Ada did is a really attractive filly. We've just seen her in shot there. She'd only had the one start, but she needs to step up massively from that to feature here.
She does, and she's probably got a lot more ability than she showed first time out, but this is a tough ask, turned out on her second start in open company.
Al Horja is another horse who you have to draw a line through the last run, ran no race, but before that was showing really good improvement through the season.
Did have Jcsa back in third when winning a 7-furlong maiden 2 starts back. Disappointing run last time out. That was a 0-75 handicap.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Not many to have to choose from here, but who caught your eye?
That's absolutely right, Callum. Only 9 runners in this race, and we haven't seen the last of the stunning 3-year-old fillies because they continue to run here. And I've decided to go with horse number 5, the Wahir. She was first last time out at meeting 85 under Camila Ospina for Abdullah Al-Bada, and she just looks stunning here in the parade ring yet again. It's a bit of Shamila bingo if you've been watching since the start of the season. I love these premium tap fillies. They just look so good. They're bred so well, and they're looked after so well as well by the White Stables for King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons. She is rated 70, so one of the highest rated horses in the race. I think this should be very easy for her, and I've decided to stick with her. I do have to say, though, that horse number 10, who will be partnered with Alex Moreno, the debutante, looks really well as well. I wouldn't side with her just because obviously it's her debut run. She's up against really classy fillies in this contest, so I think it could be hard for her. This could just be to get her fit, but I will be sticking with horse number 5.
Gave them the 9-1. Thank you, Shamila. Yes, it's a fascinating contest, and I understand why you've gone for Zoea, but I'm going to take you on definitely because I think that horse looks a little bit vulnerable pace-wise. We must continue our way through them.
Yep.
Arsalia is, we've missed horse number 9. Al-Athbar is horse number 9, who's had the 2 runs this season.
Yeah, I thought Al-Athbar was hard enough to fancy on there, but she's shown ability. But this is not a maiden race. This is an open, and I think she'll be better off in lesser company than this.
Arsalia was the positive mention for Shamila on debut. Alex Moreno in the saddle.
Yeah, she's nothing special on pedigree. The dam raced once, she was unplaced, but she clearly looks the part, and that's more important than a quick analysis of the pedigree. With a top jockey booked, you'd have to give her a second look at least.
And Leo Yoon Mashayela, the horse who we loved in Taif, looked to be going all the way to the top, but found her ceiling quite quickly. But she bounced back last time out with a much better effort.
Yeah, she very much got back on track with a length and a half second to Fonder, and of course the distance open last time out. She's got claims to a repeat of that.
Let's have a look at some of these in action. Zoea and Anna Al-Sheikha are going to come first and second in this clash, and it looked like Anna Al-Sheikha was going to get the win, but Zoea had other ideas.
Yeah, you see that Anna Al-Sheikha gets to the front here first time out, and looks like she's going to, she's gone to win her race, as we said before, but having looked to be struggling at the top of the straight, Zoea really gets into top gear in the final furlong and finishes strongly over the top to get the better of Anna Al-Sheikha. And the question now is whether you think the longer trip suits the winner better, which is possible, certainly strong at the finish there, or whether you think that the runner-up who had no previous experience will get the greater benefit from that run and turn the form around.
He's going to come on from that effort, you feel, don't you? I was really impressed with the way Anna Al-Sheikha ran that race, snuck into the reserve on that day as well.
Yeah.
But once in that race, looked very good. Victor Gutierrez on board probably hasn't had the same impact that Ricardo Sousa Ferreira has had as another overseas jockey who comes for the Riyadh season, you'd say?
No, but we've seen him in winning action here, and he does take his opportunities when they're given to him. He's a talented jockey as well.
Al-Wathqa, would that be the third horse you put on a shortlist here?
Yeah, she's top rated with a mark of 87. You do have to forgive that run last time, but it came in much stronger company, and I'm always inclined to run that's almost too bad to be.
She was beaten leaving the stalls. It was one of the strangest experiences.
I've seen a few like that where everything just the race seems to be over really quickly. It's a worry, but I mean she's won twice this season, so it's not like she's she's regressing from a low base. She was only 8th in her previous start, but yeah, it's not that long ago that she won an Open over this course and distance, which is very similar to this race. So if she gets back to that form, she will on paper be hard to beat again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they get on. You've got Al Sharif Hazar bin Sakir Abdulaziz, who has got 2 runners in this race. We're always seeing these colours. Khalid Al-Mamoni has picked Al Asbar, who is certainly going to be the stable's first string here. Khalid Al-Mamoni, always a jockey to keep on the right side of.
Yeah, I mean, Al-Athba does need to improve a fair bit on what she's shown so far, but she's had 2 runs. They've both been fairly educational as well, so you'd have thought she will do better sometime down the line. I thought maybe handicaps after this would have made a little bit more sense, but...
Have they found a small field event and trying to get some place money, would you think?
Yeah, that's the other possibility. You know, the open races can fall apart a little bit, and you end up, sometimes you end up finishing in a better position in an open race than you would in a maiden, depending on the field size.
Yeah, just to give you an idea of some of that prize money, they're running for a total of 95. The winner gets 47.5 grand, the second gets 19,000, the third gets 14,250, and the fourth gets 9,500, and fifth gets 4,700. So you can see why, if you're a horse that would have been normally banging around in a tough handicap for lesser prize money, you're going to be facing some experienced pros, horses falling down the weights as well. You go into this open contest, which is a lot smaller field, you've got a chance of picking something up. We should get selections in nice and quickly, though, because they're already loading up. Who do you like in this one, Rory?
I'm going to take a chance on Al-Wathqa bouncing back to form after that poor run last time out. She does have the best form in this race, and I expect her to show it.
So Rory likes Al-Wathqa, Shamila likes Zawoa, and I like Anna Al-Sheikha. So that's 2 for me, 6 for Rory. Darren Owen, they've got them in these stalls quickly. To you.
Yes, they're going in. Al-Wathqa on the international markets would be the favourites ahead of Zawoa, so that's 6 and 5. Going into the stalls there, number 4, Kafira. Kafira goes in, so they're going a mile, 1,600 metres, 3-row fillies. Lay Oyun Marshall about to move into the stalls on the outside and gets worked up as well, the 11 horse, Layun Marshall. And they're off. Arcelea was rather slow to go, and Al Horja, another one who wasn't really swiftly into stride. Kafira, meanwhile, is trying to come over and bag the inside running rail, and it is Kafira who has got the overall advantage. Zawoa is in second place with Lay Oyun Mashael holding third. To the inside, Anna Al-Sheikha's back in fourth. Alongside that one, now Al-Wathqa as they go towards the end of the back. Arcelea is racing around about 4 wide. Further back in the rear division, you'll find Aleph Bar, who's followed to the outside by Al Horja as they go towards the end of the back straight. And also in that rear pack is Atidad. Heading now towards the turn into the straight, and they have around about 600 to go. And it's Zawoa who's got the lead. Zawoa in front, approaching the turn, leads by around about a length. Kafira is in second, but coming under a ride now as they prepare to turn in. Coming there with a run is Al-Wathqa. They're at the top of the home run, and it is Zawoa the leader with Al-Wathqa giving chase. Kafira has dropped to third. Anna Al-Sheikha is deep on the course, but beginning to stay on now. Anna Al-Sheikha to the outside. The rail runner is Zawoa. Back in third is Al-Wathqa. Heading now inside the last 200. It is Zawoa in front, Anna Al-Sheikha in second, but it is Zawoa who is not for stopping, is about 4 lengths clear. Zawoa the winner. Anna Al-Sheikha second place, followed in third by Al-Wathqa, and they were clear of the others. So victory goes to number 5. Zawoa has gone on to win. Another one that was fancied on the international markets. And I know Shamila was really keen on this horse, Zawoa, number 5 on the card. That's her second career success. Camilo Espina having a really good day at the office. Second, number 2. Thought this horse was really going to threaten at one stage down the straight. Anna Al Sheikha. Number 2 has finished second. Number 6 was third, Al Owathka, and Leun Mashael has finished in 4th place. That is the 11 horse. So 5, Zawoa the winner, 2, Anna Al Sheikha in second, 6, Al Wathka in third, and number 11, Leun Mashael in 4th place. 5, 2, 6, and 11. 3.5 lengths, 1 1/4 lengths. 3.5 lengths and 1 1/4 lengths. The margins. 1 minute 41.69. 1 minute 41.69. Zawoa has gone on to win our 5th race.
Then Camilo, good race.
Thank you very much, Salman. You know, always thank you to Prince Mita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharanya, Abdullah Ba, and Akmeneri, you know, all stable, you know. This good filly, she won last time, very good race, 7 furlong. Today is Smile, and she brought very good. Today she is coming in front very good, very quiet. And then when I asked her in the last 400 meters, she responded very good and keep going until wire. Thank you very much.
That is a extremely quick double for jockey Camilo Ospina, who has turned around and won the 5th race of the evening, an open contest for local bred fillies, 3-year-olds as well, with 95,000 Saudi Riyal. And I was really keen on this horse, the Waher. She is by Premium Tap, and I keep banging on about these Premium Tap fillies, but it just goes to show how good they actually are. Obviously, she won last time at meeting 85. That was over 1,400 meters, so she's now proven herself over that distance and 1 mile as well. I wonder if they are planning to stick her, keep her at over a mile. That would be really nice to see. But very quick double for you there, Camila.
yeah. Thanks God, you know, thanks God, good horses. And that's filly, she's doing very good, you know. She won last time, very good in 7 furlong. To that mile, and she improving, she breathes very good like this way. And thanks God, she responded and he won the race.
She looked really classy in her last run over 7 furlongs. Do you think they're going to go further with her, or a mile is for her? She looked really comfortable.
Today she's different filly. You know, before that race, she's coming from behind. She was a little bit lazy, but today she brought very good and she went in front with the horses in front. And I think the filly is changed now. You know, it's different filly, and mile is better for her. It's more, she ran better in that.
And there's a lot of big races coming up this weekend. Are there any horses you're looking forward to the most for White Stables?
I think I have some horses today. She got a chance. He ran well. And tomorrow I go to my home with my wife and my daughter.
Well done, Camilo, and enjoy your time with your family.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's the most important thing. Go and spend time with the ones who you love. And it's great to see Camilo Ospina will be riding off into the sunset to spend time with his family after a quick-fire double and maybe some more winners as well today. He's on good form and he's just guided this filly Zawoa to success in our fifth contest of the day. And she has relished this step up to a mile, hasn't she?
Yeah, I mean, it looked like she would, based on that run last time out when she got outpaced at the top of the straight. And as Camilo said afterwards, she was a little bit lazy there, raced behind the bridle, and then eventually finished strongly when he woke her up. But this time, she was just a lot more aware of what was going on, a lot sharper from the stalls in the first place. Got herself into a good position. She looked vulnerable in the straight, but she showed the stamina as her strong suit by fighting off two challengers, one after the other, and just ended up going away again at the line.
Tactically, it was a classy race because Kafira has obviously set the early fractions coming out of one of the nearer towards the inside stalls, but not quite on the inside. That was left to Anna Al-Sheikha, who had the lowest draw, but she sits in behind. But you're watching the eventual second and third, Anna Al-Sheikha, horse number 2, and Al-Wathka, horse number 6. They're almost stacking up in behind, waiting to make their move here. And it's kind of paid them. They've sat and waited, they've gone for the gap, and then the horse in front has found more.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, I wouldn't criticise any of the jockeys for how this race has panned out, but it looked like Al-Wathka was travelling pretty well at this stage. She's just moving out to challenge on the immediate outside of the winner. But I thought she's hung fire when she's got there. I thought she travelled very strongly at this stage. And as you see, just behind her in the dark colours, Anna Al-Sheikha then starts coming through, peeling wider again. Al-Wathka gets close to the leader. Maybe I'm being harsh on her. Maybe the leader just saw something coming to her and has picked up again. And now Anna Al-Sheikha has thrown down a challenge. But I thought late on she's probably hit her limit in terms of stamina because she easily got past Al-Wathka and then doesn't increase that gap as the line approaches. And for me, she just looks like she's a seven furlong performer, and she'll benefit from a drop back to that trip because she seems to have plenty of tactical speed. But the winner's got more stamina, and she's actually increased her winning margin from last time.
Yeah, the way the winner has gone away towards the end there, and like you said, as soon as she was pressured, she found another gear, and she's just really eating up the ground at this point. Tongue hanging out, no problem for her. She's doing this nicely.
She is, yeah, and I think the second has run a very promising race, but hasn't stayed as well as the winner. It was 7 furlongs when it was the other way around last time out, and I think she'll want to return to 7 furlongs, Anna Al-Sheikha, but she's got improvement in her. Disappointing in the end from Al-Wathka, for all she's made the frame. She wasn't particularly well away from the stalls, but the way the race is set up meant she was soon in a pretty good position. She's been able to stalk the winner through into the straight and get first crack, but she didn't find an awful lot when the chips were down and has drifted back to third. And I didn't think she put up an awful lot of fight today, and she's one to be a little bit wary of with that in mind.
Yeah, she has got the 2 wins this season. You could argue that the win in Riyadh came right at the beginning of the Riyadh season, which may not have been the strongest of contests, and her win in Taif came in meeting 23, which we could also say might not have been the strongest of contests. Had she been running against weaker opposition and taking advantage?
Yeah, possibly. It's possible. I mean, the clock suggests that she's run to decent numbers, but it's sometimes easier to do that when you're racing against weaker opposition and you're not being pushed out of your comfort zone. Here she was. She's come through with a strong chance at this stage, and you just see it. I wouldn't say she puts her head in the air, but she doesn't battle as willingly as the winner. The winner really sticks her neck out and goes for the line at that stage, and that's what you like to see in a filly if you're siding with them.
Yeah, and Camilo Ospina have a quick fire double. Great to see George Latharitis back with us in the YouTube comments there. He was a fan of Anna Al-Sheikha just before the off in this contest and was, just like me, cursing our luck as we see Camilo do the business again. Let's go on to race 6. Only the 4 runners going to post in this contest, but it's a field full of quality, and Darren Owen can take us through a very small runners and riders.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, 1,800 metres for the 3-year-olds. Let's have a look at the quartet facing the starter then for our 6th race of the day. Number 1 is Anna Zay and Wigberto Ramos. At number 2 is Ale Awaji and Asil Al Sahani. 3 is Mostata and Camilo Espina. And number 4, Fonda and Alexis Moreno. They are the 4. A fascinating race coming up over 1,800 metres.
Thank you, Darren, for taking us through the run of the Riders Hill. We're seeing them making their way out onto the race course, and Zae is the first horse who's got the most experience out of these.
Yeah, she's had 7 starts to date. Her win over a mile in maiden company came in Taif, but this was an excellent third to Teba Fail in the Princess Setat Cup 2 starts back, and then backed that up with again, I thought, a solid effort, went 6th of 15 in the Group 1 King Fahad Cup last time out. The handicapper still has her on a mark of 78. I think she's probably run beyond that on her last couple of starts, yeah.
Yeah, she certainly is. Alawaji is a horse we saw win right at the end of the Taif season. Looked quite impressive on that day. Hasn't quite matched that since, but hasn't been running badly.
No, it hasn't been running bad. It wasn't, was 10th last week when we saw her, but had been pretty consistent before that. A winner in meeting 31, and then third to Mosta Woba in that Jcsa challenge at the end of the Taif season, which was a very strong contest. He was then 5th in the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz Cup 2 starts back behind Laila Alem. That's a solid effort. Just disappointing on the face of it last week, but could easily bounce back on this slightly easier contest.
It's a quick turnaround, though, isn't it? Ran last week in a Group 1 contest and now straight fired out again.
Well, you can say the same thing about Ansei, who was a runner, 1 day closer to this, if you like. Was a runner on Saturday.
Mostata is horse number 3, looking to give Camilo Ospina the quickest fire hat-trick you can imagine.
Yeah, and has fair chances as well. 7-furlong maiden winner, meeting 58, improved to second next time out, and again, that was behind Ayat Al Mohammedia in a 1 mile fillies open. I've said it before, that form has been franked by one who finished a fair way behind her, coming out and winning earlier in the card here. So Mostata, for all she's rated 76, lowest rated in this race, she's definitely going in the right direction. I don't think there's an awful lot between these top to bottom. Yeah,
and it's interesting that the race that she finished 4th in on penultimate start meeting 74, that was run by Hadaba, who's now a Group 1 winner as well. So the form is stacking up with Mostata. It's just you're looking for her to get ahead back in front after making a winning debut. Finally, Fonda, I like to call the fast finishing Fonda. He loves every inch of the journey.
Yes, he's been pretty consistent, Fondre. He got back-to-back wins, meeting 69 and meeting 78. Was 2 3/4 lengths behind Alawaji in the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz Cup 2 starts back, so he's got a little bit of ground to make up there. And the one thing that puts me off about Fondre is the fact that as a dual winner, he's giving quite a lot of weight away to some of these, giving 4 kilos, which is a lot, really, when they're already pretty tight on the handicap marks.
Yeah, I think Mostata gets that weight allowance as well, doesn't she? So that gives her every chance too, and so does Anzae as well. I was interested what you think about this small field race over 1,800 metres. Are they in any danger of crawling along here?
It's possible. We haven't seen too many races where they don't go very fast, but in a 4-runner race where tactics could play a big part, it wouldn't be a massive surprise to see this become a tactical affair.
If they crawled and it turned into a kick, you can wipe out Fonda, because Fonda wouldn't have a chance of that. He's got no turn of pace. He just stays and stays and stays. Would that suddenly put it in line for something like Mostata, who's shown she's got a little bit of another gear?
Yeah, I think the top 3 have all shown they've got a bit of tactical speed about them, so it's difficult to pick between them.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Only the 4 to pick from. Who are you going to side with?
Thank you very much, Callum. I will be talking out of vision as we are having some technical difficulties with my camera, but not to worry, I will still give you my paddock selection. But, even if you had a crystal ball, I think you know who I'm going to side with here. It's horse number 3, Mostata, for Camilo Ospina. I think that he could get a very easy and quickly get his third win of the day. Obviously, this filly was second last time out at meeting 84. I think she can go one place better today. Only 4 runners in this field, but it could be a little bit tricky to navigate anyway to who's going to set the pace, because there are so very few runners. Lots of nice looking fillies in this contest. Obviously, no paddock negatives for me whatsoever. Very much high quality fillies packed in here. And obviously my pick is by the brilliant Premium Tap, who I will never stop going on about him. I absolutely love him and all his fillies that he produces. Fonda is also quite a nice looking type. Would like to speak to Alex Moreno in the winner's enclosure at some point today, but I think Camilo Ospina is heading up for a hat trick.
Thank you, Shamila. And yes, you need to be giving Alex Moreno his pre-race tactic. It's what you guys teamed up with so well last week when he fired off that quick-fire double with First Line. I remember being one leg of that, doing really well. I think this is it's a tricky contest to dive any deeper into. And Zare, the last time out run was good. Very, very quick turnaround, as we've mentioned plenty of times before. But the way Anzare finished was a surprise to me, because I didn't think she had that in her.
No, but she's clearly improved off late. Those last 2 runs I thought were excellent. A big step up on what she'd done on her first couple of starts. She obviously was a winner of the final week in Taif when we were there. It just took her a couple of runs to find her feet here, but she's definitely improved on the last 2, and those have been in group contests essentially. So I wouldn't be underestimating her chances.
George, Jose and David are all very popping off in the chat here. It's great to see you guys involved, and great to see everyone else still continuing to view us on YouTube. Remember, we're live Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays, and you can like, subscribe and turn on your bell notification so you never miss an episode when Rory and myself are on, guiding you through all the good racing here in Saudi Arabia. They are still going around the parade ring, and the jockeys are still being held, so we might still be waiting for a bell for a while here. If you could do a 1, 2, 3, 4, Rory, where are you going in this? Come on, it's only 4 runners. That's not a tough question for our resident form analyst. Just you don't need to live and die by your 1, 2, 3, 4, but I think it's fun for everybody at home to watch.
It's a toughie. I think I just favour Mostata because I'd rather be with something that's had a fortnight off than something that's had a week off here. As a general rule. So Mostata, although she's got a little bit to find on paper, she is the least exposed to these. Anze, Alawaji and Fonda.
So you're going 3, 1, 2, 4. As much as I'd like to take you both on with Mostadar, I'm gonna join up, because it's, like you said, it's very hard to look past this filly getting away. Camille Ospina in fine form. I'm fascinated how this will work out tactically. But if I was to give an order, I would go 3 first. I would then have Fonda, if they've got a decent enough pace, second running on, Anze third, getting tired late on, and Alawaji fourth. I'm just concerned about that horse's ability to turn around a bit of a poor run last time, but take nothing away from Alawaji, who was so good in Taif, looked at the world at his feet on that occasion, and has run really well subsequently, but the last time out run was so disappointing, and this is a quick turnaround. I'm much more of a positive of horses being turned around after a good run than quickly turned around after a poor run.
Yes, yeah, I mean, it's I think it's different strokes for different folks as far as that goes, but yeah, horses who run into form, particularly sprinters. I mean, you're looking at horses over shorter trips. When they suddenly find themselves in the groove, you want to strike with iron's hot, and sometimes that's the way to go with them. Just keep them ticking over and run them when they're hot. But then again, you get plenty of scenarios where a horse just doesn't give us running for you want to know the reason. If it's a physical issue, you don't really want to be turning them out quickly without finding out what it is. But if it's just because the way the race is planned out, or they've, something's gone wrong at the start, so there's no reason why you shouldn't be turning them out quickly on the back of that. But clearly, yeah, most people like to follow horses who are hot. By definition, it's the old concept of momentum. But we'll see what happens with Alawaji here. But I'm happy enough to forgive a bad run for a horse that's generally consistent. But people have different ways of doing it, and you see plenty of horses bouncing straight back from what a run, but also you see horses who just run out of form, and then for a few
Well,
runs.
we saw in our last race,
For a few runs, they end up running badly, and then you find the key to them again. They bounce back.
Yeah, so we saw in our last contest a horse that ran a really poor race last time looked to not then go through with the finish on this occasion.
Exactly.
So it can be argued that maybe the quick turnaround after a poor run isn't the best way to go about it. But however, you're running for a lot of money here: 45 grand to the winner, 118,000 to the second, 13,500 to the third, and the fourth getting £9,000 as well. So it's good to see that if you are going to run in, there's a reason why they've done a quick turnaround, because they've seen this opportunity and they've thought, well, we may as well get it fit, it's ready to go, let's get a run on.
Well, that's the thing, and sometimes there's the old adage again that the trainer wouldn't be running here if he wasn't absolutely 100% that the horse was ready to run its best. But when you've got a horse who's fundamentally fit, even if you've got slight question marks, you get big prize money on offer, you would generally, unless you were concerned for the horse's welfare, you generally give them a go.
With my record of selections, that motto never works with me. That's a shocking effort there on when it comes to, the trader's guaranteed this horse is going to run a good. There must be a reason why the trader's travelled all the way up to Newcastle for this one, ends up finishing at about 17th. That's always
That's because he's got something else to occupy his time when he goes up to Newcastle.
Absolutely. He got all the fun at the fair in that wonderful city. But as they make their way down to the start here, I was intrigued by how this race is going to work out time-wise. We saw in our last contest that a horse ran 1.8 seconds quicker than we've done. Was that a step up in form, or was that the course running quick? Or a combination
it's a combination of the two, but there's no doubt the course is running quicker than it has done for the last few meetings to my eye. You said you wouldn't give Fonda much of a chance if they go slowly here and kick late. Now, of course, if they go slowly and kick early, then that's the kind of race actually would end up suiting Fonda.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what they do. A race that they kicked into gear early. You'll see Fonda here, light blue sleeves, white noseband on. Is going to be making up rapid ground late, but he's just a pure out-and-out stayer.
Yeah, he does. He gets going late in his races and tends to stay on very strongly. As we're saying, he got back-to-back wins, meeting 69 and meeting 78, and here he runs on very strongly for third, but he doesn't pose a win threat in the race. He just hangs a little bit to his left all the way up the straight as well. If it becomes tactical, as you said, and they quicken up late in the day, you'd have thought he'd be done for a turn of foot. But sometimes in a tactical race, someone decides to make an early move, and if someone kicks on early here after they've gone slowly, then they could end up going too fast for too long, and that would end up suiting a horse like Fonda.
Here is Mostata in action, finishing behind Ayat Al Muhammadia, who has been a revelation since coming to Riyadh. This is a good run in defeat.
This is a very good run in defeat. The winner has been transformed for the switch to Riyadh, and has put up several really good performances. And Mostata has run really well to try to run her down late in the day. This is a career best effort, and I think there's almost certainly another career best effort coming. The figures tell you that she could actually put up a career best effort here and still not win. But I'm taking a chance that she does both of those things.
It's worth talking about the winners of both those races that we just saw, because we saw them run last week. Ayat Al Muhammadia ran a very good race for an awful long way before just getting a bit tired towards the end last time in a group contest. And Shayek, who we saw as well, would bang up there for a long time. It says finished 12th in her finishing position, but Shayek was right up in the vanguard for a long, long wait and faded badly in the final, I'd say 150 metres. She was right up there for a very long... There was a point where we were watching saying, Shayek can't surely win this, can she?
Yeah.
It was a really good contest. So the form of both of those bits of video form that you've just seen have been boosted, and those are the horses that are coming into here with interesting profiles. The other two enter here having only run last week, so it'll be interesting to see how they get on. Fillies turned around quickly. That's never a negative for you, is it?
No, again, if they're in form, clearly it's one of those that you always say, follow a filly in form. Similarly with greyhounds, follow a bitch in form, and when they do hit form, they tend to be streakier. They tend to be less reliable generally in terms of knowing exactly what level they're going to run to, but when they do hit form, that tends to be the time you want to be with them. I mean, it's true of geldings as well. But fillies, they've always been deemed to be a little bit mercurial and trying to catch the.
I love fillies. I absolutely adore working with fillies. When I used to do yearling prep, that was my speciality. I couldn't work with colts. They were absolute nightmare. Too big, too scary. Filly for me. I'm a big softie.
They need different handling, don't they?
Yeah, they are. They're wonderful creatures, and I think they're ones that you really have to follow. They're going to load quickly here. So who do you like, Rory?
Mostata, I've given you my 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, everyone is on Mostata here. Darren Owen, it's over to you.
So stand by, 4 runners then in the starting stalls, and they're racing going over 1,800 metres, and a nice even dispatch with Anazay up along the inside of Alewaji, and then to the outside spot the green cap of Mostata, followed by Fonda as they work their way down the far side, and the pace looks pretty steady. It's pretty steady at the moment, and they're heading now towards that inside running rail, but having said that, the back marker must be around about 8 lengths off the pace, and Al-Waji is the one who makes the running. Al-Waji followed by Mostata in second. Fonda is in third, and that back marker is Anazay, who's still around about 6 lengths or so off the leader. Al-Waji is in front. Al-Waji going along merrily by about 3 parts of a length to Mostata and Camilo Espina, looking for a treble on the day. On the extreme outside, the 2 shades of blue of Fonda. And Anazay just can't lie up with them at the moment, just being pushed along. Would be about 3 or 4 lengths detached, and they're on the turn inside the last 600, and it is Alawaji who's in front. Alawaji by about 1.5 lengths to Mostata in second, Fonda in third, and Anazay is trying to get on terms but struggles to do so. Top of the home run, 400 metres left to go. Alawaji the leader by 2 lengths, followed by Mostata in second. Fonda trying to mount a challenge to the outside. There's several lengths on from Anazay, heading down towards the last 200. It is still Alewaji the leader. Here comes Mostata on the outside. Mostata on the outside of Alewaji. Alewaji trying to hold on. Mostata is coming home really well, and it is Camilo up the treble. Mostata has won it. Alewaji in second place, Fonda third, and Anazay in fourth. So it is Mostata goes on to win number 3 on the card. Camilo Espina landing the treble this afternoon here to Riyadh. I think he said he wasn't in action over the weekend, but he's paid for a good weekend. Mostata has gone on to win number 3, the winner. Second, number 2, Ali Waji. Made a good fist of things. Number 4, Fonda in third. And number 1, Anzai in fourth place. 3, 2, 4, and 1. The distance is there 1 length and 3 lengths. 1 length and 3 lengths. Time of the winner 1 minute 56.01. 1 minute 56.01. Number 3, Mostata has gone on to win our 6th race, just wearing down that long-time leader Alewaji close home.
Camilo, great. Good job. Hat-trick today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Salman. Thanks, guy, you know. Always thank you a lot to the Primita for giving me support, you know. Without him, it's difficult to win and to keep in the leader jockey, you know. And thank you to Ahmed, Eddie, and the whole team, you know. It's good filly. The last time she finished second behind a good filly. And today in 9 furlong is very good for her. And thanks, God, she won very good. Thank you very much.
Well, that was a very impressive and a very quick hat-trick for jockey Camilo Ospina. He's definitely making up for the fact that he won't be here racing with us on Saturday, so he's definitely racking up the winners, making sure he's still in front of the jockey's title. And I don't think anyone will be able to catch him this season. I think we're looking at our champion jockey for sure. So very well done to the White Stables on their double as well on today, winning the 6th race of the day with more local bred, stunning 3-year-old fillies. This time it was a premium tap yet again for the White Stables, rated 76. She's proven herself over multiple distances now. Won on debut back in Taff over 1,400 metres. But we'll speak to Camilo Ospina. Camilo, come on, give someone else a chance.
Today, lucky, you know. Not this guy, you know. When you ride good horses, you can win the races. And it's good filly, you know. She finished second last time we behind the good filly. And today, 9 furlong is very good for her. And the last meter, another horse, he's put a little bit strong, but thanks God this filly, she respond very good.
Do you think it's almost more difficult running in a field with so little horses?
Yeah. It's difficult because, you know, the pace, it went very easy, you know. Nobody go to pay the pace, but thanks God, this filly, when I ask him, she responds. She's coming step by step, you know. She's coming and sprint, you know, but thanks God, she won the race.
And you have some other nice rides today. Mutawasi, probably one of your best rides. What do you think of his chances?
Yes, I have some horses very good. I just, he got willing, just the horses ran well, and then we'll see.
Well done on your hat-trick, Camilo.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
In the words of DJ Khaled, another one for Camilo Ospina, who has now recorded 3 wins on the bounce. And this one, probably his best ride of the 3.
Yeah, really good ride, because I thought that the runner-up travelled better for a long way, but Camilo didn't want to get his ride unbalanced, didn't want to ask for an effort too soon, just kept there and kept hassling the leader without getting his mind out of the comfort zone, and eventually that paid off.
Yeah, and Camilo said, it's something that we all feel if you're a fan of Fonda, they didn't go any pace at all, so that horse was left in a really difficult situation, but not quite as poor as the horse who's right at the back of short, horse number 1, who had absolutely no early go. That was Anzai, who showed really feeling the effects of that run only a few days ago.
Yeah, we talked about how well they'd be able to bounce out of a run, and I think the runner-up bounced out of a moderate run last time out perfectly well, but Anzai, who ran so well last week, just seemed to be feeling that all the way through, never happy, never comfortable, always hanging a little bit and not looking as good at all as she did last week, and that was almost certainly the quick turnaround that's done that.
Yes, and we can see at this point of the race, Alawaji's got into a nice, easy lead, and Asil Al-Sahani, who's already had a winner today, a very talented young rider in his own right, is able to just set nice, gentle fractions. He knows he's not asking for much in front, but he'll slowly start to wind up here. And he sneaks maybe a length's lead at this point.
He does, and he travels well, and he's hoping that the others will try to bust a gut to get past and can't quite get there. But he's got a very, very canny rider in seconds, and Camilo just knows that at this stage he's probably not going quite as well as the leader on Mostata, but he just keeps her in there, shows her the lead, and asks her to pick up when she's able to. And she, it takes her a while to gather her stride, but eventually the leader, the exertions begin to take their toll, and Mostata starts eating into the lead. And once you start getting there, you always felt that he was going to get up on the line, but I thought a really good ride from an absolutely top-class jockey.
He's done that whole thing hands and heels as well.
Yeah.
He really just made sure she's kept her balance and not asked for any more than she needs, and
I think if he'd
patient enough to
I think
get
if he'd
by.
gone for a stick early, she probably would have been beaten. And a really good jockey knows knows when you need to go to for your stick and when you don't. And this was the perfect ride. She was always finding she just wasn't able to go exactly the time that he wanted her to. So he's had to just keep her close enough. Just ask her a question to keep ahead of Fondra. He doesn't want to get squeezed out of this in the middle, so he's got to stay ahead of Fondra and just wait for his opportunity for one strike at the leader, and that's come again as the leader's just begun to tire in the last 100 metres.
Yeah, the leaders begin to start to wave the distress flags. Not at this stage, though, because this is where Salah Sahani thinks he's got them all on the go here. He's still going hand in heels. Camilo's had to offer a reminder to your eventual winner, and you're just thinking, is Alawaji going to run away from them here? But what makes Camilo so good at this point is the way he now gets a response from the filly, but doesn't go crazy, and he's just allowing this horse to get into a rhythm, and once she starts going forward for him, he doesn't change anything. He's like, I must stick to exactly what I'm doing because this is working, I'm getting a response.
Yeah, and he's always able to shift his weight in the saddle to help his mount change her legs as well, which helps with fatigue. If you're always on the same lead, you're going to get more tired quicker. If you can actually change your legs in the straight, it gives you a little bit of extra impetus, and he knows how to shift himself in the saddle to help her to do that.
Yes, and she has done just that, and the help has come, and she's won impressively. We must look at some tables now, but as I remind you as always, these were the tables before we started racing. So when we look at the Jockey Championship, Camillo is now at 106. That's right, he's on 106, and the second place jockey, Adel Alfaredi, is only on 75. Rory, we're seeing an absolute rout in the Jockey Championship.
We are. It's a masterclass from Camilo, who's we've got good jockeys in all those places behind him, but. Camilo is just a master in the saddle, and sometimes you wonder, how did he get so far clear? It seemed really close at the end of time, and you see a day like today where it just rattles off 3 winners in the space of an hour. And that's how he's got so far clear, because he's capable of doing that on a regular basis.
Exactly. The battle for second is interesting. Alex Moreno trying to close that gap to Adel Alfaredi, but that'll be tight right up to the end of the season. The Trainers' Championship was the closest of all 3 championships. You've got Ahmed Mahmoud, who is the trainer for the White Stable. He has got 63 total points. Saeed Mutlaq is also up there as well, the purebred Arabian trainer. He'll hope for some more success this week. He's got a good chance in our second Arabian contest as well. And Gaisel Gais is down there in about 4th position with 37 points and looking to continue to build on the good season he showed. Now he's come to Riyadh.
Yeah, and of course Ahmed Mahmoud adding to his wins today as well.
Yeah, the Owners' Championship is looking really tight. You can see the Al Kaladir stables. They were down in about 3rd yesterday. They've dropped down to 4th because Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Malik Al Sabah had a big clutch of winners yesterday. He recorded a double, jumped into 3rd place. The Red Stable are still there in 2nd, and Fayhan bin Faisal Al Mandil and Sons, they are the Green Stable. They are now snuck their way into 5th place. Now, if you want to talk about horses who have owners who have a wide range of horses, they own horses like Sunset Flash, but they also own horses like Athera. So they really do have the full range, and they can cover lots of bases.
Indeed, and Sheikh Abdullah Al Hamoud Al Sabah is going to get more winners in recent times. He does have runners in Taif, but a lot of his horses are running in the UK in the summer and then come here in the winter. So he has more runners at Riyadh, and a lot of horses are being set up for the winter season. You'll see him with a much stronger representation as the season goes on.
Yes, we certainly will see him with some good horses. Darren Owen can take us through the runners and riders for our next.
Yes, so thank you. Let's have a look at this 2,000 metre handicap. It is for 0 to 80 rated horses. We've got a few changes as well on the card. Number 1, Freshwater Cliffs and Thurb Al Tamiat. 2 is Naz Rawi and Alexis Marino. Number 3 has been scratched. Gambaroo is out. Number 4, Carabino and Luis Morales. Number 5 is Tequila Mockingbird. Number 6 is Almarin and Ricardo Ferreira. Number 7 is Wathig. 8, Don Julio and Mohamed Al Tubail. Number 9 is Rafiot, and 10, Forgivable, Abdullah Al Sahani. 11 is White Feathers Fall and Ahmed Al Azari. 12 is out. 12 is an absentee. 13 is Kariahom, Mohammed Ali Army. 14 is Mutashim, Mohammed Al Shamari. 15 Milwaukee, Camilo Espina, 16 Rum Teddy Run and Tariq Al Mansour. 17 is out. 17 Rare Ninja is out. That is a scratching. So too is number 18 is a scratching. Number 18 is a scratching. Number 19 is Mutanatha and Mohammed Al Daham. And the reserves, 20 is scratched. 20 is scratched. And the reserves, 21 and 22 are in the field. So they are 21 Fusion Gold and 22 Neptune Seeds.
Thank you, Darren. And we're keeping you on your toes with these runners and riders graphics, because the horses are dropping in and out left, right and centre. Fawaz Wanas will be riding number 5, Tequila Mockingbird. And Rory, just off camera there, you were saying this is an interesting profile, a horse who ran really well in penultimate start, ran a stinker last time. Can Tequila Mockingbird, can she bounce back?
Yeah, we're talking about fillies who ran well last time and turned out quickly, and fillies who ran badly last time and turned out quickly. Well, she'll be a test case there. It's very easy to focus on the horses who back up your theories. But Tequila Mockingbird, she ran unaccountably badly in a race that she should have run well in last time. And she won a similar race to this 2 starts back, so I'll be interested to see how she goes here.
Yeah, it was only a step up to 0 to 85 company last time where she ran so badly, but back in 0 to 80 you'd hope she'd put a better effort in. But the one that's the talking horse of this race has to be Freshwater Cliff, doesn't it?
Yeah, he won very well last week. It was a clever ride, I thought, to get to the front and then slow things down a little bit, let the others stack up behind him, knowing that he could show a little bit of speed to get away from them. He's fully effective at this trip. He was over 1.5 miles last week. Clearly, the drop back and trip is not going to be a bother to Freshwater Cliffs. I just don't think he can do what he did last week again. And prior to that, he'd been a little bit frustrating. So everything worked out well for him. He showed all the class that he has last time, but this might be a different kettle of fish.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye here?
Thank you very much, Callum. And this is the horse that I've chosen for this race coming up beside me here now. Horse number 7, Wathig. He is a 7-year-old gelding, so definitely on the older side of thoroughbreds here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But he was second last time out at meeting 89 and really impressed me then. Does jump out of stall number 20 today, so that is a bit of a worry. But Jose Rodriguez is on board and rode him last time as well and did a really good job steering him into second place. But this is a really tough contest, I think. Obviously, there is Freshwater Cliffs. I have never warmed to Freshwater Cliffs. He probably could win today. I just can't choose him as a paddock selection because he just doesn't catch the eye in the parade ring whatsoever. But his win at meeting 90 was impressive nevertheless. A few question marks for me in this parade ring. Horse number 9 and 10. I just wasn't a huge fan of how they were going around the parade ring, how they were walking, their conformation a little bit. But at the end of the day, I think I will be sticking to horse number 7, Wathig, and Jose Rodriguez.
Thank you, Shamila. Nice to see that you're matching with Wathig Silks as well, looking resplendent in that beautiful pink coat. We must continue making our way down, though, because Nesrori is a horse who's got a win, but it wasn't here.
No, and he'd been off the track for 33 months before finishing 19th last week. He was with John Gosden. I'm not sure whether he got his. I think he probably did get his win with John Gosden. He went to Doug Watson then in the UAE and showed reasonable form. But as I said, off for the best part of 3 years before running a poor race on return. You'd have to wonder about how much ability remains there.
Carabino tends to have a record of running a bad race and a good race and a bad race and a good race. His last run with a bad race, surely today's got to be a good day.
He may be due to bounce back. He was a winner for 1.5 miles in meeting 74. Was well beaten behind Freshwater Cliffs last week. You could say that he was one of those horses who probably wants an end-to-end gallop, and the way that panned out didn't suit him, and he ran a poor race accordingly. Could easily bounce back. That tends to be the way with Carabino, but he's not been. He won plenty of races in the UK for Sir Mark Prescott. And,
he put up a streak, didn't he? I think he put up a streak of 5 wins in a row. We had a whole article about him in the Racing Post. It was a big news story. I was excited to see him when I came over.
Yeah, he's obviously bred by Kirsten Rising as well, wasn't he? And he was prolific in the UK, but hasn't. He's added to his score here, but he probably hasn't been quite as big, the force that he was. But he's capable of bouncing up whenever he fancies it, but he's not easy to predict.
And Tequila Mockingbird, we've mentioned, number 5, looking to bounce back from a disappointing run last time. Yeah,
as I said, she was a winner over course and distance in a similar race 2 starts back, but 12th behind Had Al Gamam and Sail on Silverbird last week in a race where I didn't really notice her finishing 12th because I was I was struggling to comprehend the fact that Ceylon Silverberg was caught on the line after leading throughout.
Almarin is a fascinating runner. He was a feel-good story of the flat season last season. He ran some massive races without winning and then finally won the £15,000 grassroots final at Nottingham, and that was a massive deserved victory for him and Connections. They sold him for 33,000 guineas as well. So he was a brilliant story for those Connections. He starts his life in Saudi Arabia here. I was intrigued by the lack of headgear because he wore headgear in the UK.
Yeah, and obviously everything's different here. Nottingham was softish ground when he won that grassroots final for Patrick Owens. And there's a bit of a shot in the dark bringing him out here and running him on the dirt. But yeah, he was a very likeable sort. Difficult to predict what he's going to do here. It might just be a bit of a culture shock for him. But at the same time, we've seen horses with similar profiles to him end up just taken to the dirt straight away. So you never know what to expect. We mentioned
Nasmori spending time over in the UAE. Wafig also did. I think he was also with Doug Watson, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he was a winner at Jebel Ali a year ago for Doug Watson over this trip. He ran over 6 furlongs on his debut here. That would have been far too sharp for him. And then did an awful lot better when a length of quarter second to Dahi in a course and distance open last week. He's interesting from his mark of 83, and he gets in essentially off his old mark. So he's ahead of the handicapper. I think Shamina knows that.
Yeah,
she picked him out in the paddock as well.
Picked him out of the paddock, yes. Don Julio, number 8.
Was a 0-90 winner of a course and distance in December 22, and he'd have a big chance if he found that form again. But he's been more out than in since and needs to find his best form.
Just seeing Freshwater Cliffs go down to the start. A horse that finished just behind Freshwater Cliffs was Raffio, a paddock negative for Shamila. But that was the best effort this season.
It was, but I think the way that race panned out last time, because a bunch of horses chased Freshwater Cliffs who would have been late closers because he slowed things up, and then they were unsuited by the fact that he was able to quicken immediately and they were left in no man's land. And what happened was the likes of Raffio then run through horses to get placed. I thought he was flattered by that, and if the race is run at a more even tempo, I think Raffio will struggle.
Another negative is Forgivable for Shamila. Let's have a look at this Freshwater Cliffs race, though, because we'll get to see him in action sooner rather than later. And this is what we meant. This is when he kicked and stuck about 10 lengths between himself and his rider.
Yeah, he did that very quickly. He'd actually slowed the race up before then. You see that they were fanned out behind him, but those who find themselves chasing him were essentially stayers who struggled to cope when he quickened. I thought it was a very, very clever ride to do that on a horse who's not easy to win with, but does have a turn of foot. And he's just got clear and they couldn't get near him. And then what you have is the likes of Raffio, you'll see in the white cap, running on late in the day to grab third. But a few of those in behind didn't give the running the way this race panned out. So Raffio doing his best work at the finish there.
Yes, we must move on though to White Feathers Fall. An interesting runner here. Only his second start in Saudi Arabia, third last time out, and was a popular horse in the UK.
Yeah, by Zoffany out of Niamh Galesh, from a family that has done very well for owner Christine Button and Mark Johnson. And White Feathers Fall was a winner over 9 furlongs at Carlisle for the Johnson stable, and ran a very encouraging first start here with half lengths third of 20 and a not to 81 mile handicap on his debut here behind Rajil. He stays a mile and a quarter. He was second at a mile and a quarter in his last start in the UK. I think it was at Newcastle. So the step up in Triple actually will suit White Feathers Fall, and he has to be high on the shortlist.
Does the form of that race give it a little bit of a weaker look? Rajil ran a poor race afterwards, and Al Wahis, when Fancy didn't do much only yesterday.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of the gloss off it, but the handicappers can be very inconsistent here. So usually they win when everything drops right for them, and when given a harder task, particularly with a winner of a handicap, you don't see too many horses running up a sequence in handicaps in Saudi Arabia. So it doesn't bother me too much when a handicap winner disappoints next time.
Karahom is number 13, jumps out of 19.
Yes, didn't fancy Karahom on recent evidence. Too many poor runs. The occasional respectable effort, 6-2 starts back, but 16th and 19th either side of that shows that you can't really rely on Karahom to come through with the goods.
Mutashim is horse number 14, coming out still 7.
Yeah, much more interesting. Mutashim was poor 2 starts back when finishing 18th. That was in Taif. But had been running okay prior to that, given a break, and then bounced back went second to taking names in an 1800 metres contest at this level, not to 80. Hands and heels contest that.
There it is.
Yes.
And
some horses run their best races in hands and heels races, but Mutasim had been running okay in more regular events in Taif, so I'd be inclined to take that in a more positive manner.
Milwaukee is by a proper US superstar style in the shape of Justify.
Yes, he is, and Justify is a sire we're going to hear an awful lot more of in the next decade or so. This one stayed very well. The mile and a half winner for Aidan O'Brien in October. The one thing Aidan O'Brien says about the sons and daughters of Justify is they just keep galloping. And this one, not a superstar for that yard. But did win a mile and a half maiden last time out, was sold then for 30,000 afterwards, and was disappointing on his debut here. He's going to need 2,400 metres, I think, to show his best form here.
Run, Teddy Run, number 16, one of the most consistent horses in Saudi Arabia. Big fan of this horse since it came to Riyadh.
Yeah, formerly with, as with a few in with the Almondale connection, was with Carl Burke in the UK, was a creditable 3 3/4 lengths, fifth to Rajil, over a mile last time out, but of course it's 3 1/4 lengths to make up with White Feathers Fall on that running.
Yes, we lose quite a few towards the bottom here, but we've got Mutanthar, Fusion Gold and Neptune Thieves to finally work through.
Yeah, Mutanthar was disappointing when last seen. That was his only start in Riyadh this season. He'd been running okay in Taif earlier season, second in meeting 8, second in meeting 11, but as we said, the racing tended to be fairly uncompetitive there. The surf is very deep as well, and the fact that he was disappointing. Obviously, you can make an argument that he simply needed the run after a break there and should do better, but I just wonder whether Taif might be more of his track. Fusion Gold has put in a couple of poor efforts off late, and is not from 4 now.
Started the Riyadh season off
Started
quite
the Riyadh season well, yeah.
yeah.
First 2 runs were good, but 2 consecutive poor runs is a little bit off-putting. Neptune Seas has just crept in at the last minute, and again ran well the final day of the Taif season, and ran well the second day of the season here in Riyadh. Did disappoint a little bit next time. Has been given a break since, which he probably needed, and he could bounce back. But I didn't have a proper look at him earlier on because I didn't think he'd sneak into the handicap.
That's him just coming into shot there, Neptune Thieves, having to get a bit of a squeeze on to go down. He's got the ear plugs in, the flare strap on, and the noseband on too. And I think he's using a tongue strap, so all the gear. Hopefully has some.
All the gear, no idea.
Of these ones, I'm sticking with Freshwater Cliff here. I'm very excited to see how that horse gets on. It is a lot of weight to carry, though, 64.5 kilos.
It is, yeah, and that's a big penalty from that. And obviously, I'm trying to work out what. I don't think he'll actually carry 64.5 kilo because his jockey's claiming.
Oh, Turbo Tim Yates on board as well. Good apprentice, yes, good shout.
And he was on it last time out as well. So I'm trying to work out what. It seems to me, he was actually getting weight from most of those last time out, but that would have been not because he wasn't high on the weights, but because the claimer was taking the weight off. So it is a lot of weight to give away. He's given a minimum of £5 to the rest of these. I think that finds him out on the day. Also, the fact that until he looked like an easy conveyance last time out, he looked hard to win with before that. I don't think the tactics that he used last time out will work here. And I'm going to be with Shamila. I think Wathig, he's unexposed here. The handicapper, I think, had taken a chance, has corrected himself now. But that raise in his mark has come late. I think he's £5 well in here, Wathig. And if he can escape stall 20, he's got a very big chance. So,
to go through the selections one more time, Freshwater Cliff for myself, Wathig for Rory and Shamila. Plenty of love for White Feathers Fall in the comments. And a reminder to Farid Ahmed, number 12 doesn't go. Miramichi is a non-runner. So find another selection, my friend. Oh, Mark Francis has joined me on the Freshwater Cliff train as well. So best of luck with all your selections. Darren Owen, it's over to you.
Yes, Callum, yes, runners going into the stalls. A lot of support on the international markets for number 11, White Feathers Fall. Also Freshwater Cliffs, very popular as well. So those two at the top end of the international markets ahead of number 14, Mutashim. So runners there moving up into the starting stalls. White Feathers Fall drawn in stall number 1 going in there. This handicap. Moving into place then, last few of them. This is number 16 we're looking at. That's Run Teddy Run. I wonder if this horse has spread a plate. We're just taking a look now at the shoe there. That's Run Teddy Run. Tariq Al Mansour not in the saddle. The horse being trotted up and down. This is number 16, Run Teddy Run we're looking at as they continue to load. This is the only one out of line, so there was obviously some concern. Jockey back in the saddle now, Tariq Al Mansour. And also out of line is number 4, Carabino. Run Teddy Run then is getting the green light, so we'll go into the starting stalls. 2,000 metres, that long run down the back straight here. All in, flags up, flags down, and they're racing. And away smartly is Carabino in the centre, and right up there with the leaders is Milwaukee as they go down the far side in the early part of this race. Also, Carihom is showing up prominently. Spot the white headgear, pale blue jacket of Neptune Seas, not too far away, followed by Fusion Gold, who's racing fairly deep in company with on the extreme outside, pink jacket of Warthig. So they form their early order, going on down the far side, and it is Carriathom who's trying to show the way to this field, edges over to the running rail, and it is Carriathom in front by 2 lengths. Milwaukee is just about in second place, moving on down the back. In the mix as well for places is Forgivable Blue with a white disc, with Almarin just behind them, with Wathig racing on the extreme outside. Leaders have been hunted up by Carabinos in around about 6th or 7th position, with Freshwater Cliffs for company, and then Neptune Seas, and to their outside is Mutanatha, green jacket of Nazrawi trying to get closer in company with White Feathers Fall as they make the spin away from the back inside the 600-metre mark. Run Teddy Run is currently in mid-pack and being squeezed along to try and close, being followed then by Mutashim, heading now towards the turn in. Over 400 metres left to go, and Al Marin is the one who's pouncing here on Milwaukee. Milwaukee white cap, Al Marin to the outside. Coming there with a run is Warthig, and here with a big effort is White Feathers Fall as well, heading down towards the final 200. White Feathers Fall has hit the front from Milwaukee in second, Al Marin third, Warthig is in 4th place down the outside. Mutashim is coming home really well, and they're heading towards the finish. Here comes Mutashim and Warthig, Warthig and Mutashim. Mutashim on the outside has got there from Warthig second place. Run White Feathers Fall was next. So it is Mutashim who has gone on to win. Number 14, Mutashim has worn down Warthig in that beautiful pink jacket. Number 7 in second position, and White Feathers Fall back in behind them, but it is gone to Mutashim, number 14 on the card. Second place goes to number 7, Warthig, who made a real good fist of things there. The race changing dramatically. White Feathers Fall came with that big run at the top of the straight, but succumbed to those front 2 and their finishing kick. There's confirmation that 14 has won, 7 is second, 11 is third, and back in 4th place was Milwaukee, number 15, ahead of number 6, Al Marin. So it's 14 Mutashim, the winner, 7 Warthig second, 11 White Feathers Fall third, and 15 Milwaukee fourth. Half a length and 1 1/4 lengths. Half a length and 1 1/4 lengths. The distances. Time of the winner, Mutashim, 2 minutes 08.47. 2 minutes 08.47. And that's the horse who had the finishing kick there. Mutashim takes out our 7th race.
A very happy Muhammad Al-Shamari is our winning jockey aboard Mutahasim, who had put the theory to bed about hands and heels races not being real form, and has done a very good job to win, coming over the top late here.
Yes, saved a little bit of ground and came with a late run as they were getting tired up front, because in this big field they were jockeying for position, and a few of these had to either go hard to get in towards the inside rail or had to go wide, as the runner-up did, and the winners then managed to sweep through late and got them as they were just beginning to flag. I thought all the way through the race that Wathig was just going to get there late in the day, where the winners come from another county to come and mow them down, as is often the case here.
Yeah, but Wathig has run another massive race after a good run last time, and like you said, the handicap plot seemed to work with this one, and it's just unfortunately just got beaten by a horse coming home late, really. Yes,
that's just the way. I mean, you know, the first three are all horses you'd be positive about coming into this. White Feathers Fall had run a really good race. First time in Saudi Arabia, last time at a mile. This is arguably his ideal trip, and he stepped up on that. And Wathig had run really well in open company last time to be second to Shamila's favourite horse, Dahi.
That form looks very strong.
That made him look well handicapped off a mark of 78, and he was able to race off that mark here, even though the handicappers knocked him up to be 83. So it's a bit of an opportunity gone begging for him, because if he gets another run in a race like this where he gets a better run through, he's got to carry that much more weight to do it.
Freshwater Cliff was arguably the disappointment of the contest. Didn't break particularly well, but seemed to be in a nice position, but looked legless in the straight. You can just see in there in the blue cap and orange colours, not getting involved. But Wathig has run another massive race. Big bay horse on the outside, but he just gets caught by something coming even wider as Mutasim gets the head in front where it mattered. And you can just see the despairing look from the jockey aboard Wathig, Jose Rodriguez, looking across going, oh no, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah. I mean, although he was gaining ground on those in front of him, he was getting pretty tired himself, having been drawn out. What you see here in the pink colours, Wathig, still 20, and he's kept wide with the view of being able to come across at the bends, but there really isn't any room to come across, and he's committed. He can't take a pull at this stage because he's got so many horses to come round. He'd end up losing loads of ground, so he's just got to let the horse go forward, hope that some of those on his inside drop way a little, that he's not caught too wide on the bends, but he is caught pretty wide all the way through. But the horse travels well for him, and he's just got to take his medicine and take the wide path and hope he's got a bit left for the finish and keep his horse balanced. And it looks to be going really well. But the winner's one from the bottom of the picture there, who's just not taking any part in this strong pace early on and just waiting for a late opportunity. I'm surprised we don't see more horses ridden really cold here, because that's the second best way of riding here, because we know that speed counts for an awful lot, but when you've got a speed battle, something's got to give. And it's usually one that sits well off the pace. It's not so easy to stalk the pace here in a big field, because you're always liable to be compromised by other horses around you. So you've got to either get clear of those and get to the front and hope you're not going too fast, or you've got to sit in behind a little bit and take your gaps when they come. And we've seen a couple of races yesterday where the jockeys have constantly ridden into little gaps in front of them and made gradual progress and then pulled out a challenge late. And here you've got someone who decides not to take any part in the early pace, but just come with a long sweeping run, and that's been successful on this occasion, because you can see all these horses in picture have been at it for a long way. They're all getting pretty tired now. It's a good battle between the front four, and they get pretty close here, but you'll see in a couple of seconds the winner will appear in picture going pretty much 2 to their 1, and he gets up pretty close home.
White Feathers Fall has run a remarkable race from his position. I'm just watching him come through the pack there. He was cutting through the field like a hot knife through butter, weaving around, whilst he's actually drifted just out to the left, trying to intimidate the other horse, but it's not enough. Just right late on the line, you see.
That's an old jockey ploy, isn't it? You can hear something coming on your outside, and you know all you can do is try to make it a little bit harder for them to pass you, so you shift out a little bit.
Look at White Feathers Fall here. It's absolutely tanked into the race. A selection of a lot of people in our YouTube comments, a selection of a lot of people on the international markets as well. It just absolutely tanked into this race. Al Marin as well ran a massive race first time up in Saudi Arabia too.
Yes. But just looking at White Feathers Fall in the first place, has come into this look travelling very strongly and hasn't quite got home. You know, I can understand why the two who are in front of this stage have got tired, but White Feathers Fall has come from a little bit off the pace and appeared to be travelling strongly. I suppose what you could argue is that his one win in the UK came over 9 furlongs, and he's shaped as if he might just be a 9 furlong specialist in this race, travelling really strongly but not quite getting home, but stepping up from what he did over a mile last time out. But a good finish. And the patiently ridden winner has built on that promising effort last time out in the hands and heels race, proving that it's not just for rogues. Races like that, he just needed a break.
Yeah, and it's clearly got his confidence up as well, and he's responded with a good performance here in race number 7 under a jockey who you won't have heard much about, but it's certainly a jockey to follow as well in Muhammad Al-Shamari, who is the winning rider there, and you can see how much it means to him, getting up widest of all. Few disappointing runs in behind, Freshwater Cliffs being the main one, and Carabiner also another one. Usually he tends to run a much better race than this, but nowhere to be seen at the finish.
He runs the race he wants to run.
Yeah, exactly. Run Teddy Run as well, got assisted at the start. But we must move on to race number 8, and Darren Owen can take us through the runners and riders for this Jcsa award contest.
So this is race number 8. We're going in the mile again, 1,600 metres for this Jcsa award race. It's a 3-year-old race then, locals. Non-runner number 1, scratch number 1. Number 2, Yatta Fell and Camilo Ospina. Number 3 is Katim Al-Wad and Mohammed Al-Daham. 4, Amir Al-Maidan and Mohammed Al-Hubail. Number 5 is Mota Farida and Khalid Amimoni. 6, Yakil Ricardo Ferreira. Number 7 is Madar and Jose Rodriguez. 8 is Mohammadi Abdullah Al-Farouz. 9, Mewari and Fawaz Wanas. 10 is Tahaseen partnered by Khalid Al-Azmi. 11, Bidawa and Victor Gutierrez. Number 12 is Azem Al-Riyada and Tariq Al-Manor. And 13, Taif Al-Janoub and Nawaf Al-Mudani. So it is the 8th race. They're going a mile for this Jcsa award race for the 3-year-olds.
Thank you, Darren. Yes, and the first horse we're going to look at is Yartafel, who is a massive paddock eye catcher. He's a bit of a beast. He seems to be in his zone at this sort of level. He's been tried in really top-class races, Cup Company, but he seems to be at his own, dominating in open contests.
Yes, and he's got a good strike rate overall, winning 2 of his 6 starts. Was a good winner for non-winners of 2 over course and distance 2 starts back. And then he was thrown into the Prince Faisal bin Khalid Cup last time out when really out of his depth and not giving his running. Similar sort of story back in meeting 39 in Taif. But in slightly calmer waters, he's a reliable sort, and he certainly looks the part. Beat Mutla 4 1/4 lengths for that most recent win, and he's a big player. The top race is here if he can repeat that effort, but he needs to run better than he did in that big cup race last time out.
Katim Al-Wad is horse number 3.
Rated 55, I was going to say short enough to win a bit, short enough to be competitive and not to 60 handicap, but that's not good enough in a Jcsa award contest.
Amir Al-Maidan is rated only a couple of pounds better.
Yeah, ran okay last week in finishing 3rd, but in very different company and impossible to fancy here.
Mota Farida is horse number 5. This is first time up.
Yeah, she's making her debut. This is a tough race to make. We talked about starting off in opens and maybe finding smallish fields, but it's not a huge field, so that's okay for her. But I'd be very surprised if she plays a significant part. But interesting to get a look at her in the paddock anyway.
Yeah, 130,000 up for grabs here, so there is a chance of sneaking some last-minute prize money. Yakil is horse number 6.
Yeah, Yakil has had 7 starts, but probably put up a career best when 3 3/4 lengths 4th to Mata Hill in a course and distance made in 2 starts back, and then ran in a not so 80 handicap last time out over 2,000 metres. It was a bit below that form, but the return to a mile will help Yakil, and he's got fair place claims here.
It's worth just having a look here at Jcsa when we mentioned. Look at the size of him. He's an absolute beast, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
We must move down to Madar, who is horse number 7.
Was 5th to Mata Hill in a course and distance maiden on debut. That was 5 lengths behind Yakil, so he's got a little bit of work to do to turn tables with that one.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Hard to take your eyes off horse number 2, I imagine.
It absolutely is very difficult to take my eyes off horse number 2. Not a premium tap, however, it is for the White Stables. 3-year-old colt for the White Stables, highest rated horse in the race, and I think Camilo Ospina could quite easily get 4 winners today as he has no rides tomorrow. He is racking up the winners while he can. I do have to give a shout out though to horse number 7, Madhar, as well, for Jose Rodriguez. We were on the same horse, Rory, in the last race, and we absolutely got chinned on the line with Wathig, so very best of luck to him in that race, but I don't think Yatafel can be beaten. The White Stables are in fact back in form.
They certainly are, Shamila. Madar, number 7, we spoke about. Mohammadi with a horse I thought had the world at his feet when he won back in meeting 44.
You thought a lot of horses had the world at their feet in time, didn't you?
Have you watched that run back? He won by half the track. He was
know.
spectacular, and he's not quite shown that same level of form, but a good effort in 4th last time out in decent company.
I thought he benefited from dropping back to sprinting last time out. He's not all speed, but he'd been a wee bit disappointing over further, and I think dropping back to 6 furlongs allowed him to see the race out strongly last time out, which will do his confidence a world of good, and he might be able to carry that forward to this trip. He's got a little bit to find with Yatafel, but maybe he can take another step in the right direction.
Mewori is horse number 9.
Mewori is hard to fancy on ratings. Wasn't disgraced when last seen, but is rated at 62, and that's not good enough here.
Tara Scene is horse number 10, who, if you thought the last horse was hard to fancy, it's almost impossible to fancy Tara Scene.
Yes, it is pretty much. The one thing you can say always with a horse that's run once and finished 16th, you don't really know they're no good. You just know they didn't run very well first time up.
Bidawa is a horse who's had plenty of starts this season and ran an eye-catching 3rd last time out.
Yeah, still a maiden after 13 starts. Bidawa, tough task, 2 starts back on paper, but another one who's run up behind Ayat Al Mohammedia. Finishing 3rd to that one over course and distance last time out in the Phillies Open. She could potentially sneak into the frame with a repeat of that effort, but it'd be a big surprise to see her finally break her duck in a race of this nature.
Azam Al Riyadh is an interesting horse who finished 5th in a Group 1 last time out.
Yes, it was a 7 furlong Open winner, and then a very good 5th, beaten less than 5 lengths by Zaidan in the King Abdullah Cup last time out. Repeat of that gives him a pretty good chance, and he's only got £3 to find in official ratings with Yatafel, so there's not much between them. Also, in terms of the times they've done here, Yatafel's done 1:40.36. Azam Al-Aned did 1:40.63 last time out, so only a couple of lengths between them on that form as well, and I'd expect it to be reasonably close here as well.
Taif Al Janoub is horse number 13, the final horse we got to mention.
Yeah, was runner up in the course and distance maiden last week, but has much more on his plate here. It gives the impression he will win a maiden at some stage, but you know, when he ran over a mile, he did a time much slower than the pair that we're concentrating on there, and I'd be surprised if he's good enough to trouble him in this race.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they get on there. I'm thinking Yatafel and Azam Al Riyadh are the two you've got to really be signing with and picking between the two of those. I'd like to see Mohammadi run another bigger race than we've seen before, and that would be nice, but it's almost you're just waiting for that horse to try and show what he showed on debut, because he was so mightily impressive on debut. But we're hearing a lot of support for a few horses here. Mutafar Rida, one of the debutants, getting a positive mention on a couple of YouTube comments as well, which is interesting because for a debutant, this is probably the hardest race you could possibly find.
Absolutely. I'd be interested. Anyone giving any reasons for that, or just thinking, you know,
going away for number 2, basically.
Okay, yeah,
international market favourite. They're trying to find a route
looking
around
for something that might offer a little bit of value. Well, it's an unknown, and sometimes, you know, taking a chance on the unknown
Azam
works.
Al Riyadh in action in this Group 1 contest. You'll see Daidan is the winner, but you can't miss this big white face and those blue cheek pieces. Battles on really well.
Yeah, and comes the challenge between runners here. No match for Daidan out in front, but this is a good performance based on the balance of his form. Has to switch towards the inside, and offer no more in the latter stages, but does keep going willingly to the line. So no issue with him getting the trip. And as I said, there's not much between this and what Jcsa has done. And Jcsa can throw in the occasional stinker. So you do have some hope if you're siding with Azam Al Riyadh here.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And Azam Al Riyadh, again, with a head of horses like Fulham, who we'll see later on in the card today
Indeed,
as well.
yeah.
So it's plenty. The form looks good enough. It is a quick turnaround, but this horse has a big chance. Tariq Al Mansour on board, an apprentice jockey who is just cooking on gas. Since we got to Taif, he was doing the business, and he continues through the Riyadh season.
Yeah, he's only a young man, but he's riding with a lot of confidence. Which he needs to be, because he's up against Camilo Espina, who's looking for a 4-timer on the day.
Yes, I've taken some time to talk about jockeys who are struggling to find a winner and then being desperate for a winner. What's the difference with that and someone who's riding full of confidence, who's had 3 winners already today?
I think when it comes to making decisions, that has to be instinctive and it has to be natural. And I think when you're riding well, you don't think about things that are going on. They are just automatic, and it's all happening from knowledge that you've gained through your career. Whereas I think when you want a winner, all those questions become real questions that you feel you have to answer, and you're trying to engage your brain and make a difference, and you're taking that away from being sort of an unconscious thing to being a very conscious thing. And it puts a lot of pressure on you when that happens. And I think that, we talk about natural sportsmen. They're sometimes unable to explain what they're capable of doing. They just know they can do it. Whereas when things aren't going well for you, then you start trying to break things down and build it back up again and make things right. And obviously that process can be successful in the long term, but in the short term, once you're sort of looking at something that should be natural as a process that you need to work out, then that can pile on the mental pressure as well.
Yeah, we just saw some of the members of the Arabic TV coverage always working hard. You see with a coffee in hand. Don't see us walking around with coffee in hand, do we? No, we keep ploughing on through. And we've got race 8 to bring you, this Jcsa award contest. As I mentioned earlier, 130,000 Saudi Riyal up for grabs here. 65,000 to the winner, which should be very nice indeed for winning connections. I'm going to stick with Jcsa here, Rory. Are you joining me and Shamila with this one, or are you taking us on?
I am going to stick with Jcsa. I think that it could be quite a close race between him and Azam Al Riyadh, but I'm going to stick with Jcsa with Camilo Espina in such hot form.
So Jcsa for myself, Rory and Shamila as they continue circling down at the start. We're seeing a few horses getting their tack adjusted, but it shouldn't be long until they start loading. So it's time to hand over to our commentator, Mr. Darren Owen. Who are you going for in this one, Darren? Are you with us or are you against us?
Oh, I'm never against you, Callum, but fair play. You're in form. Another good early handover. We like them. Last early handover I had from Callum was at Newcastle. They hadn't even got to the start on that occasion. Anyway, the runners then are at the start. Few saddle adjustments being made. There is number 6, jockey out of the saddle on number 6. But let's look at number 4 going in. This is Amir Al Midan. So they are going in. 1,600 metres the trip for this race. It is for the 3-year-olds. We're looking at Taif Al Janoub. Number 5 about to load is Mota Faridin. Mota Faridin goes forward. That's Mota Faridin in. And there is Jcsa. Jcsa very warm. 2 horses head and shoulders above the rest on that international market. Number 2, Jcsa, and number 12, Azam Al Riyadh. Another one being supported would be a Yakil. Number 6 has had a bit of support internationally. So going in, and that was Mohammadi, number 8. Here is Yakil, number 6. And in the yellow and red. One out of the jockey out of the saddle is Mawari's jockey. And this is number 12 about to go in, Azam Al Riyadh. Number 6 there, Yakil. And the white cap on Tahaseen. So number 9, Mawari, is not in line at the moment. There is number 2, Yatafel. Yatafel and Mawari now moving into their starting stalls. All in. Going 1,600 metres. One or two issues wider out in the starting stalls. And they're off. And away smartly was Yatafel, who's up along the inside of Amir Al Meidan, covering the first few metres of the contest, taking a prominent position to the wide outside now is Taif Al Janoub, and right there with the leaders is Mohammadi as they scurry along down the far side. So they form their early order, and it is now Katim Al Wad now going on. Katim Al Wad, near side is Yatafel, and they are being followed closely by Mohammadi, reading out to Mawari. Widest of all is Taif Al Janoub, a gap then of a few lengths to Bidawa, being followed by Yakil, with Esm Al Riyadh now starting to make progress, but going via the Cape to do so. And it is Yatafel, the leader, as they head towards the last turn. 500 to go. Yatafel followed by Katim Al Wad, and in the centre is Mohammadi. Here on the wide outside, spot the blue cap of Esm Al Riyadh, and it is Yatafel who's trying to get away at the top of the straight. Can be a long way down the straight though, and it is Yatafel in front, but here comes Esm Al Riyadh, and Esm Al Riyadh has now hit the front, being followed by Yatafel in second place, and then they are clear of Bidawa, and it is Esm Al Riyadh on top now from Yatafel, and Esm Al Riyadh will go on to win. Second place is Yatafel, and just look at that gap then to the others. There was a bit of a blanket for third place, but just daylight between second and third. So two horses dominated the race. Number 12, Esm Al Riyadh, has won it. Second was number 2, Yatafel, who tried to get away at the top of the straight. And this horse, to be fair, the winner, number 12, Esm Al Riyadh, has come from way off the pace. And I said in commentary, came down the wide outside there, came up with about 5 or 6 wide, going via the Cape, turning into the straight. Third has gone to number 7. That was Madar, never near a third. And fourth, number 6. That was Yakil, but it was a 2-horse race, wasn't it, basically? So it is 12, Esm Al Riyadh, the winner. Second, number 2, Yatafel. Third, number 7, Madar. And number 6, Yakil in fourth position. 12, 2, 7 and 6. 1.5 lengths and 10 lengths. So 10 lengths between second and third. So it was a 2-horse race. 1.5 lengths and 10 lengths. 1 minute 40.62. 1 minute 40.62. Number 12, Esm Al Riyadh, the winner of race 8.
This young man is a serious rider. Tariq Al Mansour getting Azim Al Riyadh up widest of all in our 8th contest of the day. They've defeated Jcsa and Camillo Ospina and denied Camillo the quickest of all 4-timers. But take nothing away from this winner, who has taken that good run last time out in Group 1 company to another level here.
He has, yeah. Listen, it was a good race to watch as well, because Camillo on Jcsa was pretty much forced to make a move early to get a gap on the inside. I think he felt that he'd got boxed in if he'd waited any longer, so he's made an early move to get through the inside. That looked to be crucial because the winners had to come wide. But I like the way he sort of slingshot it round the bend. So he's cut in on the exit to the bend and took aim at the leader. So although he had to lose a little bit of ground in the first place, I thought when it was important, he was gaining momentum. And once he leveled up for home with the leader in his sights, I thought he was always going to go pretty close. And he's run Jcsa down. There wasn't much between them on paper. We thought the likelihood of getting the run of the race and a man in cracking form with Camillo might be the difference between them. But no, Tariq Al Mansour is riding with plenty of confidence. He's not worried about the champion jockey, is he?
No,
the champion
not
jockey
at all.
elect.
He's riding with the confidence of youth for sure. He's not worrying about anything, just riding winners and doing it in the best way he can. Congratulations to George Latharitis, who had Azim Al Riyadh as his selection and got up. I think he's buzzing with that success as well. Lots of other people chipping in with the Azim Al Riyadh selections too, which was good to see. Congratulations to everyone involved. We all teamed up with Jcsa, and at this point, you're thinking, okay, this is a bit of an interesting position. We broke well, but not quite as well as Katim Al-Wad.
Yeah, he wasn't that easy to fancy on paper, a 3-race maiden, but Katim Al-Wad showed lots of early pace to get to the front, and that forced Camillo to make this move on his inside.
This is the move here, isn't it, Rory?
Yeah.
He's just had to squeeze up and use a bit more energy to get into this position.
Yeah, and that's an important move to make, because if he hadn't got it and the door had closed, then he would have found himself in traffic. So a jockey's always got to make those decisions on the spur of the moment. Now, by going through the gap, he has to commit for home, and as a result, he's going to get a little bit tired late in the day. But he's hoping that the ground he's saved by making that move will make up for the fact that he will be a little bit vulnerable. But unluckily for him, his main rival he's ended up actually getting quite a charmed run down the outside and really got motoring when he needed to, and he arrived in the straight with more momentum than the leader and has just sailed right on past.
Yeah, Camillo's tried his best to keep his horse involved, but he cannot do anything to repel the run of Azim Al Riyadh. Another horse that got a charmed run was Bidawar, who stuck to the rail, and it parted like the Red Sea for him as he came around that final bend. He couldn't believe his luck. Yeah,
she's managed to pick up a share of the prize money, Bidawar, by just
unfortunately, Camillo, see what happens.
Yes. But yeah, Bidawar really at 69 coming in. There's a fair bit to find with the likes of Jcsa. But if you have a game plan and you stick to it, sometimes things pay off. And as you see, she nips around the inside, coming around the outsider, Katim Al-Wad as well, who'd faded pretty tamely after showing early speed. And that's been a big help to her. She's nowhere near a match for the front two here, but she's got herself into a good position and kept plugging away to the line to get a decent share of the prize money.
19.5 grand.
Yeah,
not bad at all for a day's work, but they could do nothing to catch this winner, who takes home 65,000 Saudi Riyal, and it is Azim Al Riyadh underneath a very talented Tariq Al Mansour, a name that I'm sure you'll be hearing a lot more in the future. And he just slingshotted round the bend and has got there almost too early, you'd say, because the horse is flicking his ears around towards the end there.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, he hasn't got to the front too soon, but I do think once the leader Jcsa got tackled, he's sort of curled up a little bit in the last 100 metres.
Yeah, Jcsa, certainly a good-looking horse, but this time in the company that he's been doing well in, he's found one too good. It'll be fascinating to see where they both end up next, because Azim Al Riyadh has probably earned another shot at a decent group race prize, you'd think. He
has, yeah. Certainly deserves his shot after this. This is, whether it's an improved performance, well, strictly speaking on the clock, it's an improvement by 1/100th of a second on the time that he did on his last run over course and distance. But it was a very likeable performance, and he gave the impression that there'd be more to come. Obviously, his run style means he needs a little bit of luck in running, but that's often the case here. I mean, whatever run style you have, you tend to suggest if you're a front runner, you don't need luck in running, but if you have to get to the front, you've got to go at a certain speed.
You've got to work to get
so
to the front.
no prisoners are taken. So however you're ridden, there'll be races that look like they're easy, but you're stepping up in class and things become a lot more difficult.
Always wonderful to see these JC Award prizes being offered to winning cadets. You can see a few last-minute phone calls there to discuss the success there. I'm sure there'll be lots of very happy connections. And one very happy young man there in Tariq Al Mansour, who is your winning jockey, would have been able to claim in this race as well, which would have definitely helped him. But he won't be claiming for long. I imagine by the time we get to Riyadh next year, he'll be a fully fledged professional.
There's every chance of that, of course. You know, there are less opportunities here than there are. You know, no one could do a Billy Loughnane here, right over 100 winners in a calendar year as an apprentice. But yeah, he's very much making his mark.
Yes, and just wonderful scenes there. I do love the JC Award prizes there. This is a little bit different to what we had in Taif. We had the little trophies, the white trophies in Taif. We've gone to a more of a plate sort of bar. Would you call it a plate? Would that be your...
Salver? Do you want to go salver?
That's a word I've never heard of before. So look at you. You're not only finding me winners. My vocabulary has gone through the roof. I've just heard from my producer, it's definitely not a salver. a salver, there's carnage in the gallery.
Well, I think...
They're determined to tell you that it's a dish. A dish is what we're being heard now.
It's definitely not a dish, mate. I'm sorry.
Certainly not a dish, and I don't know what a salver is, so my opinion here is invalid. So I'm going to stick with plate. The Jcsa Award plate has gone to the connection with Azam Al Riyadh.
It may not be shallow enough for a salver. It's certainly not big enough for a salver.
Are we still going on about what this... I mean, I was going to talk about the horse at this point, who's certainly got bigger prizes.
I think the most important thing today is we all find out what a salver is.
He's certainly got bigger prizes in the future. Tariq Al Mansour as well, a jockey to keep on the right side of. But they are already in the parade ring behind us for our next contest. This is an Arabian Open contest for the fillies, and it features Maysa Al Kaladir, who was due to run last week against Afsan Al Kaladir, her illustrious stablemate. But Afsan Al Kaladir was she was a late withdrawal, and she returned into this contest over a mile, and she had a big chance. Darren Owen, take us through the runners and riders for this one.
Thanks, Callum. Well, I've certainly got no dishes like that in my kitchen, and a salver is a tray, apparently. Right, here we go. The Arabian breds then lining up here, going a mile. Number 1 is Beta Al Kaladir and Nafa Al Anazi. Number 2 is Wathabat Al Kaladir.
Number 2, sorry, just have a go.
And
we're not.
Khalid Al Mimoni. Number 6 is Modisha and Ahmed Al Azuri. Number 7 is Reef Gudar and Abdullah Al Rashed. Number 8 is Al Yal and Asil Al Sahari. Number 9, Oja Al Kaladir, Abdullah Al Orfi. Number 10, Princess Muazzaz and Mohammed Al Daham. 12 is Takdir and Luis Morales. Number 12, I should say, is Farid Al Jazi and Nawaf Al Madani. 13 is Shiana Al Rayla and Abdul Al Hussein. 14, Idris de Violet and Abdulaziz Al Ruaidi. 15 is Kabira Al Jazra and Mohammed Saeed. And 16 is Elysia and Abdulaziz Al Musa. So, really good race coming up for the Arabian breds. It's fillies, and they are racing over 1,600 metres.
Thank you, Darren. Yes, we'll start at the top, work our way through them, and they're already circling in behind us. Maysa Al Kaladir must be the one they've all got to beat here, surely.
Yeah, there aren't too many that I like. I've got about 4 on the first page that I could speak to you by. The rest of them, I've got a line through them. And Maytha Al Kaladir does look really rock solid here.
What's about Al Kaladir? Hasn't had a win in 8 starts this season, but she was a winner at the end of last season.
Hold on a second. Let me get myself back on an even keel here.
Don't worry, that's absolutely fine. I could talk about what's about Al Kaladir because the last one came at the end of last season. 8 starts without getting ahead in front, but she was behind Maysa Al Kaladir last time out. It's hard to see her turning the form around. I've got a theory about this race. I think she was meant to be their representative in this contest.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Said Mutlaq has had to run Maysa Al Kaladir here because she was a non-runner last time.
Because she could run last time. Yeah. She's right. Let's turn back to her. She's beaten Ninawa ahead, and of course in distance fillies open last time out. Looks to have a very strong chance. But she's done 1 minute 49 dead for this 1 mile trip. Wathabat Al Khalidiyah was 12 lengths behind her over course of distance last time, so it was clearly held, but still has the Indian side over most of the others in this field. 151.17. Never again.
In trouble. I'm not being cancelled on this show.
151.17. She's done, and that's just to give you an idea in terms of what the difference is between times and lengths. 5 1/4 lengths is about a second. So if you're a second faster than something here at level weight, you beat them by about 5 1/4 lengths in a race. So that 2 seconds is about nearly 12 lengths, oddly enough, which is what Wathabat Al Khalidiyah was beaten by Maitha Al Khalidiyah last time out, which brings us on to a couple of last time out winners.
Shamila is in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Callum. I am in the parade ring. It is our last Arabian race of the night, and my pick has to be horse number 1, Maitha Al Khalidiyah, coming up besides me here now. She is a little bit on her toes, but that's just how she is. She seems to be like that over all her races in the prelims, just a little bit on her toes. But she was very impressive last time out at meeting 78, and she was supposed to go up against Asfan Al Khalidiyah, but he was scratched. Behind we have Wathabat Al Khalidiyah as well. Another runner for the Al Khalidiyah stables will be ridden by Turki Alofi. I don't think you can beat the Al Khalidiyah horses in this race. Both are really strong, and my cameraman is running away from me. But I will be sticking with Maitha Al Khalidiyah at the end of the day. She's the highest rated at 112. Naif Al Anazi on board. What could go wrong? And she's also by the brilliant Layth Al Khalidiyah, which Wathabat Al Khalidiyah is also the sire of that one, but Maitha just looks stunning, beautiful under the floodlights here. I do not think she can be beaten. Obviously, I do love horse number 16, but Roberto Ramos is not on board this filly this time, so I will be sticking with Maitha.
Thank you, Shamila. We're just having a discussion about silks here in the studio. Java de Violette with a horse we haven't mentioned. He's horse number 3. Much of a chance here?
No. But move on to Cooler Lane, who just
we just saw is an interesting runner, winner last time out and good start.
Yeah, won a nominated 2 last time out over course and distance in a time of 1 minute 52.56. That gives him 18.5 lengths to find with Maitha Al Khalidiyah. Now, if you think she is improving at that sort of rate, then give her a go. But she's actually a year older than Maitha Al Khalidiyah as well. So, although she's a winner last time out, I think she's got absolutely tons to find.
She beat the highly rated Jara Atbar on that occasion as well, in a bit of a turn-up. Janaea Al Dahab is another horse who won last time out, but again, that was in a weaker contest than Cooler Lane was in.
On paper it was, but it was a faster time. So, course and distance maiden last time out in a time of 1 minute 52.19, which again is about 16 lengths. Behind Maitha Al Khalidiyah, not taking the weight into consideration.
Mudishar is horse number 6, much chance?
Has a similar chance to the 2 that we just mentioned, but not that easy to fancy against the favourite because it's fully exposed and has got plenty to find with a rating of 76 compared to 112 for the top one.
Reef Gouda is horse number 7.
Yeah, has got 3 lifetime wins, but ran poorly on her reappearance at meeting 71 and has little chance in this company.
All Y'all.
All Y'all. Good name.
Great name.
Good name, but again, finished just 1 place in front of Reef Gouda last time out and hard to fancy at this level of competition.
We have another Al Khalidiyah runner. It's Orja Al Khalidiyah.
Yeah, that's a bit more interesting. Back to form with 13 3/4 lengths third to Gasham Sham Al Jazra in a not to 85 handicap last time out. Was a winner over a mile in Taif as well, so the trip's not a problem. Rating of 96 again suggests it should have the beating of the bunch of those that we just discussed, but still puts it behind Wathabat Al Khalidiyah on 105 and Maitha Al Khalidiyah on 112.
Check the jockey booking. Abdullah Alofi on board. Usually he's on the good horses from this team and is not riding Maitha Al Khalidiyah, who's owned by the same Al Khalidiyah stables. Naif Al Anazi on board. Naif Al Anazi knows how to get his way around these purebred Arabians, no problem.
Does,
but
yeah.
Abdullah Alofi tends to be the go-to guy, so it's interesting to see him.
Yeah, Orja Al Khalidiyah is lightly raced, still going the right way, but there's a clear stone between them on the ratings. I'd be surprised if they considered Orja Al Khalidiyah to be their number 1, unless they thought that Maitha Al Khalidiyah might not be at her best, given she had to miss the race last week, which would throw this race A little bit more open, yeah.
Princess Muazzaz is horse number 10, a winner. We saw him meeting 54.
We did, yeah, winning over a mile and a half in a not a 95 handicap on the final day of the type season, but I thought that race fell apart a little bit. And she was soundly beaten 24 and a half lengths in a course and distance open last time out, behind Maita Al-Khaladiya.
The form comes to the table. Takdir is horse number 11.
Takdir, I think is probably the biggest danger here. Was beaten 4.5 lengths in the second by Maita Al-Khaladiya in a listed course and distance event back in meeting 66. And the fact that Takdir was able to get within 4.5 lengths when Watabat Al-Khaladiya was 12 lengths behind suggests that she's the one to follow Maita Al-Khaladiya home, and she's got a time of 1:50.73, which is faster than Watabat Al-Khaladiya has managed as well.
Just seeing Maita Al-Khaladiya go down towards the start here, leaving the parade ring. We'll get to see that form in action as well, the first and second, where they were both involved. Firat Al-Jazi, the horse I absolutely adore, she was a great winner in Taif. This is the form we were just discussing here, so we'll get to see it in action. Maita Al-Khaladiya in front. Firat Al-Jazi is actually in behind here as well, so there's plenty of other horses getting involved.
Yes, you're seeing the form work out, but Maita Al-Khaladiya is too strong for them at the finish.
Takdir is a non-runner in this contest as well, so although Takdir does get fairly close, is a non-runner in this contest, and we're seeing our eventual winner Maita Al-Khaladiya just about hold on.
This is Ninawa running on to be beaten ahead in second, and we'd expect she got it fairly tight in the end, Maita Al-Khaladiya, but this is a slightly easier task for her, I think, all things, especially with Takdir coming out of the race late in the day. Farid Al-Jazi was held there, has been over 6 lengths over course and distance on that occasion. It's pretty consistent, but will be doing well to get much closer today. Still one of the more likely ones to win if Maita Al-Khaladiya, for whatever reason, runs below par. But not easy to argue that he should be winning this race. She should be winning this race.
You are purely relying on the horse number 1, Maita Al-Khaladiya, not running to the best of her abilities in order to count anything else into this sort of contest, aren't you?
Yeah, and that's pretty much it. And you can make. That's the problem with summing up the rest of the horses in the race. It's all about won't win unless Maita Al-Khaladiya runs below form. Shahana Al-Rayla, for example, is only 1 from 14, is rated 85, and does have her level of ability, but was disappointing last week, and it's hard to see her, even if she does bounce back, being a major player here.
Shahana Al-Rayla is horse number 13.
Yeah, so I've gone through her chance. She was disappointing here last week, consistent before that, but even if she bounces back to that form, she probably will. She's still liable to be left behind by the principals here.
Iris de Violette's horse number 14.
Yeah, similar sort of comments. She ran a couple of weeks ago and ran just respectably. She's got a rating of 82, was a winner in meeting 70. She's not a bad sort at all in her grade. She's just a little bit out of her pay grade here.
And Kabra Al Jazra is a horse who is making first start here in Saudi Arabia, has 5 overseas wins and a rating of 81. Can't be ignored, can it?
Can't be ignored, but most horses who come here don't justify their initial rating. So the fact that she's got 20 odd pounds to find with the top one suggests she's going to struggle today. But being a 5-time winner, she will certainly find her level, you'd hope. Yeah,
and finally, Alesia, a horse who absolutely loves it round here. Doesn't have the assistance of Wigberto Ramos today, but she thrives at this course and at this distance.
Yeah, she was a nice winner in meeting 62. She's the type to be held up on her races and try to kick late in the day. And she was back to form in second a couple of weeks ago, but places are the best she can hope for here, I would imagine. Her rating of 82 is a fair reflection of her ability. She's pretty exposed after 14 runs now.
We've got plenty of people commenting on the YouTube stream, so just getting some of those. Jason Stevens, who has been on fire recently, he likes Maita Al-Khaladiya here, and he likes Junior Audible in our later races as well. I think that's in our finale Junior Audible runs, looking for back-to-back successes as well. But it'll be very hard to beat Maita Al-Khaladiya, I imagine, in this contest, Rory.
Yeah, I mean, she can only beat herself as far as I can see. If she runs 10 pounds below par, then the race suddenly becomes open. But if she gives her running as she has done on recent starts, course and distance fine for her. She really should get the job done.
I want to apologise to everyone at home. I've seen Takdir is running in this contest. Horse number 11 is appearing on the GMAX, so that horse is appearing here. And there is Takdir in chance there. That is the best horse to take on Maita Al-Khaladiya.
Yes, I was disappointed when you informed me that wouldn't be
Can
running.
only apologise. I don't know where I got that.
But she definitely does now. If she is a non-runner, no one's told her. If she's lining up to go forward.
She's rocked up.
She's the one who's got closest to Maita Al-Khalidi on recent starts, and therefore you'd have thought there's no reason to think that she won't be the biggest danger again today. Yeah, she's a pretty consistent type.
Orja Al-Khalidi is a stunner as well, horse number 9. We mentioned the jockey booking already, but if you were just doing on what they look like in the flesh, Orja Al-Khalidi is the best looking of the 3 Al-Khalidi horses. As we can see, Maisa Al-Khalidi has just been taken behind the vet line, so she may have to be trotted up or just taken away because she's got a reputation of getting worked up at the start.
Yes, she does. So that. There's nothing unusual about that, and hopefully she'll behave herself as she's normally fine in her races.
Yeah, she normally is. Faritza Al-Jazi, we're just seeing go through shot there, number 12, a really good-looking filly. She's got plenty of running under her belt now. In fact, she's 6 years old now, so she's actually a mare, we've got to call her, to give her the correct term. She's got plenty of runs under her belt. That win in meeting 36 was right at the start when we started coming to Saudi Arabia. It was a great moment. She just looked at the picture of the paddock and she finally found a race of her level, but she's struggled since, and her last run was actually the wrong way. She's finding it all a bit too tough in this race.
Well, the trip was too far for her last time, and I'm happy to draw a line through that, and she was 6 lengths behind Maita Al-Khalidi on the footage that we saw prior to that, so she shouldn't be that far away at the finish, and the return to a mile is very much in her favour.
It certainly is. Shahana Al-Rayla is horse number 13 as well, another one who you have to give a chance to, but we've seen this horse run back-to-back races. They're all good, but she very rarely gets ahead in front.
Yeah, her strike rate is not the greatest, and it'll be a surprise if she improves it in this contest. Rating of 85 shows that she's got more than her level of ability, but was a bit disappointing last time out, and that 1 from 14 overall record would put you off.
It certainly does strike you the difference in physique to these horses that we saw compared to the purebred Arabians we saw in our previous race. These are much more thoroughbred-like, much more rotund, built, strong shoulders, backs and necks. You can see why these are the classier animals.
Yes, and of course we saw a bunch of the juveniles the other day as well, and a different type of animal altogether. There, they were really just babies.
Yeah, they had a lot of growing to do.
These are older mares as a rule, and they're pretty good quality mares as well, and they look it physically.
Yes, and hopefully they can match their good looks on the track here, running for 150,000 Saudi Riyal, 75,000 to the winner. It's been wonderful to see the Jcsa supporting the purebred Arabian racing scene so much throughout the Taif and Riyadh season. Remember, this is the first year we've had 2 races per day dedicated to purebred Arabians. We did see a little dip in the runners before we made our move to Riyadh, as a lot of horses made that move early. They needed more time to settle, but overall, I think it's been a wonderful addition to the car.
Yeah, and the field sizes here have been really good. We were, the last few weeks in Riyadh, we were seeing the occasional sort of 4, 5, 6 runner race. But here you're looking at quite a lot of races with reserves.
Yes.
So it's good to see that there's so much support for the races and so many horses to go around.
Well, they've started loading. Let's do some selections. Maisa Al-Khalidi is this choice of Shabila. It's also the choice of me. Rory, are you with us?
Yeah, I can't be against Maisa Al-Khalidi.
Can't be against us here. Now, we all teamed up last time and came second. Hopefully, we can go one place better today. Darren Owen, who do you like in this one?
So we are looking at the market. The market leader from the international markets is Maita Al-Khalidi, so strong form there. Runners then moving up into the stalls there on the outside. That is Elysia going in, number 16, Elysia. This one is Reef Gouda, number 7. Reef Gouda. Number 4, Kul Alain goes in. Yellow jacket of Olial, number 8, number 11 blue cap of Takdir, number 11 Takdir. Takdir then safely in place. Keep on looking at Wathabat Al-Khalidi. There is Maita Al-Khalidi, favoured on the international markets, this horse. Princess Muazzaz getting a little bit worked up. They're all in. A mile in front of them, 1,600 metres. We've got an issue with number 9, Orja Al Khaladia. Number 9, Orja Al Khaladia, jockey out of the saddle, out of the stalls. Abdullah Al Lofi. All the others are safely in place. So they're trying to back the 9 horse out. Number 9 is out of line. That's Orja Al Khaladia. All the others in the stalls except for the 9. Nine horse obviously got worked up in the starting stalls. Vet just checking the 9 horse now. Orja Al Khaladia for the soundness. Jockey back in the saddle. Abdullah Al Lofi. So number 9, Orja Al Khaladia is going back into the starting stalls. All in. And they're off, with Nathan Al Khaladia beginning sharply on the inside of Wathabat Al Khaladia. Those two showing up brightly with Reef Gudar, one of the greys there. That was in the yellow sheepskin noseband just in behind them. So too is Java de Violette, and Java de Violette has now taken 3rd. So it is Nathan Al Khaladia the leader, followed by Wathabat Al Khaladia in 2nd place, and then Java de Violette in 3rd position. 2 lengths away to Arif Gudar, who's holding 4th. Leaders are being stalked by Kul Alain, who's on the inside running rail. And then after those is Orja Al Khaladia. Spot the red cap, blue cap of Takdir on the wide outside, and then nipping up the inner is Princess Muazzaz as they go into the corner, leaving the back straight behind them. Looking towards the back end of this field, Shihana Al Rayla is one of the back markers, along with Farid Al Jazi. So heading now towards the turn, and it is Wathabat Al Khaladia on the outside of Matha Al Khaladia, who's against the running rail and just being pushed along. Off these is Takdir, who's about 3 lengths away, and then comes Orja Al Khaladia as they make the turn into the straight. Kabara Al Jazra is trying to stay on, and they're homeward bound, and Matha Al Khaladia is coming back at Wathabat Al Khaladia, but Takdir is trying to pick the pair up on the extreme outside. They're inside the last 200. Matha Al Khaladia, Wathabat Al Khaladia drops into 2nd. Takdir continues to run on. They've drifted towards the centre. Matha Al Khaladia from Takdir. It is Matha Al Khaladia who goes on to win. Takdir 2nd place, Wathabat Al Khaladia in 3rd, and they're clear of the others. So it is the horse that it was favoured on the international markets, has gone on to win. I thought it could have been vulnerable at one stage, was actually off the bridle, the 1 horse before the 2 horse, but very game. Matha Al Khaladia, number 1, has gone on to win. Takdir, number 11, really did run on down the outside, took 2nd place. 3rd was number 2, Wathabat Al Khaladia. So it's 1, 11 and 2. 1, 11 and 2, and they were clear of the other runners who were headed by the 4th horse there, number 12. That was Farid Al Jazi, who's come from a mile back. So it is 1, the winner, 11 2nd, 2 3rd, and 12 in 4th position. 1, Matha Al Khaladia, the winner. 11, Takdir 2nd. 2, Wathabat Al Khaladia 3rd. And 12, Farid Al Jazi in 4th. 1 length and the same. 1 length and the same. The margins, 1 minute 50.22. 1 minute 50.22 was the time. Really good race to watch. Great spectacle. Good performance from Matha Al Khaladia, number 1.
never in doubt with the Al Khalidiyah stables in these really competitive Arabian races. This is a Jcsa challenge worth 150,000 Saudi riyal for fillies for 4 years old and upwards. This was over 1,600 meters. The last time out we saw Maytha Al Khalidiyah at meeting 78 was also over 1,600 meters, but she was partnered with Adel Al Faradi, who rides a lot for the Al Khalidiyah stables, but it seems that Adel may be on a ban this weekend, so that is why he is not riding. But it's good for Naif Al Anazi though, because this is the highest rated filly in the race at 112, so there was no doubt she was going to win the race, though it came very close down to the wire with the horse that came second. But Naif Al Anazi, cool as ever, absolutely hung on, and very well done to all involved with Al Khalidiyah stables and of course their trainer Syed Mutlaq, who's done a brilliant job this season. So very, very well done to all of them, and it'll be great to have a word with Naif Al Anazi after he weighs out and before he goes and collects the trophy for this race. And what a wonderful trophy it is. We may have had a dish in our last race, however this seems to be more of a vase. So that is really nice. Nice silverware too for the Al Khalidiyah stables to take home. I'm sure they have rooms just dedicated to all of their trophies. So that is really good. Naif is just weighing out here now before we go and grab a word with him. So yeah, once again, huge congratulations to all involved with the white stables. Hugs and high fives all round. He's just going to go and have a word with the trainer as well, as we see the horse being saddled up here. But we will hopefully have a quick word with Naif Al Anazi. Okay, we will be speaking to Naif Al Anazi, it seems, after the trophy presentation.
That is no problem, Shamila. We'll grab Naif after the trophy presentation. I tell you what, Syed Mutlaq there looked a lot more relaxed than he did at the end of that race. I don't know whether you saw the shots of him. He was sat down, curled up in that chair, because I think it all got a bit too much, because it was a bit too tight for Naif Al Anazi aboard Maytha Al Khalidiyah, who had to really scramble home there, I felt.
He did, yeah, and as it's also interesting that he's come well off the rail in the closing stages, knowing that he's potentially vulnerable to a challenge down the outside, and it's worked for him here. Maytha Al Khalidiyah eventually getting the better of a long battle with Wathabat Al Khalidiyah. She does dig in. She's not a particularly flashy traveller, but she does dig in. She finds a bit more for pressure than Wathabat Al Khalidiyah, but it did look that Takdir was going to be a big challenger for the last 100 metres or so, but she found a bit extra to hold on.
What did you make of Naif's ride there? I felt like he was always worrying about everything else rather than his own ride, because he was looking back from the very beginning. He then lost a bit of pace on the inside. Shamila is in the parade ring with Naif Al Anazi, and they've met back up.
I am indeed with Naif Al Anazi, who's just won on Maytha Al Khalidiyah. Congratulations, Naif. That was a really good race.
Thank you, Shamila. Thanks, God. I want to say thank you for my big brother, Sheikh Mutlaq bin Mushrif, because he, and Nasser also, my brother, and Saad, all the team for Khalidiyah, because he's trust me about this race. Thanks, God. I hope so, inshallah, tomorrow, Mubarak at Khalidiyah also. I win this field, inshallah. First cup, I win this year. If you don't know, yeah, first cup, yeah, thanks, God. Alhamdulillah, Shamila. She's class filly.
Did you think you were going to win from the beginning of the race, because she's the highest rated, but you took her to the front and she just went?
Yeah, Shamila, actually I think before the race, maybe this race so fast, but when he opened the gate, so slowly this race, and I scared because my gate, she's one, maybe I catch my filly too much, maybe close the rail, you know, but thanks God, I hope so, inshallah. Next race, inshallah, this cup, I take him.
Well, that was brilliant, so well done, Naif.
Thank you, Shimi. Thank you, President.
Great to hear from Naif Al Anazi here, and I'm going to play a game. Every time Naif looks back, you've got to add one. So we're going to keep watching this race. You talk us through it, and I'll just mention how many times he looks back.
Well, to be honest, not an awful lot happens in the race. The two who bounce out of the stalls best are Maytha Al Khalidiyah and Wathabat Al Khalidiyah from stalls 1 and 2, and they sit in positions 1 and 2 pretty much all the way through the race until you get that late challenge. down the outside from Takdir. So we see the pair of them being tracked by Java de Violette in third, who appears to be travelling okay at this stage, but that filly with a rating of 72 was always going to be up against it. Just behind her, I think, was Jcsa Al-Dahab, who was ready to strike if for some reason the front two weakened tamely, but that was never liable to happen. At this stage, you see the Wathabat Al-Khalidi has just got half a length in front, and Turkey Alofi trying to put a little bit of pressure on Naif here, and Naif's just had to keep pushing along to make sure that Turkey's unable to come across to the rail, and he's making sure that that gap doesn't close and she's able to go through. So he's riding her along at the moment. You might be slightly worried if you're with her at this stage, but at this stage she now gets back alongside, even though Wathabat Al-Khalidi appears to be travelling a little bit better than her. You know that she finds for pressure, and as they straighten up for home now, she just gets her head in front and she finds more from this stage. But you then see in third place Takdir launches her challenge down the outside, and she's getting gradually closer all the time. Maita Al-Khalidi finding enough to hold off Wathabat Al-Khalidi, but you wonder if she might be vulnerable to late challenge. The pair of them drift towards the centre of the track, forcing Takdir to go a little bit wider, but it hasn't made the difference between winning and losing, and Takdir, although getting closer all the time, is still beating the length of the line. How many times in total?
7. And do you know what's fascinating? Is the fact that when he doesn't, she goes further clear, because you talked about balance. And,
yes.
and you mentioned it right at the start when we started working together. You mentioned looking back, unbalance of the horse, because your centre of gravity shifts all over the place, as it would naturally do, because everything's connected. And he's looking back so often, they're having a chat there as one of the things there.
But the one thing, sometimes the jockey has to look behind, particularly if you're manoeuvring towards the rail. You need to make sure you're not hampering anything behind you. So that's a safety issue. When a jockey wants to find out if he's, you know, have I gone far enough clear to win this race, this quick look round really doesn't tell you, it gives you a snapshot of where other runners are behind you. It doesn't tell you how well they're going unless you keep looking around for a second, and it doesn't tell you what ground they're making either. So I always think the jockey's trying to be clever and looking behind them constantly to see, to try to win as cheekily as possible. I think it's always counterproductive. It never really does the job, and of course we saw it backfire horribly with Pat Cosgrave in Chelmsford early in the season.
He wasn't looking back though, was he?
He was properly showboating.
Yeah, that's slightly different than looking back, because this is what I mean. You just see Naif, we've got these brilliant camera angles. You see every time he's just peeking up, and it's like, Naif, don't worry about that. You're on the best filly in the race. She's gonna have the class to get her through here, and she almost got caught.
But that might be the case. He said after the race, he had great relief because this is his first cup win of the season. He was delighted to be given the opportunity, but he seems to have ridden the race as if he's worried about what might go wrong for him in the race, knowing that he was on the best horse. And if he just relaxed a little bit and rode his race normally, he might have won a little bit more comfortably than he did. I
couldn't agree with you more, Rory.
You need to go to Naif and offer to be his agent for him and make him champion jockey next year.
And that's the great thing about him, is he is one of the most wonderful members of the weighing room. He's such a big part of everything racing here in Saudi Arabia. He picked up that big 1 million Riyal prize in the auction race in Taif at the end of the Taif season, which is a big win for him on Barik Al Fuz, I think was the name of the horse that won that. And then now he's got his first cup race as well. So well done, Nathan. Next time, hopefully, the next cup race won't be such a long time away. We must, though, go to race 10. It's an open contest, and it features a horse we've been so excited to see since Taif. Darren Owen, take us through the runners and riders.
So here we go, race number 10 on the card for 3-year-olds, 1,400 metres. Another good race coming up. Another cup contest with number 1 on the card, Sabout and Alexis Marino. 2, Precious. 3 is Besht Al-Hakem and Naif Al-Anazi. 4 is Abu Azam and Victor Gutierrez. Number 5 is Mota Wasi and Camilo Espina. Number 6, Marcel Mohamed Al-Nevzi. 7 is Mohib Al-Doreya, Ali Al-Mutib. Number 8, Fulham and Luis Morales. Number 9, Salute Macho, Mohamed Al-Daham. And 10 is Takfik. Abdullah Al-Farouz takes the mount. Race 10 coming up, 1,400 metres with a 10-strong lineup.
Thank you, Darren. Yes, 10 going to post here, and the quality is high as well. We have to start with horse number 1, Sabout, unbeaten so far, but comes here off a long absence.
Yeah, was successful in meeting 38 on debut, winning over 6 furlongs at Taif, and then was very impressive, beating Medar by 2 3/4 lengths, and a non-winners of 2, meeting 49, with Mutawasi back in third. Hasn't been seen since meeting 49, but appears in pretty good order in the pictures we see of him now.
Yes, this is Precious, horse number 2.
Yeah, was 13th in the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup last time out. Did win a 7 furlong maiden over this course and distance 2 starts back. Would have placed claims if building on that penultimate effort.
Best Alakem is making a quick turnaround.
Yeah, it's been kept pretty busy, Best Alakem. We've seen plenty of him this Riyadh season. It was a wee bit disappointing last time out. It was a tough contest in that King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup last time out. It was obviously in front of Precious last time. Will appreciate the return to 7 furlongs and shouldn't be too far away.
Abu Aizam, it looks to be in his winter coat already.
Yeah, and this is a racecourse debut for him, so very difficult to fancy, but hopefully he learned a little bit about what racing is about. He does look ready for his hibernation, really, doesn't he?
He certainly does. These colours had a winner earlier in the card today. This is not a Wasi, first of the white stable runners, Camille Espina on board.
Yeah, it was 8 3/4 lengths behind Saybout in that non-winners of 2 at Taif back in meeting 49, but absolutely ran away with the course and distance maiden on the switch to Riyadh last time out, winning by 14 3/4 lengths. It's a tricky one because he certainly hasn't stood still since being beaten by Saybout, and I wouldn't say that it's as simple to say that Saybout beat him easily once. He should do it again. He's definitely taken a step forward, so that gives the top one plenty more to find.
Marcel is horse number 6 for all the Blazing Squad fans.
Short coupled. 8th on debut, showed a little bit of ability, but this is too deep, I think.
Mohib Aldareya is horse number 7, cuts a lovely figure in the parade ring.
Yeah, but that doesn't cut such a nice figure on the track. Did show promise on debut in 3rd in Taif, but hasn't really gone forward from that. Was well beaten 2 weeks ago.
Here's one I know you like, Fulham.
Yeah, I like Fulham. I liked what he did a couple of starts ago, but he was only 6th at Zaydan in the King Abdullah Cup last week. Needs to step back up on that, but may do it.
Shamila is in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Callum. You almost caught me doing my on-the-spot jogging exercises because it's absolutely Baltic out here in the parade ring. You guys have it nice and easy inside the studio. Horse number 1 will be my paddock selection for this next race with Alex Moreno on board. Obviously, we haven't seen this 3-year-old colt since meeting 49 when he absolutely bolted up, and he's remained unbeaten this season. Obviously, it could all change today. However, he is the best-looking horse in the parade ring, also the highest rated, so that should go in his favour as well. I'm lacking on winners today. I feel like I was on a roll yesterday, but I think Seabout could win this race quite easily. Obviously, you've got 2 really nice white stable runners in here as well with Mutawasi and Takfik. But I should actually say that I also really liked horse number 8, Fulham, the mount of Louis Morales. But I think I will be sticking with horse number 1 for Talal Sad and Alex Moreno. Fingers crossed.
Thank you, Shamila. And don't beat yourself up. You had a winner in the last race as well, so you're doing absolutely fine. We'll move on to Salute Macho, horse number 9.
Yeah, Salute Macho has a rating of 62 and did come back to form when runner-up last time out, but this is not really his level, I don't feel, and he's going to struggle.
Yeah, and finally, Takfik, who's getting a bit jig-joggy going around the parade ring, was a winner on debut and then 9th last time out, but that was a tough ask, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the King Khalid Military Academy Cup last time out, so going straight into a cup race after winning a maiden first time out is always difficult, but Takfik looked a lovely prospect when winning on debut, and has a slightly more realistic chance of bouncing back in this smaller field.
In that race last time out with Takfik, do you feel that she went too quick, even for cup race standards? She was blazing along early and got very tired late on. It was almost as if you could have put the brakes on a little bit there. You didn't have to go that fast.
Hopefully, she won't have to do a similar thing here. But that's always a worry with white stable runners who are trained to sort of jump out the stalls and dominate their races. That you need to have plan B as well, and what works for maiden races doesn't work for cup races as a general rule unless you're exceptional. And even if you are exceptional, you want to be able to win from off the pace too.
I thought Jcsa, horse number 3, we just briefly saw that horse in shot, was the best looking horse in the parade ring. Personally, Sabout looks absolutely stunning, but Jcsa, considering he only ran recently, looks keen, ready to go, jig-joggy, well built, and is just a real eye catcher. You'll see him just behind us from our wonderful vantage position here in our studio, and he's just a really good looking individual. I love horses who are flat backed, and he's got that beautiful flat back. Plenty of going still to do in there, but that's a horse who I'm keen to see, not only today, but in the future. Jcsa has really taken my eye out in this one.
Yeah, he's a nice looker, and he's a pretty consistent sort, but with a rating of 85, he's just got a tiny bit to do with the best of these. But, we don't know whether Sabout is going to be able to show his best form first time out. And Motawazi, of course, was able to absolutely dominate his field last time out. It's not guaranteed that that's going to be a tactic that works here either. So those are the joint top rated. Shamila said that Sabout was top rated here and should win reasonably easily, but that's kind of assuming that he's going to be able to beat Motawazi as easily as he did last time. But Motawazi has taken his form to the same level, so the handicapper has got them on the same mark now. And this is arguably not the same Motawazi who was beaten back in Taif. A horse who's taken a step forward, is guaranteed to be fit and is suited by this track as well. So I think the Motawazi might just be able to turn the tables with Sabout. But if they end up getting into a battle, who knows what could happen in behind.
The question will be is whether they ride Motawazi the same way they did. Fortunately, we'll get to see Motawazi in both his races. We'll get to see him getting defeated by Sabout, and we'll get to see him winning on his first time up here in Riyadh. This is Sabout going down to the start. I am so excited to see this horse. I remember when we kept seeing him in collateral form with a lot of other horses.
Yes.
Saying to people, well, there's Sabout winning. That's good form because Sabout's a good horse, and it's good to see that we're finally making an appearance. Clearly, there's been an issue because this horse would have obviously been going to those Al Regla Cups and all those other big group races that we see during the Riyadh season, only making his appearance now. Hopefully, he's over whatever was holding him back.
Maybe he's being aimed at the 2,000 guineas. Have you thought about that?
Oh, well, he could be aimed at the 2,000 guineas, but there's a Derby trial coming up as well. That's not too far away. So don't worry. I've been thinking about my residual form.
Connections may just have a very specific set of races they want to go for, and therefore they want to go right. Wins his debut, wins a nice race in Taif, give him a break, and bring him back so he has a prep race for the one that we want to win with, and then a secondary target, or maybe the primary target in the spring. But yeah, I wouldn't be concerned about his break if that's what they're planning to do.
Here he is going down to the start, Sabout, under a very cool, calm and collected Alex Moreno, who's looking for his first winner of the weekend. This was a win. You'll see Motawazi in behind in the white stable colours with the white noseband on. He's put in this place on this day, isn't he? Because Sabout just looked a different gear.
Yeah, there were two white stable runners on the day. Motawazi came off third in the end. Medha was the one who got closest, beaten 2 3/4 lengths into second. But yeah, I thought that Motawazi looked like half a racehorse here. He had the frame, but he wasn't quite ready to show what he could do. And you can see he's struggling to get out of his own way a little bit there.
He had 2 runs before.
I know that, but
they all mature at different times.
Yeah, and we'll see what he did on his second start. Here he is. He seems to fill this frame to me. And we did question how much he would improve for that when we saw him last time out. But my goodness, we didn't have to wait long to find out. He's absolutely blitzed his rivals here and won this maiden by 14 and 3/4 lengths. A really impressive win visually, and also on the clock. He did 1 minute 26.82 for this performance. He didn't leave anything in the tank. There was no question about could he have won by another 5 lengths if he wanted to. This is exactly as far as he could have won because he was ridden to maximum effect.
I think I remember Camillo saying that he wanted to teach him, that the whole idea was to teach him to go and win a race. Like he hadn't actually crossed that threshold yet. So he's definitely mentally immature in Taif, and he looked much more the finished article. Now, whether he's able to do that, tracking something through the race and then producing a turn of foot to beat it, that's another skill, and he hasn't shown the ability to do that yet. But he's shown that he has the raw ability to be very good. And if Sabout is not 100% fit, then I'm pretty sure that the Motawazi will pounce. My question to you in regards to his fitness, are we getting loaded up quite quickly? We are. Well, we'll get selections out the way. I'm going for Sabout. Shamila's going for Sabout. Rory, you like Motawazi here,
yes,
don't you?
Yep.
So those are our selections. Rory goes for number 5, and myself and Shamila going for horse number 1. Darren Owen, I hope this throw isn't too early.
I'll let you off. There's only 10 runners. So runners then moving up into the stalls. Race number 10. Look at the international markets. Motawasi and Saybout, along with Fulham. They're the top three looking at the international markets. Motawasi beginning to give Camilo Espina a 4-timer on the day. And the race 10 field now are being offered up into the stalls. So 3-year-olds then in action over this 1400-meter trip on an evening which is now described by Miloin as Baltic. Baltic? Really? Yes. Anyway, they are going in. In fact, I say they're going in. There's only one horse in the stalls at the moment. That's number 3. Besht Al Hakem. That's the only one in the gates. Not quite sure if they've had any issues with that horse, but is currently the only one in the starting stalls. It's great that they have the outriders here to assist as well with any issues going to post and down at the start. I always think that's something we really need in the UK. And they are continuing to circle. So Motawasi looking to win for the second time. Saybout is the perfect 2 from 2. Saybout you'll see in green and white colours will be coming out of stall number 1. Red cap on number 10 there, Takvik. There's nothing else happening behind. There's only one horse in the stalls and all the others seem to be circling. Then the yellow jacket, the black cap, Abu Izam, number 4. So the others now are being offered up. Maybe actually that Beshta Alakem, who's in stall 3, just getting a little bit restless there, but has been in there for some time. Saybout's about to go in. Number 1, Saybout, Alexis Mourinho in the saddle. Saybout is in. Number 4, Abu Izam. Izam about to move into place. Number 6, the blue and white checks, Marcel. That's Marcel in. Number 7's about to go in. Green with the white sash, Mohib Aldorea. Number 2, Precious, is going in along with Fulham. Motawazi going in. And Salute Macho is still to go forward. This is number 9, Salute Macho. And also out of the line, Takfik, number 10. Number 3, Besht Alakem, is really restless in the stalls, but has been in there for some time now. This is Takfik. So 2 to go, numbers 9 and 10, Salute Macho and Takfik. 1400 metres the journey. Blindfold fitted now to Salute Macho. Salute Macho looking to win for the first time. That's 7 starts thus far. Salute Macho's in. Just Takfik to go in. There's 1 from 2 Takfik. All in. And they're off. Racing over 1,400 metres, and Precious is the first to show, with Motawazi breaking the line in the centre. To the outside is Mahip Al Daria, and Seabout's getting a nice posse up along the inside. So it's Seabout, Motawazi, the big two. To their outside is Fool Harm, and wide of that one, Red Cap of Takfik as they go through the first 400 metres. Leaders are being chased by Abu Izam, and then comes Mahib Al Daria. Out wide, Salute Macho, and then a couple of lengths further back to Besht Izam, and then comes Precious as they take the turn away from the back. Marcel is the back marker, and it is Motawazi and Seabout, followed by Fool Harm, a close third. Takfik's 3 lengths away, with Abu Izam being driven along. Precious trying to stay on the inside running rail, followed by Besht Al Kam, and down the straight with 400 to go. Seabout and Motawazi, these two now have a set 2. They're a couple of lengths in front of the others. Fool Harm's in third. Takfik wants to pick up some pieces though. Here comes Takfik with a red cap to the outside. It's Seabout treading water, and Takfik has claimed the lead inside the last 200, and Takfik has picked up some lovely pieces. Takfik the winner, Motawazi second place, Seabout third, and they were followed in by the others. So it is Takfik who goes on to win. Number 10, Takfik down the outside, staying on. The big two were vying for the lead there for a lot of the journey, Motawazi and Seabout, but Takfik number 10 has picked them up down the outer to go on and take the money. With Abdullah Al Farouz in the saddle. So that's 2 wins from 3 starts now for number 10, Takfik. Wins well. Second place, that goes to Motawazi, number 5. Back in third, number 1, Seabout, and fourth, number 8, Fool Harm, who run a big race there. And those 4 were clear of the others. 10, 5, 1, and 8. 10, 5, 1, and 8. 3.5 lengths and 1.5 lengths. 3.5 lengths and 1.5 lengths. The margins. Time of the winner, Takfik, was 1 minute 27.16. 1 minute 27.16. Well, Seabout seemed to shake off Motawazi, but then Seabout started to tread water, ran on fumes. Takfik came down the outside and claimed the day, with Motawazi just outrunning Seabout there for second place. So winner number 10, Takfik.
We've had a bit of a shock in race 10 as Takfik picks up the pieces left by Mutawazi and Sabout, slugging it out for the entire contest. And Abdullah Al-Farouz has said thank you very much and taken the win, and Takfik bounces right back to form. She's now had 2 wins from 3 of her starts.
Yeah, she had a tough task, as we said last time, out going straight into cup contest on second start, and she was ridden in contrasting fashion here. The second, third and fourth were in the van throughout, plenty of them keen to get to the front, and after a furlong the order of the race was Motawasi, Sayboot disputing it with Fulham going up on their outside to hassle them, and Takfik sitting off the pace has come very late in the day to pick the trio up, she's done so by conserving energy as much as anything else. You have to be smart to win the race, but she's run her race, and the others to some degree have been slightly compromised by getting involved in that pace war up front.
Yeah, it was a real humdinger of a contest, because at one point all 4 of them were lined up in front going into that bend, and it was a real spectacle. But it's Takfik who makes the most of the other 2 going on the edge of that bend and challenging each other all the way down the straight.
Yeah, and she's just delayed her challenge. From where she was, it would have been fairly crazy to try to get all the way across them, because there's plenty of speed on show here. So she was ridden patiently. We'll see that it just takes a furlong or so for them to sort themselves out, but soon you see Sayboot goes up on the inside, Motawasi goes up to challenge there, and a couple of strides later you're going to see
Fulham is coming up
the blue and white of Fulham move up to challenge them. So no hiding place at this stage. The 3 of them serve up a real treat really for 5 furlongs. They're going the front 2 are going head to head. Fulham's making sure that they can't slacken the pace at all and ready to strike if either of them do falter. But as you see, just sitting just off that pace, Takfik is saving a little bit of energy, is making sure that she is there to pounce late in the day, because when you go this hard head to head, something's got to give late in the day. First of all, it looked like Motawasi was the one to weaken. He just loses the battle initially with Sayboot, and Sayboot looks like he's going to win the race, but his lack of fitness begins to tell there, and he comes to the end of his tether late in the day, and Motawasi comes back at him in the shadow of the post, but the pair of them are left behind by Takfik, who unleashes quite a smart turn of foot to come over the top.
Is there a question that Mutawazi actually got another second win from seeing Takfik go by?
I don't think so. I think it's genuinely a case of him being nearly as good as Sayboot, but not quite in a battle, losing out on that briefly, and then as Sayboot has emptied very late in the day, being able to stay on past him because he's got fitness on his side, as we saw from that win he had last time out.
What do you make of the Sabout run?
I thought it was a really good run because he looked really comfortable for a long way, and as I said, he was eyeballed and challenged by Motawasi, but he's initially come through that. But obviously, when you've been off for that length of time, you're not guaranteed to be absolutely 100% fit. Obviously, he'd been running over the sharper 7 furlongs in Taif as well, so it may well be that this trip is as far as he wants to go, and he might actually want to drop back to 6 furlongs. But he's done everything right until he's got tired late in the day. And so I wouldn't be harsh on any of the front 4 here. They've all run big races.
Yeah, but I'd agree with you on that one there. I think they've all done massively well. Takfik, though, has picked up the pieces and suddenly throws her hat into the ring for a lot of these big races coming up towards the end of the Riyadh season. I'm excited to see where she'll go next, because she's clearly come on from that really disappointing run where she just got lit up in very good company. Now dropping in class, hopefully she will do much better, and I think she's earned a step into group company once again.
Yeah, she certainly has, and we said you need to have 2 ways of doing it, and she's shown she's got 2 ways of doing it now.
Yeah, we're just seeing the trophy being presented here, and we're going to see Abdullah Al-Farouz, who he's had an up and down couple of weeks here in Riyadh. He had a very good spell where he was riding winner after winner after winner. Then he rode a really poor race, which we talked about on board. I can't remember what your selection was, but it was the Mosawaibab, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Who just got tactics all completely wrong. He was clearly rattled by that as well, and struggled in a couple of subsequent contests. But you can see now he's going to be celebrating with this young man who's getting more more trophies than I ever had when I was a youngster. He's always getting up there with it. Good for him, and we're seeing the jockey now being able to celebrate. And this will be a big thing for him as well. This will be a big win. Camillo Ospina has been stealing all the headlines today, but he's reminded everyone Abdullah Al Farouz is here to stay and is a good jockey in his own route. Right. Let's go to race number 11, our penultimate contest. Darren Owen can take us through the runners and riders.
Thanks, Callum. Yep, it is a 1,600-metre race, so it's for the locally bred fillies going the mile. Number 1 is Mawakit and Ricardo Ferreira. Number 2 is Nassim Al Riyadh Abdullah Al Lofi. Number 3, Jcsa and Thurb Al Tamiat. 4, Layli Al Majad and Nawef Al Madani. 5, Botulat, Suleiman Al Rashid. 6, Habatha and Mohammed Al Habib. 7 is Aja Batom and Mohammed Al Nesli rides the 7 horse. Number 8 is Korbar Mohammed Al Hubail. 9, Huruf Abdullah Al Rashid. 10 on the card is Zabi Al Sadawi. Number 11, Solana and Luis Morales. 12 is Amta Rat and Jimmy Carrion. Number 13 on the card is Hedafar and Camilo Espina. 14, Bint Far and Alexis Marino. 15, Montagiba and Ayad Al Turisi. 16 is Athiba. And 17, Wardat Al Maydeen, partnered by Abdullah Al Farouz. 18, Sa Al Taif, Mohammed Al Sharima. 19 is Urja Wania and Tariq Al Mansour. And number 20 is Durat Al Dorea and Ahmed Ashrar. They are the fillies set to line up in this race coming up then for the locally bred thoroughbreds over a mile. Race 11.
Thank you, Darren. Yes, and we've got a full field of 20 in this contest. The 21, who is the reserve, does not get in. And we start off with Mawakit, who I think has done very well, taking his good form from last season into this season.
Yes, she has. She ran a cracking race to be 5th in the primary championship of the race courses last time out and was 3rd to Paradise Row. 2 starts to go and 3rd to Paradise Row last week. Drops from 1,800 metres. That won't be a problem to her. I think she's got a very big chance here of at least hitting the frame.
Nassim Al Riyadh is horse number 2.
I wasn't particularly keen on Nassim Al Riyadh for win purposes. She's rated at 72. Her best form gives her a squeak of hitting the frame here, but she's 1 from 17. She's below form on her last couple of starts, and I think she's going to struggle here.
If you don't like a horse rated 75, I'm sure you're going to struggle to like a horse rated 55 in Jcsa.
No, I don't like Jcsa, and I'll save you the hassle of asking me about Layli Al Majd as well, rated 62 and coming here, having finished 15th last week. This is too tough.
But Batulat finished 16th last week, but is rated 83, so there's surely some ability under the bonnet.
Yes, Batulat is interesting. 5th in both the Riyadh and the Najran Regional Governorate Cups. I think you can put a line through her latest run in a Jcsa challenge contest. She's got a time of 1:40.54 for course and distance. If she can bounce back to the form she showed either on her penultimate start or 3 starts back, she is a big player here.
Habatha, positive, negative?
Negative. Form last season was very in and out. In fact, comes 7th or nowhere. 7th, 16th, 7th, 18th, 7th. So due to come nowhere today.
Age Abatum is horse number 7. Another one I'm sure you're going to draw a line through.
Rated 53, 1 from 27, career, no thanks.
Korba was looked all the world that she was going to go into a top-level filly on her last appearance in Taif, but then it hasn't quite got. Sorry, her first appearance in Taif hasn't gone well since then.
No, she's shown bits of form since then, but as I said, she was she won the Ministry of Defence Cup over course and distance last season. She was in a tough contest last time. As you said, she was an open winner in Taif. She was behind Batulat 2 starts back though, and 7th to 14 to Jabba Allah in the Prince Badr bin Abdulaziz Cup last week. So she does need to bounce back to her best form, but she's got course and distance form to her name. as well as that win in Taif. So I think she'll find this company easier than she's been taken on recently. And although she does need to find a bit to beat Batulat on recent form, she's got the back class to turn that form around. So I wouldn't be surprised to see her turn the clock back here.
Haruf is number 9.
Haruf is a rating of 64 and is coming here of a couple of moderate runs, including finishing 10th last week. 2 from 74 lifetime, not going to be 3 from 75 here.
Zabi Al-Wasdawi is horse number 10.
Is a 12-race maiden who's run poorly in both starts this season and is almost certainly flattered by a rating of 56.
Solana is number 11.
Yeah, Solana doesn't have great win prospects with a rating of 69, but she did run well last week in a 0-70 handicap over this course and distance. So she's got the fact that she comes here in good heart means she's got place claims.
Amtarat was a winner at Taif and then bounced back to form after a few poor runs last time out.
Yeah, the Taif win was in a 0-65. Was second in a Phillies Open last time out, but that was a pretty weak event. Only the first 2 were winners in that contest, so I think she will find this a lot tougher.
Adafa is a horse who must have a big chance here.
Yes, Adafa is certainly interesting. Course and Distance Open winner at 2 starts back, and then finished a good 4th to Jabba Allah in the Najran Regional Government Cup last time out. That's solid form. She's got the form in the book and the times over the trip to go very close indeed here.
Bint Far is horse number 14, a winner in Riyadh, then came back from a break in a Group 1 company, no less, and wasn't able to back that win up.
Yeah, I thought I liked her as an outsider there, because although she'd never tackled a mile and a half, she just seems to be a grinder in her races, and I thought she would benefit from the step up and trip. She didn't.
She did not. Never got involved, did she?
She didn't get involved. In fairness, that was a really tough contest, and she's into something more realistic today. But whether the drop back to a mile is a bit too far for her, given that she's run her best race when second in the King Abdulaziz Cup over a mile and a quarter in March.
Shamila is in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Callum. We're on our penultimate contest of the evening, and I have decided to go with another White Stables horse. This time is horse number 13, Edifa. Camilo Espina is chasing that 4-timer. This filly is 7 years old. She was 4th last time out at meeting 72, but she won at meeting 60. That was the last time we saw her in the winner's enclosure. Camilo is on fire today, and so is the White Stables. They've won all the big races and some small races as well. But Edifa just looks absolutely stunning here in the parade ring. She is a class above everybody else for sure, and like we said previously, White Stables are definitely back in form after their quiet spell a few weekends ago. She is rated 87, so I think that's good. She's definitely up there in the ratings compared to some of these horses rated 60 and below. I do have to give a shout out though to horse number 1, Mara Queet, for Ricardo Ferreira and Samuel Harabi, who have been on a winning streak as well. And a negative for me had to be Korba, horse number 8. Although she looked really well, she was acting up in the preliminary stages a great deal.
I see.
Thank you, Shamila, for that information there. Edafa being a paddock positive, Korba being a paddock negative. Montekiba is horse number 15. We didn't get much of a paddock analysis from that, but what do you make of the form?
Well, Montekiba's got a chance on the best of her form, which is only 10th in the Najran Cup 2 starts ago, behind a couple of these, and then ran poorly in a Course and Distance Open behind Al Jamani last time out. Needs to bounce back.
Atiba is horse number 16.
1 from 16 and finished 16th last time out, having finished dead last on her reappearance, and no chance, I think.
Wadat Al Mayadeen comes here with a rating of 90, must have some sort of a chance.
Yes, second in the second in the King Abdulaziz Cup last year, which I've also never been far, but there are more than one version of that. Next second to Johar Al Riyadh in a 7-furlong Open 2 starts back. Was a length and a quarter behind Korba when 8th last time out. That was in the Prince Badr Cup, wasn't it? So she's got the back class to go close. She's got a couple of good efforts this season. She's a little bit in and out, but with a rating of 88 in this field, I certainly couldn't rule her out.
Sar Al Taif is horse number 18.
Rated 58, 1 from 21, 17th last time. ticking no boxes for me.
Urjuania, the horse we've seen plenty of, and was a winner last time out.
It was a winner last time out in lower class, and it isn't completely without hope here. But a rating of 76 suggests she needs 2 or 3 of these to underperform if she's going to win.
Dara Alderea brings in a rating of 79. Do you have the same?
Yes, 79. Ran a couple of weeks ago and finished a respectable 6th, but will need to do better to win this. And I thought she was an unlikely winner from stall 20.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see how they get on. Dartha is a horse that's clearly of interest. Let's have a look at Dartha in action. This is a win 2 starts ago. Couldn't quite match this last time out, but back at this sort of level, she looks quite hard to beat.
Yeah, and I thought she did match this run last time out. She was just running in the Najran Regional Cup behind Jabba Allah. I thought this was a workmanlike performance. She's won this course and distance open. She's in a similar sort of company here. I think she's the one they all have to beat, to be perfectly honest.
I'd agree with you there. I was trying to make a case for Korba. Bintfar as well as another one I want to make a case for, but it's very hard when you're looking for the horse who's shown the form all the way through, and Dartha has done just that.
Yeah, I mean, there are 3 with higher ratings than her, but she's just running consistently well at the moment, and you're pretty sure she's going to run to her mark, and there's 2 or 3 of these who have got the form going back, to last spring, who would beat her, but you're just not sure they're in the same place at the moment.
Which horse is going to turn up?
Yeah.
Bintfar's an interesting one. We just saw her taking quite a keen hold, taking out Florida down to post, which I think is a positive because she can't be less keen than she was last time to get going.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I'd like to see her run well. I just wonder if this might just be a little bit on the short side for her after trying a 1.5 miles last time out, but. And in retrospect, she wasn't at her best when she won at the tail end in time, but she was very game that day. She really gutsed it out. She didn't seem to be at the top of her form, but she did show her best form around this sort of time last year. And it may well be that she's taken a run just to get to top form. And I think she's a really likeable sort, so I think she's a danger here. I'll be more worried about her over 10 furlongs.
Well, David in the comments has gone for Bintfar. We've also got a lot of love for horse number 13 and Dartha, who I can imagine quite a lot of the team are going with. We know Shamida's selections are often right on the money. So as they start the loading process, Rory, who do you want in this one?
I wanted to be with Dartha.
Rory, you, me and Shamila are teaming up yet again. So all 3 of the team on course are going for Dartha. David in the comments is going for Bintfar. Darren Owen, our man in the sky, a voice from above. Hopefully we've not handed to you too soon. Who do you want in this one?
he says that as we look at a horse being saddled up there, number 4. Yeah, great stuff. Right, here we go. 20 runners to face the starter for race 11. What I can tell you is on the international markets, Bintfar very popular. Bintfar at the top of the international markets today ahead of this race. Others that would be prominent in the international markets, Wardat Al Maydeen, number 17, and also there's a bit of support for Edifar, number 13, and Mawakit will probably be next in. That's number 1. So they are going into the stalls now, as you can see. For the 11th race, this is a fillies race. It's over the mile. Looking from above there at Botulat, number 5, with Habatha, number 6, just going into the stalls. And Nasayem Al Riyadh, number 2, goes in. Solana has gone to stall 11. Can't be many more out of line now. Layli Al Mashad is in. This is number 12, Amtarat. Edifar is in, joined by Zabi Al-Sadawi, number 10. Number 1, Mawakit goes forward. Bintfar safely in place. We're looking at a start now. Race 11. And they're off. for the 11th race, and Jcsa began well, is racing up along the inside. Showing up prominently is Edifar, and from a very wide door, Durat Al Dureya is coming over. So it is Durat Al Dureya who comes from the outside stall and has bagged the inside running rail. Edifar, that was some achievement. Second place, Edifar, followed by Mawakit, who's racing prominently on the inside rail in behind the leaders. Jcsa is still well to the fore, and then reading out to Bint Far, spot the red jacket for that one to the outside. Solana is around about 3 lengths off the speed as they leave the back straight behind them. Up along the inside running rail then is Botulat, who's around about 6 or 7 lengths down, and then in mid-division comes Zabi Al-Sadawi as they now head back towards the turn into the straight. To the inside is Haruf, out wide is Mota Kiba, but the leader at the top of the straight is Durat Al Dureya. Durat Al Dureya, followed by Ed Hafar in second place, and now Bint Far begins to get its skates on. Solana is just in behind them, followed by Mawakit as they head down towards the final 200, and Durat Al Dureya is still the leader from Edifar, who's trying to close. Then down the outside, Botulat coming home really well, and Botulat has picked them all up towards the finish. Botulat has won it, Eldifar second place, and it is close for third. So it is Botulat, number 5, who goes on to win. It came down the outside to claim the spoils towards the finish, Botulat, and came there down the outside. Big run there from Etifar. The Bint Far was probably in third place, just behind the leaders, but it was 5 the winner, Botulat, 13 Edifar second, 14 Bint Far in third, and 20 Durat Al Dureya fourth. That was some run, that, because that horse was drawn on the wing. It was drawn in stall number 20, and after what, 200 meters, was on the inside running rail showing the way. That was a tremendous achievement from the fourth horse. Botulat, the winner there for Suleiman Al Rashid. That's a double on the day for him, so it's not all about Camilo. 5, 13, 14, 20. 5, 13, 14 and 20, 1 1/4 lengths and 3/4 of a length, 1 1/4 lengths and 3/4 of a length, 1 minute 40.66, 1 minute 40.66, the winner's time. A 7th career success for number 5, Botulat, winner of race 11.
Well, it is a different race, but exactly the same finish to what we saw in race 10 and happened in race 11. A horse has swept on down the stand side and picked up the pieces from two horses battling from the top of the straight.
Yeah, it's happened more than once today, and Batulat, with that late surge, has bounced back to form after a disappointing run last time out. As I said, you could probably ignore that run in a stronger race than this. And good fifths in both the Riyadh and Najran regional governor cups before that suggested that Batulat had a part to play in the finish here, but it did help again that the leaders softened themselves up a little bit, and just when Adafa looked like she might be coming through to gain another win, Batulat came down the
Watch this from the start though, because this is the key moment here. The horse drawn widest of all, Durat Al Dareya, gets out like a rocket and is straight across, right in the face of Adafa. Says, nope, I'm getting to the rail first, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's probably, you'd say, trying to help out Bint Far, who was running on the same colours and would want a really strong pace at this trip, given she stays further. She's run a cracker again to be third. She does lack tactical pace and needs a strongly run race. The question is, when you do get a race that's as strongly run as this, do you want to be going as fast as you can in behind that pace, or do you want to be saving a little bit for the finish and just looking to try to sweep by as the winner has done in the end?
Yeah, it'd be well worth watching where the winner has come from with these brilliant drone shots. You can see Mahwa Keat, who was bringing great form into this contest, is currently sat in third, and Adafa's there in second. But if you were a supporter of Adafa, you were never comfortable, were you? It was always a bit behind the bridle, having to reel in another horse, and you knew, even if you did reel in the long-time leader, you were very vulnerable to something else.
You see the winner now in about 6th place, has just moved off the rail and coming past weakening horses at this stage, and is gradually winding up for a finish. Again, as we see with these late finishes, it doesn't just fall into your lap. You need to, as a jockey, you need to work out where you want to be when you anticipate the race falling apart a little bit, and you don't want to be behind those horses or weakening. You want to make sure you're moving out of the way, either nipping up the inside into gaps or nipping up the outside and into space, and that's what he's done. He's gone with the latter one, having gone round the inside. He has pulled wide, and Batulat has found plenty in the finish to bounce back to her very best form.
Yeah, it's been a good performance for Batulat, who has come right back to form here underneath Selman Al Rashid, who's ridden a double today, so well done to Selman and all those involved in Batulat. You mentioned the last run you can draw a line through. Does this set up Batulat well now in this sort of company, open races for her own sex, where she's got an opportunity to really sort of stamp her authority?
Yes, I mean, this has worked well for her. She's been suited by the strong pace. She was just trying to angle towards the inside. The gap wasn't going to open. You see Selman then decides just before this to angle to the outside, but he's never had to go too wide. He's always, the horses aren't pushing him there. He's made his own route there to make sure that he's getting a clear path once they turn for home. There's nothing wrong with being 6 or 7 horses off the rail when you're in the straight here, and the leaders just beginning to tie up late in the day. Adafa making that bid for glory, but she can't really quicken at this stage, and Batulat is the one who's got the momentum as we get into the final 100 metres of the race.
Yeah, Adafa has really just stuck on at the one pace down that straight, hasn't she? She's actually responded really well to Hands and Hills, and you can just see Corba right on the outside, the grey horse, finishing with a real flourish. Completely missed the start, but could not catch our winner here. Batulat, who was an impressive winner of our penultimate contest of the day, horse number 5, doing it in the same style. There is Corba coming home late as well. Bint Far, where next for that one?
Up to 2,000 metres again for her. This is her sort of level. She was found out a little bit in Cup company last time out. Obviously, if things pan out right for her, she's shown that she can be competitive there. A mile and a half might be worth another go at some stage, but it didn't work for her last time. So 2,000 metres seems the obvious place to go after this solid run.
Yeah, and I imagine in a strongly run 2,000 metre contest, she'd have every chance now, showing she'd got that speed to handle a mile. She'll have no issue stepping up in trip to 2,000 if she is the type of horse
there's still
she likes
races,
to grind.
Still races at 1,800 metres as well. There might be something.
Trip though, isn't it?
It is a funny trip, but you know, as long as they go fast enough early on, it suits her.
turned into a bit of a staying contest. But with that race out of the way, we move swiftly on to our final contest of the day. If we see Adafa swinging around the turn, looking to be in a winning position for myself, Shamila and Rory, and plenty of you at home. Unfortunately, we got past the leader, but we couldn't repel Batula. So we must move on to race 12. It's an open contest. It's the Prince Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Faisal Cup. It's worth a whopping 300,000 Saudi Riyal. It's over the 1800 metre trip, which we just mentioned. It'll be a funky run race, and we miss out two runners. Jubail and Zilia both don't take their chance here. They are late withdrawals, but that still gives us 11 going to post, and Darren Owen can take us through the runners and the riders.
Yes, it's a race for 3-year-olds with 150,000 going to the winner. Number 1, Ala Yabarik and Camilo Ospina. Scratch number 2, Jubail is a non-runner. Number 3 is Medhar Abdullah Al Farouz. 4 is Non-Essence and Mohammed Al Daham. 5, Sihar and with Berto Ramos. 6 is Junior Audible, Ricardo Ferreira. Number 7 is Matt Nook and Mohammed Al Hubail. Number 8 is Maluk Alane, and Abdul Alone is the rider there of number 8. And number 9, Abdul Alofi, I should say. Abdul Alofi is the rider of number 8. Number 9 is Al Jud Ali Al Mutib. Number 10, Karam Alanea, Alexis Marino. Number 11, Alaham Asil. Number 11 is Alaham Asil Al Sahani is aboard. 12, Zilia is a non-runner. 13, Kontar is partnered by Khalid Al Mimoni. They are the runners. 2 and 12 then are out. They are the scratchings. Good race coming up. 1800 metres for the 3-year-olds.
Thank you, Darren. Yes, we move on to our final contest of the day. Only 11 going to post. Slightly disappointing field turnout, but you can understand why, because a lot of horses we're noticing now are eyeing up the Saudi Cup season and are looking towards those better prize money races. Some of these races are looking a little undersubscribed, but it's an opportunity for somebody.
It is, and this is a really tight contest. Over the 1800 metres, funny old trip, not many of them have form over 1800. We're getting a mix generally of horses who've been running over a mile and horses who are dropping back from 2000. It's a nightmare to find the winner of, but it should be a really good race.
Exactly, it should be a good race. We might find a horse who will thrive over this distance, and you know what this distance is, Rory? What's the big race over this trip?
It's the Saudi Cup, mate.
Let's go. Ala Yabarak, horse number 1, winner last time out in meeting 81.
Yeah, won a mile maiden last time out, beating Tawaj by 3/4 of a length. We would have seen, was it Jubail back in, no, it wasn't Jubail back in third that day, but the third, I know it was Zilia, who doesn't run here, was back in third, who we would have seen in that footage. That was a career best effort. Needs to improve a fair bit more, but is the least exposed in the race.
Medar is horse number 3, another one of the white stable runners, the second of 2.
Yeah, having just his third career start, was second to Seiboot and known winners of 2 at Taif on debut. That was a really good performance, only beaten 2 3/4 lengths. Thought he might get off the mark at the second time of asking, but finished a creditable third on his Riyadh debut. I could see him stepping forward at the second time of asking. He has to be on your shortlist here. Nonsense
was a winner on debut at Taif and then hasn't been seen since.
Yeah, meeting 30 now. He's a very interesting horse, Nonsense, because the horse he beat that day was Daydan, who then went on to win the Group 1 King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup last week. And Daydan was 7 1/4 lengths behind Nonsense that day. So if that form is a reliable guide, and obviously early form isn't always the case, you've given Daydan the chance to improve chunks in between, then Nonsense must be a very, very interesting runner. And again, if he's been laid out for this as a stepping stone to something else, then he could be very good.
Sehar is horse number 5, US bred. Ghost Zapper is the stallion. Ghost Zapper, I should say.
Ghost Zapper, yeah, was a Breeders' Cup
Dirt mile.
Classic winner.
Oh, damn.
Go Slapper when the race was run on the Tapeta, I think. Very
And
impressive
the
as
Brits
well.
and the Europeans came over and mopped up the floor, didn't they? And everyone was like, we're not running on this Tapeta anymore.
It might have been just before it went to Tapeta, but yeah, very, very impressive winner of that. He was fourth in the Ministry of National Guard Cup last time out, over a mile.
Shamila is in the parade ring. A good field here, Shamila, for our lucky last. Who's caught your eye?
Yeah, only 11 runners in this field worth 300,000 Saudi Riyal, and I've decided to stick with horse number 7, Matt Nuke, who is a stunning 3-year-old gelding by See the Stars for none other than Thamar Al-Dehani, who has had a great few weekends so far. He just looks absolutely stunning walking around here. He is a little bit of a pocket rocket, a little bit smaller than the other horses in the field, but a powerhouse, I think, and Thamar Al-Dehani is definitely not a trainer you can mess with in these big cup races. I do have to say that out of the 2 white stable horses, horse number 3, Medha, looks absolutely phenomenal. I think that if a horse was going to take on my selection, Matt Nuke, it would be Medha, but I would love to see Karim Alanaya winning as well. Horse number 10 has had a really good season so far, has been super consistent, but I don't think they will be able to get their heads in front of Thamar Dehani's horse, Matt Nuke, horse number 7.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, it's all about Matt Nuke, horse number 7 in this contest. We have to talk about horse number 6, Junior Audible, who was a good winner last time coming from the clouds, but we've seen a couple of horses do that same thing today.
Yeah, he came from way back to beat Said in a 1 mile open last time out. Now Said has been beaten in a maiden here in the first race of the day, dropping back to 6 furlongs, just couldn't cope with that drop back and trip. Junior Audible, impressed with the ground he made up that day, but he'd probably need to take a step forward again today, and I don't think he can get as far behind in this company, especially in a smaller field as well, where I don't think, well, you never know. We've seen a few races where the leaders have softened each other up, but I'm not sure that will happen twice in a row for Junior Audible.
Matt Nuke is Shamila's paddock selection and horse number 7.
Yeah, he's still yet to win a race from 4 starts here, but it was a good 4th to Al Jude in a not to 80 handicap over 2,000 metres last time out. Clearly stays pretty well, but he meets Al Jude again here. There's not an awful lot between them again at the weights they carry. Improvement is required. I know he's a nice horse, Matt Nuke, but improvement is definitely required to win this sort of race.
He's not your typical See the Stars looker, is he? See the Stars doesn't create pocket rockets.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't at all.
And it was interesting to hear Shamila's paddock analysis there that he is a bit on the small side and a bit more strong and rotund. But yeah, I was intrigued to understand that. Yeah,
they tend to be very refined types.
They do. They're my types on paper. Absolutely adore them. Very, very athletic, middle distance types that tend to do better with time. But Matt Nuke is a nice early, powerful type. Malouk Alanay, a horse that Shamila I know absolutely adores, as well as his stablemate Karam Alanaya as well, who are both representing the same owner and trainer. This is the first one, Malouk Alanay, model of consistency and a winner 3 starts ago.
Winner 3 starts ago and bounced back to form when second to Al Jude in that handicap over 2,000 metres last time out. Was a length and a quarter in front of Matt Nuke on that occasion. Did finish behind Sehar in the Ministry of National Guard Cup 2 starts ago, so that ties those 2 pieces of form together and suggests that the trio who've been meeting in handicaps have a little bit to find here.
Yes, we'll move on to Al Jude, who is horse number 9.
Yeah, beat Malouk Alanaya in that not a 90 handicap last time out, with Matt Nuke back in 4th. There wasn't a massive amount to choose between them, and obviously they're at revised weights here. She should give her running, but you just get the impression that stepping up from handicap class, this classic contest might just be a bit too much.
Let's take a look at some of these in action. The first one we're going to look at is the Junior Audible form. Jebeo was a late non-runner, so that's a real shame because I thought this form was quite interesting. But look how far back Junior Audible is. Cannot afford to get this far back today, surely.
No, he can't. And he's done well to run these down, but obviously the form has been let down a little bit today by the runner-up who was beaten in a maiden.
Yeah, but the trip is what beat the runner-up. That's the trip,
but at the same time, you know, you thought he would have been good enough to win against fairly moderate opposition. This is nonsense. He runs right away to win by 7 1/4 lengths from Daydan. Daydan has shown this form to be decent since by winning that King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup, local Group 1 contest. So if you trust this form, And then Nonsense must have an absolutely massive chance here. The one thing you've got to bear in mind is that Zaydan has had several runs-ins and has had lots of time to improve. But Nonsense looked a really, really good prospect this day, and you'd certainly not want to be against them.
Yeah, and Nonsense is also obviously making a belated reappearance on the track, which has to be a negative as well. We already saw that with Sabout earlier on in the card. This is Sehar in this cracking contest here earlier in the season. I saw this with a brilliant race, and it was Sehar who ended up finishing fourth. You could almost say picked up the pieces in this contest. They went very hard early on.
Yes, they did, and he never really looked like winning the race Sehar, but he's run on very well in the end to finish a respectable fourth and gets a big rating on the back of this. The question is, do you think was his rating sort of pulled up by the way this race was run, and he was running on picking up the pieces, because he's got a big rating in the back of that 91, but I'm not sure it's backed up by his other runs.
And finally, we get to look at Alaham, who is horse number 11 on your race card. This was a fairly decent effort here. It was a bit of a shock to me. I didn't see it coming, but it was a good enough performance and earned his place here. Yeah, this was his first win. It was only in a 0-80 handicap, but he has pulled right away from the others. And the fact that Al Jude is in third, and there is a good line between Al Jude and others. You say Al Jude on the outside and the black and yellow colours. He's run on well to be third. He obviously ties in very closely to Maluk Alanea and Matt Nook, and it may well be that Alaham has just found a big chunk of improvement on his seventh start. Certainly the distance he won by means that you've got to give him respect. But I'm always slightly wary of horses stepping up markedly in class, however impressive they are in the lower class race. Yeah, it's all fine and well winning in 0-80 handicap, but some of these horses are going to be rated way above 80 when all is said and done. We just spoke about Alaham, so let's go on to Kontar, the final horse. Ulysses Gelding, British bred, has largely struggled in Saudi Arabia, I must admit. Came with quite a big reputation. Looks a nice looker too. Yeah, he's all right, and he's run a couple of good races here, but he just seems to be running out of form a little bit. Disappointing on his most recent start. And even back to his best, he'll need 2 or 3 of these to underperform, I think. He's worth watching at the start as well. He's missed the kick on a couple of occasions too, and he can't afford to get it wrong here because they will go hard. No, but if the irony is that sometimes missing the kick is what you do want to do when they all go very hard, because it means that you've got to run late, and sometimes running late at them when the pace is collapsing is actually a benefit. We see quite a lot of horses, seen it multiple times here, where horses completely miss the kick and then run on into third. You think, now, how far would that one if it got away on terms? And you see it get away on terms next time and it doesn't win the race. It's just, the pace does collapse to some degree in most dirt races where they go hard in the early stages. So horses who run on late can be flattered by that. Yeah, so it's worth watching how this all pans out. I must admit, Medar looks stunning, completely backing up what Shamila said. Gorgeous individual there. And the White Stable are already in such good form today, you'd be crazy to dismiss both of their chances, wouldn't you? You would, yes. I mean, on paper, the pair of them need to improve a little bit, particularly Ali Yabarak. But they're also so lightly raced that you would have thought that they've been set up to take a step forward here in form terms. Let's do some final race selections. Who do you want in this one, Rory? I'm going to take a chance that Nonsense is fit for this. The form of his debut has worked out remarkably well. And I'm taking the view that Connections have decided to wait for his second run until now. I'm going to go with Junior Audible, hoping that he can continue to build on that very good win last time out. Shamila likes Matt Nook, who's drawn in 7 as well. So to go through those selections one more time, in Nonsense for Rory, number 4, Junior Audible, number 6 for me, and number 7, Matt Nook for Shamila. It's over to you, Darren Owen.
Yeah, thanks, Callum. There is Sehar. This is the horse who was favourite on the international market, Sehar, number 5. The Sehar goes in. Yala Yabarek, Camilo Espina goes into stall number 1. Here is Medar. Abdullah Al Farouz had a winner today, and he's aboard Medar with the red cap, moving into place for this race over the 1,800 metres. Final race of the day. So they are set to jump, and they're racing. Going 1,800 metres, Kontar was slow to stride, has been busted along early. Nonsense began sharply with Sihar right there with the leaders, and so too is Al Jude. Yellow noseband of Alaham racing fairly deep, with Yala Yabarek getting a position to the inside running rail. Forming their early order, it is Al Jude and Alaham having a set two. Sihar is 3 lengths away, followed by Nonsense in the green silks. And now going forward, having had the encouragement, is Kontar in around about 6th position, racing fairly deep. Kontar with Maluk Alanay for company. They're being followed by Medha in the red cap, and further back to Matt Nuke, who's nearer last than first, overtaken by Junior Audible. Last of all is Karam Alanea, heading now towards the end of the back straight, and Sihar is coming through now to take on Alaham for the lead. Those two moving on from Nonsense in the green silks, just in behind them. Al Jude in the check jacket is in about 4th place, and they're being followed to the outside by Maluk Alanay, that one in the yellow cap out wide. Junior Audible's just in behind them. Yala Yabarek is on the inside running rail. They're now preparing to turn in and head towards the last 400, and it is Sihar and Alaham. Sihar, Alaham, and Nonsense is back in behind them in 3rd spot, being followed by Al Jude in 4th. From off the pace, Matt Nuke is making ground. Sihar has taken over from Alaham, facing the final 200. Sihar by 2 lengths to Alaham in 2nd. Nonsense is in 3rd. Medha is in 4th. It's Sihar the leader. Alaham is attempting to rally. Sihar still holding the upper hand. Sihar goes on to win. Sihar the winner. Alaham 2nd place, and it is close for 3rd. Maluk Alanay and Karam Alanay were a couple of those involved in the places for 3rd place. But Sihar, number 5, has gone on to win. It's the horse that was favoured on the international markets and has won decisively in the end. Alaham was handy throughout. Tried to rally, kept going all the way to the line, galloped all the way to the line. It's a long way up this straight here in Riyadh. But Sihar, number 5, has won. Wigberto Ramos has taken the money in the final race of the day. 5, Sihar the winner. 2nd, number 11, that was Alaham, and it was pretty close for 3rd. We'll just get the confirmation now of the other place getters. There's Sihar by a length and a quarter in the end. Alaham in 2nd, white cap of Karam Alanay far side, near side Maluk Alanay. So it is 5, Sihar the winner, 11, Alaham 2nd, 10, Karam Alanay in 3rd, 8, Maluk Alanay in 4th, 5, 11, 10 and 8, 5, 11, 10 and 8. Distances 1 1/4 lengths and 2 lengths, 1 1/4 lengths and 2 lengths, 1 minute 53.89, 1 minute 53.89. Sihar wins the Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Faisal Cup, our feature race of the day, in good style. 5, Sihar the winner.
Do you know who's got his swagger back? Wiggy has got his swagger back as he guides Sihar to victory in our finale. And that was the international favourite, Rory, the highest rated horse in the race. But I personally thought the rating was a little bit forgiving for what his performances had been.
Yeah, well, he's found it hard to get his head in front recently, but he's been running in very hot races. And strictly speaking, on the book, that 4th in the Ministry of National Guard Cup last time out was the best piece of form on offer. That's what he's got a 91 rating for. And he's shown that, listen, hats off to the handicapper here. The top 2 rated in this race were him for that. And you could have had a go at Alaham, having won a not to 80 handicap last time out, but he won that by 8 lengths. I mean, up to 87 on the back of it. They were the top 2 rated in the races. They finished 1st and 2nd. So you have to say the handicapper's done a pretty good job there.
Yeah, I thought Alaham has run a big race, having been last seen dotting up in handicap company. This is a lot tougher than handicap company for sure.
It is, but I mean, the margin he won by last time out was really impressive, and clearly his stamina is beginning to come out. Here's another one that's bred by Jim Bolger out of a mare called Spirit Seer, Free Spirit in Irish, and yeah, you saw that Sihar was very strong at the finish here. But fair play to Alaham, who was always handy from stall 11, having broken wide. He looked like he might drop away when challenged early in the straight, but Alaham kept he kept plugging away, and I thought he galloped all the way to the line.
We're watching a replay of the race now, and in these early stages, it was all a bit muddly starting off. It was interesting to see horses like Junior Audible being far more front ranked than normal. There was a lot of big push for Al Jude. He kind of got run out of things. Nonsense. Fascinating runner. Your selection, Rory, looked bang up there as they were going through the race, but when the taps were turned, we saw that absence come into the fore.
Yeah, has faded in the closing stages, neither whether that's down to fitness or whether it's down to lack of stamina, because the impressive debut win came over 7 furlongs. You'd have thought on that evidence he'd get a mile. They obviously up 2 furlongs on trip here after a break, and that can test him, but I thought he showed enough for a long way to suggest that you can really believe that debut form. But unfortunately, he got run out of it late in the day and has ended up in the ruck a little bit, but shaped a lot better than the final result.
Yeah, we've seen that with 2 horses now coming from long absences after showing very good form in time. We remember Sabout earlier on today. He's another who's just struggled on their first run back, and you can forgive them for it, can't you?
Absolutely, and I thought Sabout showed enough all the way through that race until getting tired really in the last 100 metres. He seemed to win the battle but lost the war in the end as he got pounced on late and then lost second place against the rival he'd been battling with for most of the contest.
Just seeing the race finishing off here, and it was a great performance from Sehar. Wiggy's riding absolutely full of confidence and taking that victory. And we said it, confidence means a lot to these jockeys, and Wigberto is just riding as if he's got nothing to lose right now. Shamila, you're with us right now. You've been right down there at the cold front, battling these cold conditions. How's Wiggy been over here?
It's great to see him getting his confidence back almost, because I feel like we were talking to him every single day during the Taif season, and we've barely spoken to him over in Riyadh, have we? So it's great to have him back and wiggling around.
Giving us the wiggle. Rory, I was impressed by that winning performance. Where would you go next with Sehar? We're a winner over 1800 now. Are you sticking to this trip? Are you going over 2000? Well, how do you plan this?
There's obviously fairly limited opportunities at 1800 metres, and I don't think he's a Saudi Cup horse, are you? But yeah, he's clearly got stamina, and I wouldn't have any trouble running him at 2000 metres, but he's shown he's effective at a mile as well.
Wiggy's been flying at the moment, but one jockey who's been in even better form is Camillo Ospina, who rattled off a quick-fire hat-trick, and we've got to watch each and every one of them because they are so good.
Yeah, very different rides on all three of them. He started off winning on Makatib, that horse having only his second start, drawn wide, and you got a typical Camillo ride on a horse drawn wide, pops out, keeps a little bit wide in the early stages, comes across and then ends up dominating the race from that point. Big improvement from debut, but lovely ride.
Was it a typical Camillo ride? Because he didn't get that rail run. He actually ended up posting a little bit wide around the turn.
Yeah, but what he hasn't panicked when he hasn't come across as sharply and do that. So he's come out wide, and if they don't push up on the inside, then he gets across to the rail. If they do, then he sits there. So you see he just takes back a little bit behind the front runners, coming round the bend, not pushing his horse beyond his comfort zone, and then because they've gone fast on the inside and they're battling for that lead, they begin to weaken in the straight. He stays a little bit wide and he comes through strongly in the finish, and I thought McAtee can go on to better things.
Shamila, you have seen him doing well in the white stable, but doing it for a different owner and different trainer, what was the atmosphere like down here?
It was great, and you can tell that they really mean a lot to him, even the winners that aren't for white stables.
Yeah, now we're seeing his first of the white stable winners. This was also impressive.
Yeah, this is a Woher who won the Fillies Open. It was an impressive performance from her. She had struggled a little bit over 7 furlongs last time out, taking a long time to get going and then coming through late in the day to score. Here she was meeting the filly that she beat last time out, but she raced much more handily here, tracked the pace, got to the front, looked a little bit vulnerable when she was attacked in the straight, but found plenty for pressure, and you can see that she goes on well late in the race to win well.
She relished every yard of that journey, didn't she? It was clear to see that the step up and trip was exactly what she wanted, and then suddenly she just kept finding and finding for pressure.
She did, yeah, but the last 100 metres were the big ones for her. And again, I thought a lovely ride on Mostata, winning the non-winners of 3, because that was a horse he had to nurse through the race. The leader appeared to be going better than him in that 4-runner race most of the way through, and he's just waited and waited, trying to, asking Mostata to go forward, but not asking for everything, and just waiting for the first signs of the leader cracking. And you saw that happen in the last 150 metres, and that's where Mostata came through to win win the race. I thought it was an extremely well-judged ride. He understood the horse in front, he understood his horse, and he understood what the dangers might do in that race, and he's asked for his effort at just the right time to gain victory.
Yes, Jamila, I'm sure you agree with me that watching him ride is not all about that early speed and getting position. It's how horses respond to him when he's using hands and heels, which has just blown my mind since we've come to Riyadh and we've had this long straight.
Absolutely, and I mean, like we said during the Taif season, like he would get to the rail, get in front and just push the horses, but here we're seeing a little bit more of his tactics and how they've changed throughout both of the tracks as well.
Yeah, he's got this element of finesse that we just haven't seen before, and I think that's what separates him from the other jockeys in the weighing room, and that's why he is so far clear of the Jockeys' Championship.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't use brute force, and the fact that he gets horses moving forward for him just with soft hands is really important. And you made a really good point that it was all hands and heels that must start out about the fact that that horse was all out to the line. So the whip wasn't used, it wasn't needed. If he had pulled the whip earlier, I think he would have been beaten.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see, and we're getting to see some brilliant scenes here as the trophies are presented. It's wonderful to see people like Wiggy getting honoured on these big days, and connections that we don't normally see with success getting themselves in the winners' enclosure.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and to have such great prize money as well. I mean, every weekend we're coming here, and the prize money on Friday and Saturday is just outstanding.
It really is, and we talked about this, and a lot of people will be watching this for the first time. We're being not only just on YouTube, but around many shops and places in Britain as well. So people will be seeing this for the first time, and they're seeing these fields that might not be the biggest field sizes. And it's worth mentioning that this is because we are all building up towards the big weekend, towards the end of February. So it'll be clear to see that the talent that will be on show is just going to rise and rise as we go through the week.
Absolutely. It might seem a little bit quiet this week with our 4-runner races and, 10-runner races, but it's just going to build up to that quality to the end of the season.
Rory, small fields, but we still couldn't find many winners.
No, but it was really tough today. Even that 4-runner race was a really tough one to call. It was any 4 of them could be given a chance. 2 of them turning out quickly, 1 of them backing up a good run, 1 of them clearly feeling the effects of an earlier race. And there's so many things to consider in these races, not just the draw, but tactics and how horses are going to bounce out of races, how they're going to manage with returning from a 3 or 4 month layoff as well. Yeah, it's all a conundrum, really, isn't it? And we love it.
It is so tough to win here in those different conditions and good racing. Now, it's cold all over the UK, all over Ireland, all over Europe, all over America. Races are being dropped left, right and centre. Do you know who's not dropping any races? Us in Saudi Arabia. It's 28 degrees and balmy here. Come and join us tomorrow for all the good racing. We can't wait to see you there. Let's go!